Chapter 251. 246, Tian Da's handwriting. The rain is over, the sky is clear. But soon the whole world seemed to be back on track, and it didn't take long for it to snow again. Before leaving Househan, the sage said to Lu Chaoga, the sect master came here before leaving, he told me to let you visualize spring and autumn once in these days, and someone should be sent to inform you at that time. Good. Lu Chaoga's eyes lit up, and he had some expectations in his heart. This trip to the spring and autumn mountains was equivalent to a visit to his Taoist companion's parents' home and fulfilled all expectations in his heart. If you can still watch spring and autumn once, it is over completed. What's more, I also got the promise of the saint teacher, when I am in the 7th realm, I will come to find her once. After Lu Chaoga left, Pei Qianqian was still a little distracted. The saint raised his weak and boneless right hand and shook it in front of his beloved disciple, startling Pei Qianqian. What are you thinking about? The saint asked. No, nothing. The world protagonist said weakly. The holy teacher gave her a meaningful look, but he didn't reveal it, but said, go back to the house to meditate, you should stabilize the previous insights, right? Ah. The vitality girl fled. Entering your own room is like entering a private space. Pei Qianqian closed the door and leaned halfway against the door, letting out a long sigh of relief. At the same time, the profile of the sun-drenched face reappeared in his mind. Heaven and earth affinity, follow the law. Charm 10, with the appearance of the face. It's just that the former is controlling water, while the latter is killing people and setting fires in people's hearts. Lu Chaoga returned to Jiang Xinyan's small courtyard with a full harvest. When Jiang Xinyan saw him, he smiled and said, the heavy rain before was because of you, right? Lu Chaoga nodded, and in front of his Taoist companion, he said very easily, how is it? It's amazing, right? Coax.jpg. The coldness on Jiang Xinyan's face subsided, and his smile became more intense. He pushed him lightly and said, go to meditation and become calm. And stabilize it. No need, no need. Lu Chaoga waved his hand indifferently. He really doesn't need to stabilize anything. Jiang Xinyan didn't force him when he saw that his breath was solid. 2 days later, Heng Yin personally came to Jiang Xinyan's small courtyard to find his way to Chaoga. He looked at Lu Chaoga and said straight to the point, follow me to visualize spring and autumn. Lu Chaoga was too lazy to talk nonsense, and said directly, okay. After thinking about it, Jiang Xinyan said, I'll go too, I'll be waiting behind you. Heng Yin glanced at her, nodded, and said nothing. These two men, who were already disgusted with each other, didn't communicate much along the way. Just when he came to a low and small house, Lu Chaoga was stunned by the scene in front of him. Why are so many people here? Lu Chaoga was speechless. Many high-level officials of Spring and Autumn Mountain were also present. Practitioners, after a long lifespan, it becomes boring. It's human nature to watch the fun. Coupled with the temperament of the cultivators in Spring and Autumn Mountain. When they heard that they would make an exception to show Spring and Autumn to Lu Chaoga, they all flew over excitedly. This made Lu Chaoga say hello to everyone for a long time, and the process slowed down a bit. Spring and autumn is in this room. According to the rules, you can only go there alone, and no one can accompany you in. Heng Yin said. Lu Chaoga nodded, he knew the rules. This low-rise hut that looks very ordinary in front of me is the study of the founder of the Spring and Autumn Mountains. It's just that there is only one book in this study, and that is Spring and Autumn. Exchange good books and pay attention to the VX public account, Book Friends. Base Camp. Follow now to receive cash red envelopes. There are a lot of restrictions here, too many to be outrageous. After the many restrictions were opened, Lu Chaoge stepped into the hut. There is only a small table in the house, and on it is the treasure of spring and autumn mountain, spring and autumn. Lu Chaoge sat down on the futon beside the desk, then looked down at this treasure that he had read twice in his previous life. From the outside, Spring and Autumn is really a very ordinary book. However, there is not a single word on it. The cover has no words, and there are no words inside. Spring and Autumn can only be turned one page at a time. Lu Chaoge said in his heart. To be exact, this book is amazing, and when you see it, you have this thought. Right now. And this book, you can't touch it. Lu Chaoge tried to reach out, but couldn't touch it. It's not that there is any restriction blocking it, but that your palm can directly pass through it. As if this is not a real thing, just a phantom. But in fact it happens to be the real thing. According to legend, if you can reach the 9th realm, you can pick it up and read it at will. If it is not the 9th realm, then like the founder of the spring and autumn mountains, let this magical wordless book recognize you as the master, regard you as the master, and only touch it with your fingers. Lu Chaoge couldn't touch it now, but he kept trying with great interest, which felt weird and fun. After several repetitions, he sat upright again. To read Spring and Autumn, you need to use divine sense. In this book, it will turn the pages for you by itself, and it is not up to you to decide which page to turn to. Since I have to use my divine sense to see, then I directly cast, heart. Sword, is it the same? Lu Chaoge said in his heart. He decided to give it a try. Dark gold appeared in his pupils, and his eyes soon began to change. He lowered his eyes and looked at the untouchable wordless book on the desk, feeling for a moment that there was some kind of ingenious traction between himself and it. This feeling is very strange, as if it is different from the previous life. Is it because of heart sword? Lu Chaoge couldn't understand. After all, the character of this book is too high. He lost a detection, and it was all? No information could be detected. However, he still used heart sword with all his strength, making the dark gold in his eyes more and more intense. This thing can only be seen once, so you have to stare hard at it. In his previous life, when he visualized spring and autumn, he won 2 awards. One is a high amount of experience points, and one is a random special attribute point. The third time he didn't watch it, because according to the rules, each big realm can only be watched once. And like in the first realm and the second realm, the masters do not recommend that the disciples come to visualize the spring and autumn. That's just a waste of opportunity. This caused Lu Chaoge to not watch it for the third time until the time of crossing. I don't know what reward I will get this time. Lu Chaoge thought in his heart. He shook his head, abandoned distracting thoughts, and calmed himself down. After he calmed down, the untouchable book in front of him actually levitated. What's going on? Lu Chaoge was shocked. Wouldn't it make people calm down? It stands to reason that spring and autumn is all placed on the desk, and then I open it myself. Why is it still flying? Looking at the book floating in the air in front of him, Lu Chaoge raised his eyebrows, wondering if he had made a mistake in any link. But at this moment, I can't think about it anymore, because spring and autumn has begun to turn pages. The pages of the book began to turn continuously, page after page, and finally, they stopped on the last page of the whole book. Then, it doesn't move. Immediately afterwards, Lu Chaoge's breathing became a little heavier. His pupils dilated slightly, and he was shocked, even shocked, by the scene in front of him, and some hairs stood upright. Because there are 2 lines of small characters on the last page of this Wordless book. As we all know, Spring and Autumn is a wordless book, and even the founder of Spring and Autumn Mountain has never seen a single word on it. But even so, as long as you look at it, you can feel it in your heart, which is very magical. But today, words appeared on this wordless book. Words that emerge slowly. Lu Chaoga was very sure that it couldn't be an illusion, but everything in front of him seemed extraordinarily psychedelic. The most important thing is that the content in these 2 lines is too outrageous. The first line reads, "Keep the keys." Yes, only those 6 words. You reading www.sonicmtl.com. Lu Chaoga couldn't understand at all, and he didn't even know what the so-called key was. But when he saw the second line of words, he just thought his brain was going to explode. In the second line, there are only 3 words, Lu Chaoga. His name actually appeared on the last page of Spring and Autumn. My name actually appeared in this book without writing for thousands of years? That is to say, the 2 lines of words connected together are what the wordless book wants to tell him. Keep the key, Lu Chaoga. There is no word for fear in this dictionary. A man with a firm mind and a rock-solid heart can't help but say a word in his heart at this moment to intuitively express his shock at the moment with a startle. Grass. Chapter 252. 247, Message from 10,000 years ago, 2 in 1. Spring and Autumn Mountain, outside the low-rise small house, Hangin and other high-rises of Spring and Autumn Mountain are waiting outside, quietly. Waiting for the result inside the house. Due to the heavy restrictions and the particularity of the wordless book. Spring and Autumn, this place can be isolated from spiritual exploration. This book is very peculiar. It has the property of isolating spiritual consciousness, but when you walk into the house, when you really see it with your own eyes, your spiritual consciousness can touch it again. You said, what did he gain from visualizing Spring and Autumn for the first time? Said a male elder. With his talent, at least he should break through once. Another elder said. Visualizing Spring and Autumn mostly focuses on breaking the boundary. Therefore, many practitioners will come here to visualize the Spring and Autumn when they are in a bottleneck period, if they are really unable to break through the situation on their own, with the help of external forces. Of course, there are also many practitioners who will have additional gains. For example, when Hangin watched Spring and Autumn for the first time, he also realized a set of mental methods, which caused his spiritual awareness to skyrocket. The high-level members of Spring and Autumn Mountain, just like this, you talked and talked about each other, and then, in the eyes of everyone's tacit understanding, they said in unison, why don't you open a game? This is a gamble. I'm betting him to break through, a female deacon said. Then I will also break through. Another female elder said. At his level, I don't think it's just that. Wasn't it raining heavily yesterday? I think he is in the bottleneck period of the power of heaven and earth. I bet his power of water can be even better. A male elder rode. As the game unfolded, the 3 supreme elders were all about to move. When everyone was talking, they all aimed at Sect Master Hangin in the center of the crowd. When the word opening appeared, Hangin couldn't help frowning. His expression made everyone nervous. The Sovereign Master, who is serious and domineering on weekdays, is still very prestigious. I saw Hangin looked up at everyone, and then said, according to the sect rules, set up a gambling game, and the offender will be fined 1,000 spirit stones. He continued to say in a deep voice, bet, remember to turn over 1,000 spirit stones to law enforcement. Tang, I'll take him with the power of water too. Break through. At this point, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and one by one began to smile again, with wide-eyed smiles. For the punishment of 1,000 spirit stones, no one in the audience would feel pain. As the high-level executives of the 4 major sects, all of them are very rich, and it doesn't matter at all. The opening is just for fun. After almost everyone placed their bets, everyone turned their attention to Jiang Xinyan. Junior sister Jiang, you also bet one. Yes, you must be the one among us who knows him best. You bet last, so it's fair, and some people in the province will follow suit. Jiang Xinyan listened. In fact, she really doesn't know what Lu Chaoge will gain. She has always been in a state of confusion about the cultivation of her Taoist companion, because he can always break everyone's cognition. Jiang Xinyan didn't want to participate in the gambling game, but she saw that everyone was in high spirits, and she was too embarrassed to spoil everyone's interest, so she said, then I'll bet the game. She bet, casually. How many realms did junior sister Jiang break through? Someone immediately asked. Jiang Xinyan took a look at the current gambling game and bet on breaking the 3 realms. She just wanted to participate. To her, it doesn't matter. However, if he breaks through the 3 realms again, Lu Chaoge will be the 4th realm of great perfection, and he is only 1 step away from the realm of great practitioners. As we all know, this step is extremely difficult to take. But once he passed, with his strength, Jiang Xinyan didn't know what to think, and there was a slight blush on his cheeks. In the low house, Lu Chaoge knew nothing about the outside world. He looked at spring and autumn in front of him, and the whole person was already shocked, beyond words. Chuanqiu Mountain was established a little later than Jianzhong, but it also has a history of nearly 10,000 years. During these 10,000 years, spring and autumn has always been in a state of no words, and no one has written this book. If you've seen anything, it's blank. Lu Chaoge thought of this, only to think it was too outrageous. If it is said that there are only handwriting on this simple wordless book, he may not be so shocked. After all, because of his eccentric nature, the first thought that popped into his mind about being treated differently would probably be the same as before, as expected of me. However, his name appeared on it. The thing that Lu Chaoge couldn't understand the most was this. Is this a prank of the book? Spring and autumn has its own spirituality, just like Ling Jian has a sword spirit. This book that has been inherited for thousands of years also has its own spiritual charm. Therefore, this possibility also exists. But why does it know my name? Moreover, if this line of words really comes from a message from 10,000 years ago, the feeling of standing upright hairs reappeared. Lu Chaoge began to fall into contemplation. If you take this sentence seriously, what message is it trying to convey to me? What is the key? Why do you tell me to keep the key, and what is its use? And why does mine appear? Name? If it was really a message from 10,000 years ago, who left it? He knew that I would come here and see these words? Then doesn't this mean? The more Lu Chaoge thought about it, the more he felt that his head was about to explode. This is completely incomprehensible. He'd rather believe the book was some kind of prank. This can be regarded as a very scary thing to think about. If it wasn't for his big heart, he would have started to panic at this moment. The most strange thing for him was that the system did not give any response. It stands to reason that with the character of spring and autumn, no matter what abnormal situation occurs, the system should give prompt information. But the weird thing is that now the system is completely out of state, and no feedback is given. Lu Chaoge threw a detection towards spring and autumn again, but there was no detection found in these 2 lines. Even if the information given is Lu Chaoge won't find it strange, he can understand beyond his authority. But the system turned a blind eye to these two lines, and Lu Chaoge was a little confused. He still has a layer of doubts now, that is, where is the reward from Lao Tzu? Time has passed for half a column of incense, and he stared at these words for a long time. The machine is over, and the system has not given rewards yet. Isn't this inexplicable message a reward? Lu Chaoge didn't know what to say. For a while, he looked at the spring and autumn that was still floating in the air, and suddenly a flash of light flashed in his heart, and then he stretched out his right hand like a ghost. He had tried many times before, and his right hand finally passed through spring and autumn, unable to touch this divine book. But at this moment, he picked up the book and held it directly in his hand. Since the death of the founder of the spring and autumn mountains, no one can pick it up again. According to legend, the sacred book that can only be touched by cultivation to the ninth realm was held in his hand like this. All this happened quietly, without any terrifying visions of heaven and earth. And there was no change in the situation. It seemed that he walked into a study and picked up a book. Standing outside the low house, Heng Yin and the others knew nothing about the house. Only the saint who was sitting quietly in the back mountain suddenly opened his eyes, and there was an endless shock in his eyes. So much so that her delicate body couldn't help being shaken. The figure of the saint disappeared from the back mountain in an instant, and then moved to the outside of the low hut. The high-level members of Spring and Autumn Mountain looked surprised at the sudden appearance of the Saint Master. How did the saint come? The most important thing is that the expression of the holy teacher is obviously wrong. With her realm and strength, what could have shocked her so much that the whole person was even a little unstable? She is heaven and man in one realm. What happened? Heng Yin immediately asked. Everyone's expressions instantly became serious, and the atmosphere instantly became tense and solemn. The Saint Master glanced at the low hut and said only a few words. He picked up Spring and Autumn. What? Everyone instantly said in unison. This is impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Zhao Ziqi was the first to speak. It was followed by bursts of echoes. The sacred book of Spring and Autumn Mountain, which no one could touch, was actually picked up by an outsider. And he is still so young, his cultivation is only the fourth realm. The Saint Master quietly looked around at everyone, and everyone slowly became silent. Because the Master is not wrong. However, if the sage is not wrong, then what is wrong is the founder of the sect. Because the patriarch said that only people in the ninth realm can touch this divine book. Wait, there is another possibility, there is another possibility. However, this result will make it more difficult for everyone in Chuanqiu Mountain to accept. That is, Spring and Autumn has recognized it as the Master, just as it recognized the founder of the Spring and Autumn Mountains as the Master. For a while, no one paid attention to the so-called gambling game. The sect treasure may have to run with people, and it is still running with people in front of all of us. The nature of this kind of thing is already close to what is in the legends. Let alone mention it. This motherfucker is a fart. Outside the hut, many senior members of Spring and Autumn Mountain were gearing up to rush in to investigate the situation, but they were stopped by the Holy Master. Inside the hut, Lu Chaoge still had no idea what was going on. Just as the outside world cannot probe the interior of the hut, the people in the hut have no idea what happened outside. I don't hear what's going on outside the window, and I only read the books of sages and sages. The singer Lu Chao held Spring and Autumn, and then took a closer look in front of him. It doesn't seem to be any different, he whispered. The only strange thing is that when his finger touched the book, the writing on it disappeared instantly. It makes it seem like it was all my hallucination before. Lu Chaoga set in his heart. By the way, who left this book? According to legend, the founder of Spring and Autumn Mountain only got this book by chance, and then his life began to reverse. Standard protagonist mode. Lu Chaoga felt that, for him, it might be the most important to understand who wrote this book. There is another reason why he attaches so much importance to this matter. That is why he has encountered too many coincidences over the years. Chance, 3.14159226, well. Round, wonderful. Fate, amazing. Just judging from the current situation. Fate, is it really amazing? Lu Chaoga said in his heart. After Lu Chaoga took a deep breath, he sat down on the futon again. He was holding this divine book that no one had touched with his hands in the past 10,000 years, and then it was like flipping through an ordinary book, starting from the first page. Everyone who entered the hut was unable to turn the pages on their own. They opened the spring and autumn to a certain page by themselves, and then let people observe and visualize. But now Lu Chaoga is holding this book in his hand, and then he starts to turn back page after page like a quick glance. Every time he turned a page, a prompt message would pop up. The system finally responded. Looking at these prompt messages, Lu Chaoga couldn't help raising his eyebrows, and the whole person began to get excited again. Ding! You have successfully comprehended a page of Spring and Autumn. The rewards are automatically converted, and you have received 5 million experience points. Every time you turn a page, you can get the same system prompt. Turning to the back, Lu Chaoga couldn't help but said, "Why can't you be thicker with only 10 pages? 5 million per page." As if he understood Lu Chaoga's words, the spring and autumn in his hand shook slightly, as if to protest. Rao is so, he also gained a full 50 million experience points in one breath. With a fluke mentality of trying it out, Lu Chaoga closed Spring and Autumn again, and then started to read it from the beginning. It's like getting stuck in bug and frantically brushing experience. However, this does not seem to be a bug, and the system has not given any new rewards. But in any case, 50 million experience points is undoubtedly a huge sum of money. It stands to reason that you can only read one page at a time, which should give me a maximum of 5 million experience points. But I have read all 10 pages in this opportunity. Lu Chaoga said in his heart. This is equivalent to using other people's 10 opportunities. No, not right. According to the sect rules, one person can only read the book 3 times at most. When he closes the page again, Yu reads the book www. Spring and Autumn in the hands of sonicmtl.com suddenly became uncontrollable. Lu Chaoga wanted to hold it, but it was like sand. The more you wanted to hold it, the more it would slip through your fingers. The book was twisted directly in his hand and leaked out between his fingers. It escaped directly from Lu Chaoga's right hand, and then slowly landed on the table again and recovered on the table. Is this a book? Lu Chaoga was stunned. Lu Chaoga stretched out his right hand again and wanted to pick it up again. But he couldn't. As if its mission had been accomplished. And its fate with Lu Chaoga has come to an end. Fate, indescribable. Chapter 253. 248, The Fourth Great Perfection. Lu Chaoga sat on the futon in front of the desk, and finally tried again to pick up Spring and Autumn. His fingers passed through the book again, as if it were just an illusory projection. That being the case, he is no longer attached to it. Anyway, 50 million experience points have been received. This time is really a bumper harvest. Lu Chaoga said in his heart. In addition to the remaining experience points, the experience points have already reached 60 million. From this point of view, if it is normal to come here to visualize spring and autumn, the system will judge that it will give me 5 million experience points. Lu Chaoga said in his heart. In fact, 5 million points is already a lot. For a level 47 player, 5 million experience points is already a huge sum of money. For Lu Chaoga, it would be cool to be able to prostitute 5 million experience points for free. But who would have thought that Lu Chaoga had turned this wordless book from beginning to end? Of course, to him, those 2 lines were undoubtedly more shocking than 50 million experience points. I'll find out later, Lu Chaoga said to the book. Spring and autumn was quietly placed on the desk, motionless, and obviously had no intention of paying attention to him. Lu Chaoga got up and started walking outside the house. When he was about to step out of the room, he finally looked back at spring and autumn on the table. Can't you really give me some hints? Lu Chaoga said. Spring and autumn trembled slightly, and then levitated in a twisted manner, as if extraordinarily reluctant. Immediately afterwards, the page opened again. It was just 2 lines of text before, but this time it was a picture. Emotions, you can still have pictures and texts. It turns out that Spring and Autumn can still be a comic book. After Lu Chaoga complained in his heart, he looked at the pattern on the page. It was a blue lotus flower. Come out. Come out. After Lu Chaoga walked out of the low hut, someone exclaimed, and then he was surrounded by circles. Is this so enthusiastic? Lu Chaoga was a little confused. Although we are indeed the son-in-law of Chuanqiu Mountain, this enthusiasm is too much. Why does it feel like there is fire in each and every one of his eyes? All eyes were on Lu Chaoga's face, and then on his hands. He was about to open his mouth to ask when he heard the saint say, "Don't watch it, Spring and Autumn is in the room, not on him." After hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and many people rushed to the road. Song smiled awkwardly. Spring and Autumn Mountain's treasure, Spring and Autumn, is still in the house. If it really recognizes that the head of the Momin is the master, then is it something of our Chuanqiu Mountain or something of the Momin? After all, retrospectively, this thing became the treasure of Spring and Autumn Mountain after recognizing the founder of the Kai school. This book was not written by the founder of the sect at all. And what the saint said just now could not help but let Lu Chaoga raise his eyebrows slightly. He couldn't help but be a little wary. She seems to know something? Lu Chaoga said in his heart. The saint looked at Lu Chaoga and asked questions that everyone was concerned about. Master Lu, did you touch Spring and Autumn just now? The saint master's expression had a rare seriousness. Lu Chaoga did not deny it, but nodded in public. Because from the current atmosphere and everyone's attitude, this must be known to them, so there is nothing to hide. The parties directly admitted the matter, which made all the senior officials of Spring and Autumn Mountain, including Hingyin, with the exception of Jiang Xinyan, their expressions became a little more dignified in an instant. But there was a trace of relief in the eyes of the saint. And then? Hingyin asked in a deep voice. There's no more, I only touch it once, and then I can't touch it again. Lu Chaoga looked at Hingyin and said generously, if you don't believe it, you can go into the room and have a look, and you'll know after a try. The Holy Master waved his hand and said, the head of the road doesn't know anything. The reason why the gate rules stipulates that only one person is allowed to enter this place is because if 2 people go there at the same time, the space here will collapse. So, the road will collapse. Even if the sect master wants to show it, I can't accompany me to watch it. The saint master added. This matter, the high-level members of Spring and Autumn Mountain naturally know it in their hearts. However, Spring and Autumn is too special, it is too miraculous. Since the establishment of the Spring and Autumn Mountain School, Spring and Autumn has played a great role in maintaining its prosperity. Its magical level is actually far better than the Sword Monument of Jianzhong. Of course, the Sword Sect and the Sword Prison also rely on more than just the Sword Monument. In addition to this wordless book, Spring and Autumn Mountain also has its own trial ground, which is similar to that of Sword Sect. The existence of Spring and Autumn is equivalent to giving people in the inner door 3 more opportunities for epiphany in their lives. It is quite possible that this can break the upper limit of a person himself. If it is said that the sect does not have this divine book, it will definitely hurt its vitality. This is the treasure. Therefore, when it comes to Spring and Autumn, everyone has to be more cautious. Heng Yin was still frowning, but Zhao Ziqi stepped forward and made a suggestion. I think it's better for sect leader Liu to let go of the spirit and let me check to see if there is any connection between the spirit and the spirit. Zhao Ziqi still had a gentle smile on his face. Look good. JPG. Lu Chaoge looked at his face like a gentleman, listened to his words, raised his eyebrows, and looked directly into his eyes. This is a soul search, he said in his heart. The so-called letting go of the soul and letting people investigate is actually using some soul-searching secret techniques. Through these secret techniques, see if there is a connection between Liu Chaoge's spirit and Spring and Autumn. If there is, then it proves that this thing has indeed recognized Lu Chaoge as the master. This will not only expose a lot of a person's secrets, but also cause severe damage to the soul of the person being searched. This is even more serious and a level higher than being naked for others to see. Even if you are naked, you will still be injured. Therefore, after hearing Zhao Ziqi's words, Jiang Xinyan immediately said, Brother Zhao. Zhao. Ziqi looked back at Jiang Xinyan, coughed a few times, and said, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, it's about Spring and Autumn, I just mentioned it casually, it's just an immature suggestion, it's not a real suggestion to do it. Lu Chaoge looked at him with a faint smile on his face. He didn't speak, but turned to look at Saint Master and Heng Yin. The Holy Master waved his hand and said, no need, the head of the road didn't lie, he really just touched the Spring and Autumn. But why is this? An elder couldn't help but asked. Yes, why has he been the only one who has touched Spring and Autumn for thousands of years? People always have a lot of questions to ask why. The reason is that it has always been so, and it has always been so. But it's never been that way, right? Anyway, Lu Chaoge himself thinks that it is normal for him to touch, how can I be the same as you? The Saint Master glanced around at everyone and said, I already have the answer in my heart for this matter, and you don't need to discuss it any further. The Saint Master's tone was somewhat resolute. Heng Yin glanced at her, and finally nodded. Since these two have made a decision, this matter is equivalent to being qualitative. Zhao Ziqi, who had just taken a step forward, had quietly retreated into the crowd at some point, still with a smile that made people feel like a spring breeze. Lu Chaoge laughed in his heart, it's kind of interesting. Then it's all gone. Heng Yin waved his sleeves. At this time a weak voice sounded from the crowd. But this gamble just now. The elder who said this, the desire of the person being magnified is a good gamble. How can this kind of beauty in the world be abandoned halfway? At this time everyone reacted because of this. They were all paying attention to Spring and Autumn before, and they didn't take a closer look at Liu Chowga's body. But looking at it now, it seems that nothing has changed. The realm has not improved, and the breath has not changed in any way. As if he really just came into the house and touched it. After touching it, he came out. There was still a smile on his face. Gambling? Lu Chowga was stunned. Gamble? The Saint Master didn't know it at all. She had been in retreat in the back mountain before, and she came here because she sensed the changes in spring and autumn. What happened before, she didn't care at all. At this time, the gambler elder immediately came forward and talked. The sage listened, and there was an expression of crying and laughing on his face. Lu Chowga glanced at Jiang Xinyan beside him, and said softly, "You didn't bet, did you?" Because they all looked at me at that time. Jiang Xinyan said, "I just bet a random break through the three realms." She looked at Lu Chowga, you read www.sonicmtl.com and said, "Chowga, I'm not betting against you, or I'm embarrassed to spoil everyone's happiness." In her opinion, Lu Chowga can do anything about it. Okay, she didn't want to bet on Lu Chowga at all. It's just that her classmates are in high spirits, so she can only bet casually, and she has never put her mind on this gamble at all. Hearing this, Lu Chowga felt a little warm in his heart, smiled at her, and said, "No problem." After speaking, he said again, "You won." Huh? Jiang Xinyan was stunned for a moment, then raised his head. Lu Chowga looked down at the master's beautiful eyes and the beautiful cold face, and in an instant, the whole person's aura suddenly changed, breaking through the three realms. Level 50, the fourth realm, Great Perfection. P.S. Today's first update. Chapter 254. 249, also the Qing Emperor. One breath, even breaking three realms. Lu Chowga went directly from the fourth realm, seventh heaven, to the fourth realm, Great Perfection. It is only one step away from the realm of great practitioners. Although for many people, it may be impossible to take this step in this life. But the person in front of them is Lu Chowga, who has made countless feats, so no one would think like this. Come to think of it, he will soon become a real great cultivator, right? The scene in front of them once again shocked the high-level members of Chuanqiu Mountain. Is this what he gained from visualizing spring and autumn? They thought in their hearts. But in fact, 3 levels in a row were nothing to Lu Chowga, who had nearly 60 million experience points. His harvest is far more than that. And Jiang Xinyan just looked at him madly, with only those 3 words in his mind. You won. These 3 words are like something sinking into the lake of the heart. At first, there were only ripples and splashes, and there was a slight popping sound. At the back, wait until it dissolves in the lake of your heart, until you really understand what it means, and then you understand what it is. It's sugar. Jiang Xinyan didn't know how Lu Chowga did it. She only knew that he whispered beside her, "You won." How could I let Master lose? As I said before, for Jiang Xinyan, who is indifferent and cold by nature, Lu Chowga is the only green mountain. I see that all living beings are like grass and trees, but you are the green mountain. Lu Chowga understands this point, so you see how charming Qing Shan is. Aoyama sees you as it should be. The aura of the great perfection of the fourth realm spread out to the surroundings, directly announcing the result of this gamble. Only Jiang Xinyan was the only one who held the 3 realms, and she still held it casually, just to not disappoint. But Lu Chowga still made her a winner. Heng Yin raised his head and glanced at Lu Chowga. His eyes were complicated. But he didn't speak. The saint had a faint smile on her face, and she didn't know what she was thinking. The rest of the senior members of Chuanqiu Mountain, after being stunned and shocked, laughed and handed Jiang Xinyan storage rings with spirit stones one after another. For this money, I'm happy to lose. Then it's all gone. When the farce ended, Heng Yin said again. Everyone bowed their hands towards Lu Chaoga, then turned into streamers, and went home. After Heng Yin gave him one last look, he also disappeared. Only Lu Chaoga, Jiang Xinyan, and the saint were left here. Lu Chaoga looked at the holy teacher and said, "Does the holy teacher have anything else to ask me?" The holy teacher glanced at the low hut and shook his head. She looked at Lu Chaoga with a smile on her face, and asked back, "Is there a topic Lu Chaoga wants to ask me?" "There is something." Lu Chaoga nodded. "I would like to ask the Holy Master, can you tell me where the spring and autumn was obtained by the senior who founded the sect in Spring and Autumn Mountain, or who actually wrote this book?" Lu Chaoga asked this question. "In fact, I didn't think the Holy Master would answer." Jiang Xinyan probably didn't know about such secrets. But if he didn't ask again, he would feel a little pity. Unexpectedly, the sage gave the answer. "In one of the ruins of Tiandao," the Saint Master said. "Sure enough," Lu Chaoga said in his heart. "In ancient times, the only supergrade sect above the first grade." The Holy Master glanced at Lu Chaoga and said, "Since it is from Tiandao, then, who did spring and autumn come from? I don't need to say more. Reminds me of that blue lotus flower. Blue Emperor." At this time, when I recalled those two lines, Lu Chaoga's rock-solid Dao heart had a momentary tingling in his scalp. After Lu Chaoga and Jiang Xinyan also left here, the saint entered the low hut alone. According to the rules, even sect master Heng Yin can only enter this place 3 times. But after entering the heaven and human unity realm, the saint master can freely enter and leave this place. The reason is very simple, that is, she is the unity of heaven and man. Heaven and man in one realm is the greatest gift of spring and autumn to this sect, and it originally came from this divine book. In other words, this mysterious realm was actually born out of the superclass sect, Tiandao, in the ancient times. Every time I think of this, the Holy Master can't help but sigh. How powerful was the Tiandao back then? In her opinion, even if the 4 sects of today are added together, they are not comparable to Tianyi. And even such a powerful sect was destroyed in the ancient catastrophe that year. The endless sea, the eye of chaos. The saint muttered softly, his face becoming a little dignified. "I hope you can cultivate to the 7th realm as soon as possible." The holy teacher walked towards spring and autumn and said these words. Walking to the desk, she gathered up her robes and sat down on the futon. Lu Chaoga shook hands with her, and the first impression was that the woman's flesh was very soft, especially soft and sensual. In his previous life, he was well informed and read countless women. As a super-rich second generation, he has endless descendants. Unfortunately, he died in someone else's throat or in the toilet. Safety first. But no woman gave him the same touch as a saint. And after she sat down, the flesh of her buttocks and legs showed a rather sensual side. She raised her head, and that splendid face was facing the wordless book on the desk, and then the whole person entered, in the unity of heaven and man. At this time, there were actually hot spots of light on the wordless book in front of her. This is the spirit of spring and autumn. Since it has spirituality, then the Saint Master, after the heaven and human unity, can perceive its spirit. You chose him? The saint asked. The spot of light swayed from side to side, as if shaking his head. Why is that? The sage asked again. It's a pity that she can't really communicate with Shuling, and she can only communicate in such a simple way. And Shuling didn't seem to have any intention of telling him, it didn't move. To show silence. But for the saint, silence is actually an answer. Since even I don't know about this matter, it means that the severity of this matter may be far beyond what I imagined at the beginning. This is also a message. She looked at Shu Ling and said with a smile, I chose him anyway. On the other hand, Lu Chaoga has returned to the courtyard with Jiang Xinyan. As soon as he arrived at the small courtyard, Jiang Xinyan said to Lu Chaoga, Chaoga, you don't seem to be looking very well? Lu Chaoga waved his hand and said, it's okay, maybe it's from comprehension of spring and autumn in addition to breaking through the three realms, little tired. Then do you want to rest for a while? Jiang Xinyan asked. Lu Chaoga smiled and pulled her directly onto the bed. Then he took advantage of the situation and rested his head on her round thighs. I'm going to rest here. He rubbed his head here. Jiang Xinyan glanced at him helplessly, and let him be such a rogue. Lu Chaoga closed his eyes, thinking about Qingdi all the time in his mind. If these two lines are really from the hands of Emperor Qing, Lu Chaoga felt that everything was too outrageous. According to legend, Emperor Qing was proficient in divination. Could it be that? Lu Chaoga couldn't get the answer for a while. At the same time, Yu reading www.sonicmtl.com. If these two lines of words are serious, then it stands to reason that the key should already be in his hands. Otherwise, why ask yourself to keep the key safe? But what exactly is a key? Is that the mysterious wooden sign? Lu Chaoga felt wrong again, because this thing was not unique. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that one head and two were bigger. Hey, Huizong told me about this. Lu Chaoga thought of the worship of his demon clan. This matter, I am afraid that I want to break my head and explode my brain. But I can't understand it. It's time to return to the sect. Not knowing what was in the sect waiting for his Lu Chaoga, he muttered to himself in his heart. P.S. Second update. Chapter 255. 250, kill me? During this trip to the spring and autumn mountains, after seeing the two lines in spring and autumn, Lu Chaoga finally made the decision to return to the sect. The next day, he went to visit the Saint Master and others one by one, and bid farewell to the high-level officials of Spring and Autumn Mountain. Jiang Xinyan was the most reluctant to give up to Lu Chaoga. After thinking about it, she planned to give up first to visualize and comprehend spring and autumn, and then pressed the matter at hand back, and first went back to Momen with Lu Chaoga. Bar. Only Lu Chaoga refused this. What he has to do next, if Jiang Xinyan is by his side, it will be inconvenient. For example, the 50-level promotion task. You are busy with your own business first, it will be a long time in Japan. And we don't have time. Well. Jiang Xinyan heard the words, but she had no objection, she was just a little reluctant to be separated from the Taoist companion. This made Pei Chantian stop talking. If Jiang Xinyan returned to the sect with Lu Chaoga, she would also say that she was idle in Chuanchou Mountain, so she would continue to go down the mountain to experience and walk with the two uncles. But since Uncle Jiang, who was a Taoist companion, didn't go down the mountain, she didn't have the courage to speak for a while. Or rather, being ashamed to speak. Instead, the saint looked at Lu Chaoga with a smile on his face, and just said, Master Lu, please remember the agreement between you and me. Lu Chaoga nodded solemnly. Although the seventh realm is still far away from him at present, it cannot be said to be out of reach. Agreement? Jiang Xinyan looked at Lu Chaoga and then at the saint teacher, feeling a little puzzled. The Holy Master looked at Jiang Xinyan and said, Junior Sister Jiang, I will tell you about this in due course. After a while, I will discuss it with you. When Lu Chaoge heard the words, he became even more curious, but since the Saint Master refused to say it now, there was no need to ask more. Anyway, when you reach the 7th realm, you will naturally be able to get the answer. The most urgent task now is to understand the 2 lines in Spring and Autumn. Understand the mysterious Qing Emperor. And complete the level 50 promotion task. When you become a great cultivator, you will be able to have your own sword domain, and your strength will also have a substantial leap, becoming a true Tianqian master. Becoming a great sword cultivator, whether it is identity, status, deterrence, etc., is completely different. What's more, it is still a special sword repairer like him. My Momin, it has been a long time since there has been a great sword cultivator, he said in his heart. At the same time, in addition to the expectation of strength, he also looked forward to several things. 1. After reaching the realm of great practitioners, he may be able to successfully cultivate with Jiang Xinyan. Double cultivation is a very particular thing. If you can't even break the defense, it is called hitting the wall. Of course, the so-called all the way to the end, the result is also hitting the wall, but the feeling is different after all. This is the battle of men's dignity, and he still attaches great importance to it. Therefore, before he became a great sword cultivator, he clearly realized that he could not break the defense 100%, so he did not try it, so as to avoid embarrassment. Secondly, don't forget that Lu Chaoge had previously obtained system rewards and the coordinates of a Zaiwiwi altar. The warm reminder given by the system is that it is recommended that players go to this coordinates in a group when they are above level 50. This prompt was filtered by Lu Chaoge's brain and automatically transformed into, after level 50, I can go alone. One person in a group, trivial. For Zaiwiwi, Lu Chaoge's killing intent could not be suppressed. What's more, the demon cultivators and exotic beasts of the Purple Moon Society can provide a lot of experience points. Destroying the altar may also be beneficial to the main task. When he reaches the realm of a great cultivator, Momin will be able to go one step further from being promoted to the 6th rank. In addition to these few things, there is also catch up in the footsteps of my sister. Xiao Lizi is already a great practitioner in the world, and Yu has always been pressed by his younger sister, and the younger sister is the elder brother in the upper position. The combination of the above makes Lu Chaoge have great expectations for the realm of great practitioners. At that time, you will be able to cut out the sword that was sealed for 10 years and killed the enemy when you unsheathed it. This also made him a little excited. Go home, go home. Then everyone, we will have an appointment in the future. Lu Chaoge boarded a light boat and bowed to the crowd in Spring and Autumn Mountain. After getting the gift in return, he blinked at Jiang Xinyan, and then flew out of the mountain. After flying a distance, he opened his mission interface. This promotion mission is a bit interesting, Lu Chaoge muttered to himself. The promotion mission this time has a name, called Intercept. Someone is going to kill me. Lu Chaoge looked at the content of the task, and then, a look of anticipation and excitement appeared on his face. It's exciting. At the border between Qingzhou and Beizhou, Ziyue will be the demon Xiu Chonghui, who has been waiting for a long time here. Since he learned that Lu Chaoge was going to Beizhou, he came here to set up an ambush. At the beginning, he traded a soul jade with Tianji Sanren, thinking of causing turmoil in Qingzhou, which was also an order given by the organization. How could I have imagined that I just let my younger brother Chongyan follow Tianji Sanren, but it would be fine if Chen Qi, an abandoned disciple of Jianzong was killed by Lu Chaoge, and his younger brother Chonghui was also beheaded by Lu Chaoge. The scene before Chongyan's death was passed into his mind according to the secret method. He still remembers that dark robe and that dark long sword. It's just that the picture is a little blurry, so he didn't see Lu Chaoge's appearance clearly. The first time I saw Chaoge, I was mistaken for life. Chonghui murmured these words that were widely circulated in Qingzhou, and then a sneer appeared on his face. He raised his right hand, looked at the razor-sharp nails on his 5 fingers, and said, "No matter how good-looking a face is, it's the same when it's bloody." He didn't intend to let Lu Chaoge go that easily. Die. He wants to torture him well, he must torture him well. This son has also ruined the good things of the organization, and also destroyed the stronghold of the organization. If he can take his head, maybe he will be rewarded when he returns. Chonghui stuck out his tongue and licked the corner of his mouth. When he thought of this, he was still a little excited. Chonghui put his finger to his mouth and whistled. Soon, a huge ant burst out of the soil. The clods swelled, and this giant ant that looked like it was made of silver broke out of the ground. It is many times larger than an ordinary ant, with a body length of more than 3 meters, and it exudes an icy aura. Chonghui looked at it and said, "It's been hard work for you these past few days." As he said that, he took out a severed hand from the storage ring. He didn't know who cut it off, and then threw it to the silver ant. The silver ant devoured the severed hand directly, and then made a metallic, muffled sound. Chonghui looked around, there were ants all over the place. Today, these ants are equivalent to a line at the junction of Qingzhou and Beizhou. If the road to the Song passes by, the silver ants will immediately receive the warning line of perception. These ants are all controlled by it, and it is for this reason that Chonghui chooses to wait here. When I kill you, I will go to your Momin to settle the account. Chonghui exuded bursts of killing intent. I heard that you also have a beautiful sister. At this point, a lascivious smile appeared on his face. He is more sympathetic than ordinary demon cultivators. In the eyes of many demon cultivators, women are nothing but more delicious food. In his eyes, it can still be used for fun. For Momin, Chonghui didn't take it too seriously. But it is only the next 100 gates of Qingzhou. With the strength of his 5th realm, this sect's vitality can be greatly damaged by his own strength. Let you live a few more days. In the matter of murder, Chonghui felt that he was a patient hunter. On the other side, Spring and Autumn Mountain. After Lu Chaoge left Chuanqiu Mountain, which was lively for several days, returned to its former atmosphere. But after dinner, the main object of everyone's chat is still Lu Chaoge. This young sword cultivator from Qingzhou brought too much shock to everyone. In just a few days, all the senior members of Chuanqiu Mountain were shocked by him, screaming and screaming. Not to mention those young disciples and sand sculpture players. This eccentric sect, which is mostly female, does not know how many people have secretly made a promise to Lu Chaoge, seeing him as the lover of their dreams. Many people have changed from a young Jianxiu is also worthy of Deacon Jiang Xinyan to I really want to be Deacon Jiang Xinyan. Of course, if you can live together, that's okay too. It is negotiable if you are bigger and I am smaller. Only one person, not long after Lu Chaoge went down the mountain, quietly went down the mountain. Zhao Ziqi. With his 6th level 7th level cultivation, he could catch up with Lu Chaoge before he set off first. Zhao Ziqi had already made a decision in his heart and wanted to find an opportunity to get rid of Lu Chaoge. Kill him before he grows up. Zhao Ziqi said in his heart. Junior sister Jiang didn't return to the sect with him this time, it's simply an opportunity not to be missed. Although Zhao Ziqi was in the 6th realm and 7th heaven, he said earlier that the combat power of body-refining practitioners is extremely terrifying. Under normal circumstances, he is probably not Jiang Xinyan's opponent. But if Jiang Xinyan wasn't there, it would not be easy to kill a Lu Chaoga who was in the 4th realm great perfection. One move, just one move. Zhao Ziqi had great confidence in himself. A few days ago, no matter how he lost on the spring and autumn stage, he had to win it back. This time not only to win, but also to directly slash this unsightly boy under the sword. In the huge profound sky realm, everyone is like a tiny speck of dust. If a person dies and his bones are smashed to ashes, as long as there are not too many traces left, no one will know who did it. The generation of Tianjiao has disappeared. It is estimated that many people will feel pity for you? Zhao Ziqi thought in his heart. After Yu Jian went down the mountain, he raised his right hand and rubbed his temple, then lightly stroked his forehead. The previous battle with Lu Chaoga at Chuanqiu Terrace caused his soul to be damaged, and until now there is still a tingling feeling on the spiritual level from time to time. This injury, every few years, never fully recovers. This also means that in the past few years, his divine consciousness cultivation base is likely to have nowhere to go. Thinking of this, Zhao Ziqi's face, that made people feel like a spring breeze, subsided, and his eyes turned cold. It's like a poisonous snake hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity. Time just passed by like this, a day just passed by like this. Lu Chaoga flew neither fast nor slow, so he approached the border between Beizhou and Qingzhou leisurely. The content of the promotion mission is to independently kill Cheng Hui, who killed me here. Lu Chaoga glanced at Lu Yun beside him, only to think that the system was really powerful. An orange-level mission is indeed an orange-level mission. Although Cheng Hui's level is level 52, which is only 2 levels higher than Lu Chaoga, there is actually a huge gap between the 5th and 4th levels of great perfection. And don't forget how special the demon cultivators are, they don't fight independently, they also have alien beasts. It's just, who is Cheng Hui, and why did you want to kill me? Lu Chaoga couldn't remember for a while. Fortunately, after recalling it carefully, he remembered that before he killed Chen Qi, an abandoned disciple of Sword Sect, he also successfully completed his level 40 promotion task and killed a demon cultivator Cheng Yan hidden in the dark. Cheng Hui, Cheng Yan, what's the relationship? Brothers and sisters? Father and son? Lu Chaoga guessed in his heart. The 40th level promotion mission kills Cheng Yan, and the 50th level promotion mission kills Cheng Hui. My dear system, do you want me to kill according to other people's family tree? Lu Chaoga couldn't help but complained in his heart. It's so embarrassing. He opened his map, and Cheng Hui, who was waiting for the rabbit, had already become a red dot on the map. Who is the prey and who is the hunter? Oh, who can tell? Not too late, appeared directly in Lu Chaoga's hands. He stood on a light boat with his eyes closed and stretched. When he finished stretching and opened his eyes, those eyes had already turned dark golden. It's time to kill, he said lightly. Not too late, he unsheathed it in his hands in an instant, and then, he shouted violently. Evil demon cultivator, come out and die. The voice rolled like thunder, directly confusing Cheng Hui, who was hiding in the dark. He has been standing here for 10 days, and every day is perceived by the silver ants, waiting for Lu Chaoga to come here to die. But who would have thought that the disguise was actually seen through today? Did a cultivator with a high level of cultivation pass by? Yes, Yu reading www.sonicmtl.com thinks he is a hunter scumbag, and his first reaction is indeed this. Who? Chong Hui Han Mao stood upright, and the whole person immediately felt endless vigilance. Who is it? Damn it. Someone sabotaged my revenge plan. But the next scene completely plunged Chong Hui into an endless shock and a sense of helplessness. Because a long sword had whizzed through the air, flew in front of him, and stabbed at him. It was a long sword that he thought about day and night and often recalled in his heart, a long sword with a dark body. In his ear, a man's sigh came. Is it bad to live? Chapter 256. 251, Sword Intent Layer 5, 2-in-1. At the junction of Qingzhou and Beizhou, Chong Hui's pupils were dilated, his face was pale, and his cold hair stood upright. The sword in front of him was so familiar, and the sigh in his ear and the sentence "Is it bad to live" were so arrogant. Lu Chaoga. These three words appeared in his mind instantly. Immediately afterwards, his body reacted instinctively, and immediately activated the power in his body to block the flying sword. Immediately afterwards, he flew out backwards. Due to the hasty move, he was caught off guard for a while, and he was slightly injured by the sword. Chong Hui couldn't understand why he had been waiting here for so long, and he was clearly the patient hunter. And the lamb he was staring at actually showed his fangs at him at this moment. How did he find me? Why did he suddenly attack me with a sword? How dare he take the initiative to attack me? There are countless question marks in Chong Hui's heart, but under this sword, he has taken the initiative again. The rhythm was originally under his control, but now it was Lu Chaoga who brought the rhythm. True rhythm master. Chong Hui naturally never dreamed that he would become the little red dot on the opponent's system, map, and become the key person in the opponent's promotion mission. Of course, he must not understand what is a system, what is a map, and what is a promotion mission. In short, when he was shaking in his heart at the moment, he also felt the power of Lu Chaoga for the first time. This is the fourth realm great perfection. Chong Hui could see at a glance the realm that Lu Chaoga had not hidden. This directly subverted his cognition. According to the information he had obtained, the current Lu Chaoga should have just entered the fourth realm not long ago. Why did it suddenly become great? According to legend, breaking the realm is like eating and drinking water for him. It should be a real thing. This point, Chong Hui has never had any doubts. It's just, I didn't expect him to eat so many meals and drink water so many times a day. Simply outrageous. Fortunately, the fourth realm great perfection is only the fourth realm great perfection. Chong Hui said in his heart. The difference is that it could have been directly obliterated without any effort, but now it takes some effort. Lu Chaoga looked at Chong Hui and really saw some similarities with Chong Yan on his face. But he still didn't know if it was father and son or brother. But that doesn't matter anymore. As for Chong Hui looking at Lu Chaoga's appearance, he had a stronger urge to make this face bloody. Since you hate a person in your heart, the more prominent that person is, the more you will hate it. And Lu Chaoga's appearance can no longer be described by two prominent words. It is the top. Lu Chaoga's second sword followed. The ink-colored airflow began to sweep between the heavens and the earth. Looking for death. Chong Hui shouted, facing Jianguang directly. At the same time, the silver ants also broke out, followed by another alien beast. This strange beast has 6 feet and 2 heads, a bit like a lion, but no tail. It is surrounded by flames, and on its 6 feet, it is like walking on fire. It's just, no matter how you look at it, I think this thing looks weird and ugly, just like Chonghui's face that no one wants to sell at a discount. After Lu Chaoga slashed at Chonghui with a sword, the whole person disappeared in place. Immediately afterwards, detection was thrown towards them. Level 51, level 53. He quickly got level feedback. The dog system is awesome. The difficulty system for this level 50 orange promotion mission can be said to be against the sky. This is equivalent to asking me to face 3 domain levels at the same time. Just 3 domains would be extremely difficult. This task is simply not for players to do. Not intended to offend the player, not worthy is not worthy. But it's right to think about it, level 50 is a natural moat, how can it be so good? Moreover, the most difficult orange level was chosen, which was going against the sky. But I can. Lu Chaoga said in his heart. The dark golden eyes stared at the demon cultivator and the alien beast in front of him, and he even sneered in the mood. The next moment, the sword light in his hand became more violent. Around the silver ants, silver-like shields began to appear out of thin air, blocking Lu Chaoga's sword energy. When the alien beast reaches level 50 or above, it will also have the ability similar to the domain, but it is different from the domain, and it is more inclined to have one more magical power. At this time, the silver shield that appeared out of thin air was one of them. It is indestructible, and the ordinary great sword cultivator in the early stage of the 5th realm cannot shake it at all. Chonghui stood behind the silver ant and began to seal. He didn't think Lu Chaoga was qualified to break through this barrier. However, when the sword chi swept in, after the sword light dissipated, the silver shield seemed to be flat, but after a breath, cracks appeared. This is just the beginning. Forgot to tell you, I actually have 2 swords. Lu Chaoga said. You can stop my visible sword, but can you, your shield, stop my invisible sword? The dark golden color instantly became more intense between Lu Chaoga's eyes. The sword cuts the body, the heart cuts the soul. In an instant, a mental shock occurred, and Chonghui watched the alien beast in front of him tremble unconsciously, as if experiencing great pain. This is the magical power of the soul. Chonghui's seal was over, and he slapped the ground suddenly. One after another, fine purple rays of light are generated like cobwebs, and this is his domain. The 2 lions beside him stood in the cobwebs, and the flames began to spread around, making the cobwebs stained with fiery flames. The 2 achieve a perfect combination. Among the demon cultivators of the same realm, worshipping Grey is more comprehensive. The silver ant is in charge of defense, he is in charge of control from behind, and the 2 lions are in charge of attack. This also made Lu Chaoga understand that it was no wonder that the dog system chose him as the target of the orange promotion mission, and he did have this qualification. Well, anyway, it shouldn't be to kill his whole family in order to follow the genealogy. The unusual situation of the silver ants made Chonghui realize that a quick solution was necessary. At the same time, the disturbance here was bigger than expected. He originally thought that when he noticed Lu Chaoga's movement, he could quickly subdue Lu Chaoga, then took him away from here, locked him in the altar, and tortured him to death. Unexpectedly, his strength has reached such a level that it is impossible to take him away without knowing it, and even beheading him will take a lot of strength. Demon cultivators are used to quick battles, otherwise, more and more cultivators will come here. It's time for trouble. As everyone knows, Lu Chaoga also thinks so. According to the requirements of the promotion task, it must be completed completely independently. He is now too famous and has boundless potential. He is the most shining star in Qingzhou. He was very worried that someone would meddle in his own business, be too enthusiastic about him, and then brazenly attacked him in order to make friends with him. Of course, it does not rule out the possibility that others will sincerely help. After all, in general, the Qingzhou sword cultivators are still consistent in dealing with the enemy. It's just that this situation will do bad things with good intentions, so even if Lu Chaoge kills Chong Hui, the promotion task will be frozen for a period of time and then reset. And it will affect the subsequent reward judgment. The promotion task is completed once, and the reward will be the most generous. If it is only a few times, it will gradually decline. So, for him, if someone really came here, it would be enough to call 666 for me on the side and watch my show. I just want applause. At this moment, the spider silk with a hot flame began to cut off Lu Chaoge's retreat and surrounded him heavily. A two-headed lion with a deformed appearance, a tiger. The lion looked at him intently. I'll let you know how to write dead words, and I'll ask you to pay the price, Chong Hui said. The existence of the domain put a lot of pressure on Lu Chaoge. The suppression on the level, coupled with one enemy 3, is almost insoluble. But only close. Lu Chaoge opened his character panel, and then warned himself in his heart that he must fight quickly. Is there going to be another big commotion when you think about it? Lu Chaoge slashed the spider silk with a sword, and after slashing the two-headed lion with a sword, he looked up at the sky. Sword intent, upgrade. Heart sword, upgrade. In an instant, 32 million experience points were squandered, and it was completely arrogant. But this was originally what Lu Chaoge had to do before he was promoted to level 51. Taking the sword intent and heart sword of the 4th floor to break through. As a great sword cultivator is absolutely different from the sword intent and heart sword of the 5th floor. This will even affect the level and strength of sword domain after he awakens sword domain. Before him in this world there was no sword cultivator who awakened sword domain on the 5th floor. Therefore, the sword domain must be particularly terrifying at that time. With 32 million experience points, Lu Chaoge was still a little distressed. And this distress will eventually be vented on Chong Hui. In an instant, at the border between Qingzhou and Beizhou, the situation changed. The vision of heaven and earth came into being, and it immediately attracted the attention of everyone around. A translucent giant sword gathered together, running through the world. At the same time, within a radius of dozens of miles, all the sword cultivators under the 5th realm were instantly stunned. Because when the sword that penetrated the heavens and the earth was produced, their natal sword began to tremble in the scabbard, and bursts of sword sounds were emitted. What's going on? Is it a hallucination? Or a mirage? Why does my natal sword show such signs? In fact, Lu Chaoge doesn't understand why he upgrades his sword intent and heart sword, which will happen more and more. Terrible vision of heaven and earth. Is the special effect so good, he said in his heart. As for why he was the only one exaggerating, he never had any self-doubt. After all, the son of heaven's chosen, after all, deserves to be me. And this sword that runs through the heavens and the earth makes some Qingzhou swordsmen and players feel familiar. Lu Chaoge. It's a bit like when Lu Chaoge broke through last time. Yes. It's just more terrifying and spectacular this time. Where is he? Where is he? Gray was stunned. Even in the Ziyue Club, he has never seen such a magnificent sight when he has seen those powerful high-level officials break through. Reason told him that if he couldn't kill Lu Chaoge within the counting time, he should run. Otherwise, when more and more people gather here, he will surely die. At this time, Lu Chaoga's aura was constantly rising. You want to tell me that the word death is written like this, you say I'm courting death? Lu Chaoga held the not too late, and his dark golden eyes glanced at Chonghui indifferently. Immediately afterwards, he smiled crookedly after a long absence, especially arrogant. The voice was as loud as thunder, shocking the quartet. The fifth realm, it's not like this seed has never been killed. The next moment, the world seemed to become darker in an instant. It seems that thick ink is poured out, and it is directly rendered on the picture scroll of heaven and earth. Charming eyes. The invisible sword of the heart is also raging towards the surrounding at this time. Chonghui's heartbeat slowed by half a beat at this time. He felt the threat of death personally. Is this really the fourth realm great perfection? There are still dozens of miles away from the junction of Qingzhou and Beizhou. Zhao Ziqi, who was flying with the sword, frowned, suspended in the air, and then glanced at this magnificent vision of heaven and earth. He Feng Master made a breakthrough here, how could he trigger such a vision? Zhao Ziqi was shocked and somewhat envious. Reading benefits, send you a cash red envelope. Follow VX Public Book Friends Base Camp to get it. In his opinion, could it be that there is a sword cultivator at the peak of the seventh realm who has broken through to the eighth realm? However, as his consciousness continued to stretch forward, he felt a familiar aura. This is Lu Chaoga. Zhao Ziqi was stunned for a moment. Immediately afterwards, he sensed the extremely terrifying fifth-layer sword intent. The fifth layer of sword intent that has surpassed his first layer. This vision of heaven and earth was actually caused by him and his sword intent has entered the fifth floor. Zhao Ziqi trembled slightly, and his eyes became more and more sinister. If he is allowed to grow like this again. Zhao Ziqi stepped on the flying sword and began to increase his speed and fly forward. He had already sensed that there was a demon cultivator over there, and Lu Chaoga was fighting against this demon cultivator who appeared out of nowhere and seemed to be fighting with himself. It felt like the killer met a business robbing peer on the way. Your killed order has been grabbed by someone. At this time, Zhao Ziqi suddenly thought of Soul Jade. No, it's better to kill this demon cultivator together later, there should be Soul Jade in Lu Chaoga's storage ring. Zhao Ziqi made a decision in his heart. With his terrifying cultivation in the sixth realm of the seventh layer, it was only one sword cut to two sword cuts. But after he flew to the battlefield, he stood on the flying sword and looked down, but saw a scene beyond his imagination. The corpse, the first thing he saw was the corpse. The corpse of the alien beast, and the corpse of the demon cultivator. The man in the black robe, Yu reading www.sonicmtl.com is now covered in blood, and the blood is dripping on the ground along his robe and his pitch black long sword. Perhaps some are the blood of demon cultivators and alien beasts. Perhaps also with his own blood. He has obviously lost his strength, his body is seriously damaged, and his spiritual power has been squandered. Lu Chaoga's hair was slightly messy, and it felt like it was disheveled. A gust of wind blew, and a few buns covered his blood-splattered face. And those dark golden eyes shone brightly behind the black hair, staring closely at Zhao Ziqi, who came from Yujian. These eyes are so indifferent and so calm. In this way, he faced the sixth realm with the fourth realm, and dared to speak to Zhao Ziqi. Come down and ask for death. Chapter 257. 252, I have entered the realm of the great practitioner, 2-in-1. Zhao Ziqi stepped on the flying sword and looked down at the black-robed man below. He looked at Lu Chaoga's eyes, looked at his expression, and was full of confusion in his heart. He seems to know that I'm coming. He seems to be waiting for me. Why is that? Zhao Ziqi felt that he was disguised very well. Only after Lu Chaoge touched spring and autumn, he proposed to use soul search. When it comes to secret arts, it's a little too aggressive. However, it stands to reason that Lu Chaoge should not have let Lu Chaoge realize that he was going to kill him. Because there is no reason to kill. He didn't think his identity of the second or fifth son would be exposed. Because if it were exposed, then it would not be Lu Chaoge who was waiting for him, but the law enforcement hall in Spring and Autumn Mountain, and even the Sect master himself. So, why is this young sword cultivator like this? At the same time, in his current state of being at the end of the line, why would he dare to do this? He could see that Lu Chaoge had only divine sense and spare power, so he could still support the use of his terrifying divine power in the aspect of divine soul. His eyes still have dark golden flowing, rich and mysterious. However, his Taoist body was severely damaged, and there were several serious injuries on his body. The spiritual power has also been completely exhausted, and I am afraid it will take a lot of effort to cut out a sword. Zhao Ziqi glanced at the corpse on the ground, and could not feel contempt in his heart. This is a demon cultivator and an exotic beast in the fifth realm. He can actually solve them at such a fast speed with one enemy and 3 at the cost of serious injury in the case of the great consummation of the fourth realm. Zhao Ziqi felt that except for Lu Chaoge, no one in the world should be able to do this. With no domain against 3 domain levels? If I heard such rumors before, I would not believe it. And when Lu Chaoge said the words, "Come down and ask for death," Zhao Ziqi's face began to reappear with a smile like a spring breeze. Master Lu is talking nonsense. Zhao happened to pass by and wanted to help. I didn't expect that Master Lu had a high level of cultivation and had already solved the demon repair by himself. Zhao Ziqi smiled gently and authentically. Isn't it uncomfortable to be forced to laugh when you are clearly angry in your heart? Lu Chaoge looked at him with a sword, and his eyes revealed contempt. He had asked Jiang Xinyan before. Zhao Ziqi didn't look at the appearance of such a gentle gentleman on weekdays, but in fact, after he practiced the exercises of Chuanqiu Mountain, the sequelae caused by him was anger. This man is always smiling and doing some cruel things. Zhao Ziqi listened to Lu Chaoge's words, the smile on his face stagnated slightly, and then he continued to laugh. I'm curious, how dare you say these words when you think I'm going to kill you, because you think you're going to die, so you speak quickly? Zhao Ziqi looked down at him, as if he had dominated Lu Chaoge life and death. You talk a lot. Lu Chaoge sneered. Some people are like this. They feel that killing someone with a sword is not very happy. Or not cool enough. He just likes to have a little bit of cheapness in his words, and then kills with a sword, so as to obtain the greatest satisfaction. Part of the reason why the villains talk a lot is this. When Zhao Ziqi heard the words, the anger in his heart was hard to restrain. Before he went up the mountain, he was a gentle and polite person, at least he thought he was a real gentleman. But who would have thought that after practicing the exercises, he would become irritable? Therefore, he will always have a smile like a spring breeze on his face. A very contradictory person. He stepped on the flying sword with his feet and pinched the Taoist art with his hands. The next moment, a barrier appeared around, blocking the place. You will die ugly. Zhao Ziqi said. Can I be ugly? Lu Chaoge raised his finger and pointed at his face. He really thought he heard a big joke. Charm 10, death is also handsome. Lu Chaoge, do you really think that if you beat me once on the spring and autumn stage, you can ignore me? Zhao Ziqi said with a smile. Yeah. After Lu Chaoga finished speaking, he asked back, why not? Zhao Ziqi looked at him condescendingly and didn't want to say any more. He still had the irritating smile on his face, and then stretched out his palm. Let you see, my real sword domain. Zhao Ziqi lowered his eyes and said. Last time, how he lost on the spring and autumn stage, how will he win it back? Today. Not only did he want to win, he also wanted Lu Chaoga to die, pierced through his heart by 100 swords and 1,000 swords. Lu Chaoga looked at him, his dark golden eyes getting hotter. It's now, he said in his heart. Immediately afterwards, Lu Chaoga took out something that had been prepared a long time ago from the storage ring. As early as he felt Zhao Ziqi's killing intent, he made a plan in his heart. Especially after Jiang Xinyan told him that Zhao Ziqi was irritable, his confidence increased by 20%. In addition, this Zhao Ziqi sword domain is related to the soul, and the soul is used as a reliance for two purposes, one heart, one heart, one heart. And one heart, then Lu Chaoga's grasp is 20% greater. He is 90% sure that Zhao Ziqi will die here today. As early as when Zhao Ziqi appeared, Lu Chaoga received 2 system prompts. First of all, the promotion task has been completed. Lu Chaoga can already receive special rewards for the orange level promotion task and can independently upgrade to level 51, and then awaken his own sword domain. This day, Lu Chaoga really looked forward to it for a long time. As for the second prompt, it inspired an urgent mission. Get out of Zhao Ziqi's pursuit. This undoubtedly means telling Lu Chaoga that Zhao Ziqi really had a great murderous intention. Escape his pursuit, you can get 3 million experience points reward. But when he saw this prompt message, Lu Chaoga's idea was very straightforward. This time, he didn't plan to run for his life or delay time, and then rely on the peach blossom imprint to wait for the rescue of his Taoist companion. Life-saving stunt, master save me, don't use it. Killing him is considered escaping, right? Lu Chaoga said in his heart. After all, a dead person can never pose a threat to me. It is impossible to escape, you can only fight back. Cut him down to the point where not even ashes are left, and then his soul will be annihilated. I see how he can still hunt him down. Anti-kill is the best escape. At this moment, what Lu Chaoga will face is the sword domain that Zhao Ziqi uses with the terrifying cultivation of the 6th realm and the 7th heaven, in the form of absolute crushing. It was a completely different sword domain from that day on the spring and autumn stage. At this moment, within a radius of dozens of miles, the sword cultivators in the realm of Qingzhou great cultivators began to unsheath their swords, and then gathered towards Zhao Ziqi's side. However, due to the barrier set up by Zhao Ziqi, they could not detect the specific situation. Ah! My sword! Some people kept making similar exclamations. The sword of life is the most precious thing for a sword cultivator. How can this be used by a sword? It is forcibly taking away the root of life. Its poor quality is evident. 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords. More and more flying swords gathered around Zhao Ziqi, who was condescending. In the end, the number was fixed at the limit he could use, 1,000 handles. The gathering of 1,000 flying swords is still very spectacular. It's just that behind Lu Chaoga, there is still a phantom of the giant sword that runs through the heavens and the earth. Therefore, from the perspective of momentum, not only is he unfamiliar, but he also has a feeling of being one enemy over 1,000. Zhao Ziqi lowered his eyes to look at Lu Chaoga, although he still had a smile on his face, his eyes were extremely sinister. Chuanqiu Mountain Elder Zhao Ziqi passed by here, and happened to find that Lu Chaoga, the head of Momen, was killed by a demon cultivator. He died. Without a whole corpse. Kill the fifth realm demon cultivator. Zhao Ziqi looked at Lu Chaoge and said, Master Lu, are you satisfied with this result? Lu Chaoge looked at him indifferently, then smiled crookedly and said 2 words. Zhao Ziqi had never heard of it, but he probably understood the meaning of the words. Stupid. Zhao Ziqi's face was ashen. He smiled and said, unfortunately, from the perspective of your breath, you are only a foot away from the fifth realm. If you become a great sword cultivator, I am afraid that the entire Tianqian will be the same. The most amazing and brilliant swordsman in the world. Unfortunately, you don't have the chance to enter the fifth realm. Lu Chaoge just repeated those 2 words, stupid. After saying these 2 words, something appeared in the palm of Lu Chaoge's left hand. This thing shattered instantly and turned into powder. That is an eye. The one-time item rewarded by the system for killing the Moon Eye Snow Wolf Queen, Moon Eye. At this moment, it is still daytime, but at the junction of Qingzhou and Beizhou, there is a bright moon. Lu Chaoge raised his left hand and picked the moon with his bare hands. The 6th stage supernatural power secret technique, Moon Shadow, is now in this world. This is the trump card that Lu Chaoge left for Zhao Ziqi, and it is also one of his relied upon without fear. Moon Eye Snow Wolf King, as a real boss level, the 6th stage, Moon Shadow, can have great effects on almost any 6th stage practitioner. If it is a weak 6th realm, it will even be directly obliterated by Moon Shadow. Don't forget, Zhao Ziqi's soul was injured in the Battle of Chengqiutai. The reason why Lu Chaoge kept angering Zhao Ziqi, and the reason why he was waiting for Zhao Ziqi to use his soul to use the sword domain, was waiting to use this, Moon Eye. In an instant, Zhao Ziqi felt that his entire consciousness was plunged into endless chaos. Originally, the Moon Eye Snow Wolf King should be his trump card and should be tamed by him. Now, it has become Lu Chaoge's killer move against him. The 1,000 flying swords suspended in the sky are also out of control at this moment. Although invisible thin lines were wrapped around the flying sword, everything seemed to be frozen. At this time, Zhao Ziqi seemed to be frozen. He entered a state of absolute confusion. He was already controlled by this moon shadow in the sky. Take off all defenses. Lu Chaoge, who was covered in blood, was severely damaged, and the spiritual energy in his body had dried up. I don't have a chance to become a great sword cultivator, he muttered, then took a step forward. In an instant, his whole person's aura changed drastically. He stepped over the gap between the 4th realm and the 5th realm. I've entered the realm of a great cultivator. Lu Chaoge said lightly, his dark golden eyes hot and bright. The next moment, the phantom of the giant sword behind him that penetrated the heavens and the earth suddenly shattered. Between the heavens and the earth there was only a black sword energy left. As if it had cast a black mysterious veil on the whole world. Lu Chaoge once again cut out the sword for 10 years, not too late, after the sword was unsheathed. A sword in the realm of great practitioners. At the moment when Moon Shadow dissipated, Zhao Ziqi, who was aloof, slipped his head directly from his neck. Yes, it is slipping. You're not a goddamn body cultivator. Lu Chaoge, who was covered in blood, looked indifferent. With the blessing of Moon Shadow, a practitioner in the 6th realm removed all his defenses, his soul would be severely damaged, and Lu Chaoge could not be killed. To be precise, his sword itself is refilling the sword. Add a sword to Moon Shadow. A deadly sword. On the other side, more and more cultivators and players gathered here, but most of them were not strong enough to break through the barrier set by Zhao Ziqi. What happened? Your swords were also taken away. Everyone whispered and looked nervous. The natal sword, that damn it is the natal sword. Unsheathed for no reason, and then flew somewhere. This is the first time they have encountered such a thing. If it is said that the sword of life is damaged, it is a huge loss for Jianqiu. We might as well work together to break the barrier of this place. Someone suggested. Good. It's so good. The practitioners were about to make a move when they heard a sound. It was the voice of a man. This voice even felt familiar to many people. Immediately afterwards, there was an inexplicable downpour here. In the sky, the 1,000 flying swords lost control in an instant. Zhao Ziqi was dead, and no one could control these flying swords, and the thin threads wrapped around the flying swords were also disconnected. Zhao Ziqi's soul has all been destroyed, and naturally, there is no control of the power of the soul. I saw that with a big wave of Lu Chaoga's hand, the 1,000 flying swords seemed to be pulled in some way. The demon borrowed the sword and was killed by Lu, and now the sword is returned to you. His voice resounded around, and 1,000 flying swords flew towards the hillside behind him instantly, and then pierced into the mountain. The flying swords covered the sky, and the sun swept over the top of the mountain together, and fell everywhere on the hillside. This spectacular sight, for many people, may never be forgotten. Lu Chaoga looked at the corpse on the ground, and after thinking about accepting the 2 storage rings, he thought about what to do with it. He must get out of here quickly. After breaking through to the 5th realm, he has too many things to do. Moreover, his cultivation at the moment is not stable, and he needs to find a place to retreat. If nothing else, Jianyu is about to wake up. Moreover, the other powers in his body are also a little out of control at the moment. If he hadn't been more solid in the past, it might be more disordered. Now, his 5th realm is too special. No one will break through the threshold of the 5th realm under such a powerful situation. Therefore, his improvement is much greater than anyone else's. The Lu Chaoga of the 5th realm is already 2 concepts from the previous one. No, it was pouring rain at this moment, because the power of water in his body had already begun to soar, and there was a slight exposure. But just as he was thinking, there was a person in front of him. A middle-aged scholar holding a scroll, Yu reading www.sonicmtl.com did not know when it came to Lu Chaoga. The surrounding barriers, wind and rain, and the chaotic and bursting breath of Lu Chaoga were all like nothing in front of him. The middle-aged scholar looked at Lu Chaoga like this, with a gentle smile on his face. With the same gentle smile, Lu Chaoga looked at Zhao Ziqi, a hypocrite, and felt extremely annoyed. But the middle-aged scholar in front of him made him feel a bit close. Even if he suddenly appeared like this, even if he seemed to have been silently observing for a long time on the side. The rain is still falling, and it is getting heavier. Lu Chaoga and the middle-aged scholar looked at each other in the rain. Since seeing the gentleman, the wind and rain are like dark. Chapter 258. 253, The First Meeting with Jianzuan. Heavy rain poured down. The sky was gray and the clouds were low. The border between Qingzhou and Beizhou is relatively barren, and the surrounding vegetation is as thin as your hair. The bean-sized raindrops directly hit the slightly hard mud ground, and then splashed with tiny splashes. The middle-aged scholar in front of him appeared too suddenly, but the strange thing is that a big living person suddenly appeared in front of him, but Lu Chaoga didn't feel how abrupt the scene in front of him was. The other party stood in the rain, and did not deliberately cast a barrier to isolate the raindrops, but he was stunned that the whole body was not wet by the rain. Lu Chaoga let the heavy rain wash the blood on his face and body, so that his black hair was wet and clinging to his forehead. And elegant and gentle, as warm as jade. A freewheeling, bohemian. Even the robes on the two are obviously different. The middle-aged scholar is dressed in a white Confucian shirt, while Lu Chaoga is dressed in a black robe. Lu Chaoga knew who he was, but he didn't expect him to appear in this place. Lu Chaoga also thought that he would eventually meet the middle-aged scholar in front of him, but he never thought that it would be today, in such a scene. The strongest of the younger generation in Qingzhou, and the real strongest of Qingzhou, met in the heavy rain like this. Long swords were inserted on the hillside at the junction of Qingzhou and Beizhou. A well-endowed hillside has thus become a sword mountain. Those jianxiu and players who were forcibly borrowed swords by Zhao Ziqi went up the mountain one after another to find their own swords. After pulling out the sword from the mountain, they all sensed the emotions of the sword spirit of their life. There is awe, there is fear, there is disgust, a very complex emotion. This made them unable to help but glance at the barrier not far away after they sheathed their swords. The heavy rain was still falling, and layers of dense fog formed around the barrier, making it impossible to see the real scene inside. But everyone knew that Lu Chaoga was inside. It turned out that the giant sword that traversed the world just now was created by Lu Chaoga. Just now, some evil spirits forcibly took everyone's life sword, but the evil spirits have been killed by Lu Chaoga. But how did he do it? Although there were no great cultivators present, there were also several sword cultivators in the fourth realm. There is even a fourth realm, Dzogchen. The short ugly swordsman frowned and said, when the sword was captured. Before, I didn't even have time to react, and I couldn't make any resistance. As soon as he said these words, he immediately let all the people around him. People are startled. Taking 1,000 swords of life at the same time, this is a very terrifying thing. And in this case, even the sword cultivator of the fourth realm great perfection is completely unable to resist. So, how high should this sword wielding person be? Ordinary fifth realm, it is absolutely impossible to do this. If there is no accident, I am afraid it is the existence of the sixth realm. Lu Chaoga actually beheaded a sixth-level powerhouse. Once this thought occurred, everyone thought it was incredible. In the sixth realm, in the four major sects, they are all deacon level and elder level. There are many sword cultivators present, and none of their sects has such a strong person. Maybe the sect master is just a fifth-level sword cultivator. Or even lower. If it is said that Lu Chaoga can really kill the sixth realm with his own strength, then it does not mean that Lu Chaoga can slaughter the sect. He can fight against our entire sect by himself. It's not, it shouldn't be, ha ha ha. Many Jianxiu laughed dryly, feeling that everyone's discussion was a bit exaggerated. According to rumors, Lu Chaoga's cultivation base is the fourth realm. The fourth realm kills the sixth realm? Isn't that nonsense? Although they thought so in their hearts, they glanced at their natal sword. And always felt that something was wrong. Because sword spirits' fear and awe, to a large extent, came from Lu Chaoga. Just now in the barrier, what happened? The sword cultivators were itchy and curious. As for the sand sculpture players, they immediately started going crazy. Where's the war correspondent? Where is today's war correspondent? Damn, what happened inside? Mystery, this damn mystery, this man is so attractive. Regarding this matter on the forum, immediately there was a heated discussion. And the group of Momin players began to be constantly being adored by other players, but what did the head of the family do? It's none of our business. Why do you think that our Momin disciples know more than you do? In other words, what we usually receive are second-hand information, circulating on the rivers and lakes. In fact, everyone doesn't know, that's because Lu Chaoga himself didn't think about killing Zhao Ziqi. Make it public or deal with the funeral cleanly. without knowing it. After all, it was the Elder of Spring and Autumn Mountain who died, so there must be some chain reactions. With the emergence of middle-aged scholars, everything changed again. At least there's no way to go unnoticed unless you kill him. But how does this kill? The middle-aged scholar looked at Lu Chaoga, still with a gentle smile on his face, and said, "You are in a very bad state now." Lu Chaoga nodded. His current situation was naturally impossible to hide the eyes of this one. "I'm from the Black Bamboo Forest of Sword Sect, and I'm Ji Chongkong Sr. Brother." The middle-aged scholar gave Lu Chaoga a brief self-introduction. Lu Chaoga knew his identity when he saw him. At this moment, he just looked at him and nodded, then cupped his hands and said, "Senior Jianzuan." In fact, according to his seniority, he could barely call a teacher uncle. After all, Ji Chongkong is a master of swords for him. The smile on the face of the middle-aged scholar became gentler. After he nodded slightly, he said to Lu Chaoga, "Why don't you retreat here? I will protect the Dharma for you." Lu Chaoga didn't mean to refuse as soon as he said this. "It's not safe to find any place to retreat around here." This time he retreated. "I am afraid that it will not be solved in a short time, and there is no one around to protect him, so he is really uneasy." And for a middle-aged scholar to protect the law, then this treatment is simply heaven. Complete peace of mind, nothing to worry about. And it can be seen that although he killed an Elder of Spring and Autumn Mountain in front of him, he didn't seem to take it to heart. Thinking of this, Lu Chaoga glanced at Zhao Ziqi's body on the ground. The middle-aged Confucian seemed to see his thoughts and said, "Since he wants to kill you, you should kill him, too." It seems to be a simple reason, but it also has obvious partiality. After all, the middle-aged scholar obviously did not know the reason why Zhao Ziqi wanted to kill Lu Chaoga. Holding the scroll, he sat down on a stone and said, "Over the spring and autumn mountains, I will carry out the flying sword to pass the book. You don't need to worry about the follow-up trivial matters." Lu Chaoga raised his head and felt that the middle-aged scholar was a little too kind to him. This is equivalent to him intervening and directly dealing with the matter. Lu Chaoga only needs to fix a book at that time. After all, the identity of Zhao Ziqi's second and fifth sons is actually traceable, otherwise it will not be discovered by players later. It's just that the current him has not shown his feet yet. In fact, Lu Chaoga didn't have much concern about this matter, but it was the attitude of the middle-aged scholar that made him pay more attention. Is it because of Xiao? Lu Chaoga thought, so he treats me as a junior? But his intuition told him that it should be more than that. Then it will trouble the seniors. Lu Chaoga said. The middle-aged scholar sitting on the stone had already opened the scroll in his hand. What he meant was obvious: you are going to read the book yourself, and you can start your meditation retreat. Lu Chaoga glanced at him and saw that after he opened the scroll, he took out a black bamboo leaf from the inner page. The bamboo leaves should have come from the black bamboo forest, and he used it as something similar to bookmarks. After Lu Chaoga glanced at the plain black bamboo leaves, he sat down with his knees crossed. The dark gold in his eyes dissipated like a tide ebb, turning into the original black eyes. Then, he slowly closed his eyes. Get the reward for the promotion mission first, Lu Chaoga said in his heart. The thick fog is still floating around, but the heavy rain in the sky has quietly stopped. The middle-aged Confucian scholar looked down at the book in his hand, which was called The Chronicles of Foreign Beasts. In fact, with his extensive knowledge, he has seen most of the strange beasts in the book. But whoever told him to just love to read books? Before being brought up the mountain by the master, reading was his only hobby, and it was only when he had a sword in his hand that he added another one. Moreover, it is actually quite interesting to look at other people's descriptions of alien beasts. Although there are many things in this book, it is actually wrong. As time passed by, the middle-aged Confucian scholar read very slowly. His reading speed has always been very slow, sometimes halfway through, he will turn a few pages forward, and then read it again. But fortunately he is not short of time, so it doesn't matter if you watch it slowly. Looking at it, the middle-aged scholar suddenly raised his head and glanced at Lu Chaoga, who was sitting cross-legged not far away. Huh? Are you going to condense your own sword domain? The middle-aged scholar said. When a cultivator reaches the fourth realm, Dzogchen, he will encounter a big bottleneck. Break through this layer of membrane, then it will be a matter of course and completely transformed. Not only is the cultivation base skyrocketing, but it can also form its own domain. Under normal circumstances, when practitioners reach the fourth realm, great perfection, they will already have a certain degree of understanding about the domain. But the perception is deep and shallow, and it varies from person to person. After the bottleneck is broken and the fifth realm is reached, it can slowly take shape. Yes, domain is not naturally generated after reaching the fifth realm. You can only have your own domain when you speak of the fifth realm. Just like some sword cultivators, it is possible that when they reach the second level of the fifth realm, the sword domain has not yet been fully formed, and it depends on how deep their perception is. However, for those geniuses and talented people, many of them immediately formed the domain after they reached the fifth realm. Therefore, the middle-aged scholar was not surprised by the scene in front of him. Since Lu Chaoga was able to be in the fourth realm, he cultivated his sword intent to the fifth level, thinking that he already had his own profound insights into swordsmanship. Then, he is only one step away from sword domain. What will his sword domain look like? The middle-aged scholar became a little curious. Time passed another stick of incense, but the middle-aged scholar's right hand, holding the scroll, shook slightly, and turned to look at Lu Chaoga with a surprised look on his face. There is such a rogue sword domain in this world. The middle-aged scholar was a little bit dumbfounded. He couldn't understand why there was such a sword field. The most outrageous thing is, why does this sword domain exist? Just now, the middle-aged scholar felt that the power in his body was inexplicably lost. And this power is heading towards Lu Chaoga's sword field that is about to take shape. The middle-aged scholar let go of his consciousness and felt the surroundings. He found that with Lu Chaoga as the center, within a radius of 1 mile, all things in the world have been stolen by this thief. Everything in the world has its power, but this power is actually allowed to be stolen by the young swordsman in front of him. Although he didn't steal much, or a drop in the bucket, this move was outrageous and broke people's cognition. In fact, if it weren't for the middle-aged Confucian scholar's cultivation, he had reached a very terrifying realm, so he had the ability to see things clearly. Otherwise, it's just a little bit less, and it may really be ignored. But don't underestimate this little bit. Gathering sand into a tower is such a reason. Within 1 mile, vegetation, animals, practitioners, even stones, sand, wind, whatever exists, will be stolen by him. And these forces come together, and the blessing created is his sword domain. This stealing is also a continuous stealing. The middle-aged scholar could feel that the power within his body was being stolen at an extremely slow speed, and it was being stolen continuously. Such an alternative, such a rogue, such an unreasonable sword domain, it is really unexpected. The middle-aged scholar tsk amazed. Pay attention to the official account, Book Friends Base Camp will send cash and coins if you pay attention. In his opinion, this is already a high-class sword domain in the sword domain. With this kind of sword domain blessing, it will be difficult for sword cultivators to experience exhaustion, while outputting, supplementing, and sometimes maintaining a delicate balance. To put it simply, it's a bit like stealing blue, around, and then returning blue to myself to ensure that I don't lose blue. It has such miraculous effects just after it was formed. If it is improved in the future, the middle-aged scholar thought about it and found it very interesting. At the same time, he was more curious about whether this sword field could be used by a single player. For example, when stealing, only steal the power within a person. If it is possible, will it increase the intensity of stealing when used by a single player? Another point is that he can only steal the power within a radius of 1 mile. Now, so what about in the future? Can this range be continuously expanded? And from the current point of view, the power that this sword domain can absorb is limited, and this upper limit can also be strengthened. In the eyes of middle-aged scholars, the potential of this sword field is very impressive. To be precise, if the upper limit is high enough, this sword domain will be extremely terrifying. If he has no upper limit, UU reading www.sonicmtl.com, that is stealing. The middle-aged scholar shook his head, no longer thinking about it. He lowered his head and continued to read the exotic animals in his hand. Lu Chaoga should spend a little more time, so let's continue reading. He has become infatuated with books. However, after about half a column of incense, the middle-aged scholar suddenly stood up from the stone and closed the page directly. The sudden abnormal situation in front of him made him unable to see it directly. Can't read this book. How could this be? The middle-aged scholar looked at the young man in black robe sitting cross-legged. Because of Lu Chaoga's body, a new breath emerged unexpectedly. Chapter 259. Not feeling well, ask for 1 day off. Not feeling well, taking a day off. Chapter 260. 254, Crazy World. Haha. The level 50 promotion mission is actually such a special reward. Lu Chaoga, who was sitting cross-legged, was in a rather excited state at the moment. The reason why the middle-aged scholar felt a new breath in him was because Lu Chaoga received the reward of the orange promotion mission. 2 domains. The previously formed domain is just one of them, and now he will get an additional domain through extraction. This is a completely unreasonable thing, and it is even more difficult for other practitioners to understand. But in Lu Chaoga's view, as the son of heaven, that's not the standard for the protagonist. This is unexpected and reasonable. As expected of me. JPG. This domain that I formed myself is a bit interesting. Lu Chaoga thought to himself. He previously spent 1 million experience points to unlock domain. It took 100,000 points to unlock sword intent at the beginning, but now unlocking domain has directly jumped to 1 million points. Fortunately, domain is different from sword intent, it is not upgradable. It is a manifestation of the practitioner's comprehensive strength. The practitioner's own comprehensive strength is improved, and the domain will also be improved. It is for this reason that when domain is created, there will be a clear distinction between superior and inferior. When a practitioner reaches the 5th realm, the stronger the comprehensive strength, the higher the rank of the realm. After unlocking the first domain, Lu Chaoga directly spent another 5 million experience points to shape the domain directly. 3 million experience points more expensive than the previous life. Lu Chaoga said in his heart. Immediately afterwards, he looked at the grade. Orange level. The highest grade, orange level. But it's right to think about it, how can a cultivator reach the terrifying intensity of Lu Chaoga when he is in the fourth realm? If this is not orange, there probably shouldn't be an orange domain in the world. And for the intuitive feeling of this sword domain, he must be the clearest. The effects of this sword domain are as follows. First of all, it has a certain blue returning effect, and it restores blue to itself in the case of depleting other people's blue bars. As he is now centered on himself, within a radius of 1 mile is stealing energy, and everything is just stealing a ray of energy. And then achieve innumerable effects. But when fighting against people, the effect will be especially obvious for the person he targets. He called this effect, slaying the spirit, slaying the spiritual power in other people's bodies. However, the effect that slaying spirit can achieve varies from person to person, so the system does not give an accurate value. Therefore, in this regard, Lu Chaoga may need to find a few more opponents to test. Zhanling is actually very practical. If the strength is comparable, it may be the key to turning the tide of the battle. Return to blue is actually very good, and sometimes you don't need to rely on upgrade to return to blue. And like when you are doing promotion tasks, you can't upgrade yourself. If you can return to blue, you can increase the success rate of promotion tasks. As for the second effect, it is actually related to the first effect. When Lu Chaoga stealed the power of all things in the world, this power would have a state of overflow. After they condense into Lu Chaoga's domain, Lu Chaoga's comprehensive combat power will be significantly strengthened. Currently, the upper limit is 50%. All attributes are increased by 50%. And these enhancements can be superimposed with other skills, spells, magical powers. For example, Lu Chaoga's normal attack has its own crit effect, which can also be superimposed. Well, that 50% is pretty scary. You must know that even if you gain 1 point of kendo aptitude, the improvement is only 10%, and only the attributes related to the sword are improved, and the attributes that are not related to the sword will not be improved. This domain is different, even the soul and consciousness can be significantly strengthened. That's outrageous. What really makes me look forward to it is its upper limit. For a while, Lu Chaoga felt that he could not see the limit of this field. In some respects, the effect of this domain is a bit like the vitality bullet in Dragon Ball. But it is more mysterious than the vitality bomb. Maybe at the back, there is really the ability to steal the world. Lu Chaoga thought in his heart. If so, it would be like a god on earth. As for the name of this domain, it is called Ren Xian. After closing the detailed introduction of Ren Xian, Lu Chaoga began to have a little nervousness and anticipation. Because the next step is to get my second domain. What surprised him was that the dog system was surprisingly caring this time. If it was in the past, it would be a big turntable, and then the lottery would start to draw. In the lottery process, you can only know what you have drawn in the end, and you don't even know what other options are. Black is terrible. At first glance it is a black box operation. But this time, the system will give 3 options, and then Lu Chaoga will choose by himself. The 3 domains are all high-grade purple, second only to orange. Lu Chaoga took a cursory glance first. After reading it, he was slightly taken aback. There is such a suitable one, isn't this tailor-made for me? Lu Chaoga looked at the third option out of the 3 options, and his whole person fell into ecstasy. Sword domain killing. This sword domain completely matches the exercises, skills, sword intent, etc. that Lu Chaoga has learned today. The focus is all, only advance, not retreat. Every time a sword is fired, the overall output will be strengthened to a certain extent, and every time one kills a person, the killing intent will be even greater, and the output will be strengthened to a certain extent. There is no such thing as one hit, another decline, and 3 exhaustion. It is just holding a breath, a meaning. Combined with slow sound and normal attack, this sword field can achieve an ultimate effect. Terrible. Lu Chaoga, who was closing his eyes and digesting, did not know the surprise on the face of the middle-aged scholar at this moment. He looked at Lu Chaoga with a puzzled look on his face. Surprise is on the one hand, but more is doubt. Because he recognized this sword domain. Jianyu, kill. The middle-aged scholar gave Lu Chaoga a deep look. This sword domain is the sword domain mastered by Lu Li, the ancestor of the Black Bamboo Forest line of their sword sect, the first sword lord of the sword sect, Lu Li. After 10,000 years, there are still people who can condense the same sword domain as the ancestor. The middle-aged scholar did not expect this sword domain to be born. This reminded him of the black bamboo flute, and gave it to the black bamboo flute of Awu. Is this your destiny? The middle-aged scholar didn't know what he remembered, and looked up at the already dim sky. However, time is running out. The middle-aged scholar sighed. Spring. And autumn mountains, back mountains. Pei Chanshan took Jiang Xinyan to the outside of the elegant courtyard where the sage lived, and then said, Master, I brought Uncle Jiang here. Walking out, he motioned Jiang Xinyan to take a seat on the stone bench. Junior sister is planning to visualize spring and autumn tomorrow? Asked the holy teacher. Jiang Xinyan nodded and did not deny it. The saint looked at Jiang Xinyan from top to bottom, which made Jiang Xinyan cautious. As I said before, the sage has her own aesthetics for beauty. She felt that Jiang Xinyan would look better in a white dress, so occasionally she would be forced to change into a white dress when she was interested. If they can't fight, sometimes they have to let the holy teacher do this slightly rogue thing. Junior sister, don't be nervous. Senior sister, I'm not a bad person. The holy teacher looked at Jiang Xinyan with a smile on his face. After speaking, she poured Jiang Xinyan a cup of spiritual tea and said, Junior sister, I actually have something to discuss with you. Pei Chanshan, who was standing beside him, immediately became nervous when he heard the words coming. Finally come. Master actually asked Master Jiang to discuss it. Pei Chanshan's expression is about to die. She really can't understand, is this kind of thing still negotiable? The most terrible thing is to say it straight to the point. Also, can I hear this? Is it possible for a junior like me to be able to sit on the sidelines? Pei Chanshan's whole body became messy in an instant. Holy Master, please speak. Jiang Xinyan said. She was a little surprised, wondering what she could do to help the saint. Cough, this matter actually has something to do with Lu Chaoga. The holy Master said. Pei Chanshan held her forehead beside her, frantically complaining in her heart, Master. Does this have anything to do with it? Jiang Xinyan was even more confused after hearing this. Chaoga? Jiang Xinyan was stunned again, and then said, Holy Master, let's talk directly. She cared more about Lu Chaoga's affairs than her own. The saint looked at her and said calmly, I made an agreement with him a few days ago that when he reaches the 7th realm, I will give him something. Jiang Xinyan asked, What is it? Why do you have to wait until the 7th realm to give it to him? The holy teacher did not answer the first question, but answered the second. Because even with his strength, before he reaches the 7th realm, he will die. Huh? Jiang Xinyan couldn't understand even more. What is it? Please tell me. Clearly. Jiang Xinyan's tone was extraordinarily serious. Pei Qianshan glanced at Shizhuan and Shizhuan again, only to think that the expressions of these two women were very serious. Only she, as a bystander, turned her cheeks slightly red with shame. The saint looked at Jiang Xinyan and said word by word, "It's my charm." As soon as these words came out, Pei Qianshan's cheeks instantly flushed, and her feet couldn't help but feel slightly inward, and her knees couldn't help but gently closing, then bending slightly, the whole body sank slightly. Really? Really divine, master is crazy, master must be crazy. She actually said it so easily. Pei Qianshan felt that this world was too bizarre. Instantly, I felt out of place. It's just that this matter is about the secrets of the mountain behind Chuanqiu. Mountain. Pei Qianshan can understand it directly. Although Jiang Xinyan is the deacon of Chuanqiu Mountain, he can't understand it. Xinyun? Jiang Xinyan was puzzled. The Holy Master took a sip of spiritual tea and said, "This is a woman from my back mountain line." After reaching the heaven and human unity realm, the Holy Master only used three things for Xinyun. One word to describe it. And these three words made Pei Qianshan just want to find a crack to get in. What the sage said. "It's very good." After that, the next words of the sage, with a bit of ridicule and a bit of surprise, said, "Could it be difficult for junior sister? I don't know. What is dual cultivation?" Oh yes, the junior sister is practicing the body refinement flow. At this moment, even Jiang Xinyan, who had a cold temperament, melted like an iceberg, and his cheeks instantly turned crimson. At this time, she also immediately understood what the divine verve was talking about. In an instant, her mind went blank. The sage looked at Jiang Xinyan and added, "But sister, don't worry, Lu Chaoga actually doesn't know what our agreement is. And the reason why I made this choice is because he is the most suitable candidate," the saint said. After she finished speaking, she felt that what she described might not be quite right, and added, "It's a candidate for Xinyun, not a Taoist companion. Only Xinyun blends, and does not interfere in life. And only blend once." Jiang Xinyan looked at the holy teacher, and after a long time, he choked out a sentence. "Senior sister, are you infatuated?" Qingzhou. The Endless Sea. On the flying magic weapon, there was an old man with a broken leg, and beside the old man, there was a young man with a handsome face, a boy and a girl. The young Yangshu secretly looked at Luo Hixin several times, only to feel that his grandfather seemed to be in a particularly bad mood today. Luo Hixin's temper is usually grumpy enough. Today, when he woke up in the morning, he asked Yangshu to go to the well to fetch water. Once again, he was beaten again and again by the blocked Yangshu, and the whole person was almost tired. Luo Hixin is still not satisfied. When eating at noon, because Poplar's hands were weak and painful, his hands trembled slightly when he was holding chopsticks, and a vegetable leaf fell to the ground when he was picking vegetables, which ushered in the old man's violent storm. Now that the sun has gone down, Luo Hixin is not as violent as it was during the day, but the whole person's face is extremely gloomy. When night fell, he took the poplar tree to the sky above the endless sea. Yangshu didn't know where this place was or why he came here again. He only knew that his grandfather would tell him every time that he should remember this location for the rest of his life and never forget it. The sea area is very large, and every place looks the same, and there are no landmarks at all, which makes it a little hard for Poplar to remember. The strangest thing is that this location can't even add the imprint of divine sense. Divine consciousness spreads outward, and it will sink into the sea like a stone. Luo Hixin sat on the flying magic weapon, overlooking the endless sea, with undisguised disgust in his eyes. The eyeballs are moving again. Luo Hashan looked down and suddenly said something Yang Shu couldn't understand at all. At first, he even thought that his grandfather was scolding him, so he quickly widened his eyes and kept them still. Although he doesn't understand, moving his eyes. Is it wrong? Chapter 261. 255, Jianzuan, I cover you. After Yang Shu heard Luo Hashan's words, he began to try hard not to turn his eyes around, lest today's irritable grandfather throw his temper on him again. Luo Hashan, who had a broken leg, turned his head and glanced at Yang Shu, who was trying to keep his eyes wide open. He raised his hand and wanted to pat Yang Shu's head, but because he was a lame man, he sat on a chair all day long. Although Yang Shu was still a teenager, he was definitely much taller when standing than when he was sitting. Still can't take a picture of the poplar's head. Yang Shu shrank his neck and was a little scared, but he squatted down slightly, put his head close, and was beaten hard by the old man. After the fight, Luo Hashan glared at him and said, the eyeballs I said moved again, but it's not you. After speaking, he pointed to the endless sea below and said, you know what's below? What? Can you see what's down there? Yes, it's the sea water of the endless sea. Yang Shu shrank his neck again and answered honestly. Hearing this, Luo Hashan couldn't help but get even more angry. Although he knew that with Yang Shu's current cultivation, he would definitely not be able to see through this bottomless endless sea, but he still felt a fire in his heart. The irritable little old man couldn't help but patted Yang Shu's head again. And then said angrily, below this is the Eye of Chaos, which is one of the four origins of the ancient catastrophe. Ah! Yang Shu couldn't help but be surprised. Exhale. This boy with the appearance of a man and a woman, his face turned pale after exclaiming, and he had a feeling of paleness. He actually didn't know anything about the Eye of Chaos, which was not something that was made public at first, but it was something that everyone knew about the ancient catastrophe. Last time, he came here with the middle-aged scholar and Luo Hashan to take a look, and also heard the words Eye of Chaos, but he did not expect this to be the origin of the ancient catastrophe. Thinking of this, he couldn't help thinking that Grandpa seemed to be the guardian of this place. He couldn't help but feel a little worried. At the same time, I was chosen by my grandfather as his successor. Really? However, after Luo Hashan explained that it was the Eye of Chaos, Yang Shu understood that it was indeed not him who was scolded by his grandfather. But, Eye of Chaos is moving, isn't that more terrifying? Luo Hashan looked down at the sea again. His face was a little dignified in addition to the irritable expression. In the past few years, the Eye of Chaos has become more and more active. Luo Hashan did not shy away from Poplar, and said, because of their responsibilities in this vein, in addition to being the guardians of the Eye of Chaos, and the first line of defense in Qingzhou, they are also recorders. 10,000 years of inheritance, every guardian of Qingzhou will record every change of Eye of Chaos. And the frequency of changes in these years is the highest in this long time of 10,000 years. This is not a good signal. Grandpa, can this Eye of Chaos be destroyed even by you and Lord Jianzuan? Yang Shu couldn't hold back and asked a very innocent question. If it can be destroyed, there is no need for someone to guard it, right? Luo Hashan said angrily. Yang Shu shrank his head again and said, then there is really no one in the world who can destroy it. Will there be no future troubles? Luo Hashan patted his head and said, the era when the Eye of Chaos appeared, how many amazing people are there? In the ancient times, there were still a lot of great powers in the ninth realm. Not to mention, just in Tian Dao, several disciples of Qingdi are all the ultimate powerhouse in the ninth realm. What's more, there is this one emperor of all ages who created a new era of cultivation. Under such circumstances, they can only resist the catastrophe of the ancient times, save Tianxian from water and fire, and can't damage the eye of chaos in the slightest. Luo Hashan sighed and said, perhaps, is this the fate of the profound sky realm, or is it the reincarnation given by the way of heaven? Yang Shu looked at the sea, then looked at his grandfather, and said, Grandpa, what if someone can break through the ninth realm? Luo Hashan, this time, instead of hitting him, he laughed angrily. In the current profound sky realm, even the supreme powerhouses of the ninth realm no longer exist, so how can you talk about breaking through the ninth realm? That was something that even the Qing emperor could not do in the ancient times. Such words are only a matter of it only adds to the jokes. Luo Hashan said. Yang Shu lowered his head and couldn't help but say, but the headmaster said that the records of the predecessors are left to the later generations to break. Huh? Luo Hashan couldn't help but raise his brows. What else did your sect master say? Yang Shu's voice became softer and softer, but it was related to his most respected sect master, so he couldn't help saying, sect master also said, the predecessors can't do it, it doesn't mean that this seat can't. When he said these words, Lu Chaoga was naturally a complete set of movements. All in one go, turning around, looking at the sky, holding his hands behind his back and sighing. Luo Hashan smiled noncommittally and didn't say anything about the matter. He just said, this is the limit of this old man's life. Just do what I do. The old man with broken legs, who usually weaves straw sandals when he has nothing to do, glanced at the endless sea again. Said, Yang Shu, according to what you said, if your sect master is present, he will definitely think about destroying this eye of chaos one day? Yang Shu was stunned and couldn't help asking first one question. Grandpa, the ancient alien beasts all emerged from the eye of chaos, so are they bred from the eye of chaos, or is this thing connected to another world? It's all possible, so far no one has got the answer. Luo Hashan replied. Yang Shu thought about what the sect master did in his daily life, and said, if it is the former, the sect master may want to destroy it one day. If it is the latter, so what? Luo Hashan looked up at him. Yang Shu said, if the eye of chaos is connected to another world, the master of the sect may think that one day, one person and one sword will kill him directly. Luo Hashan was stunned for a moment when he heard the words, and then he couldn't help it. Laughed. Yang Shu looked at Luo Hashan, who was laughing, and didn't know whether he didn't believe what he said, or because of other reasons. Spring and autumn mountains, back mountains. Pfft. Pei Chanshan couldn't hold back, and laughed out loud. The Saint Master and Jiang Xinyan, sitting at the stone table, couldn't help but turn their heads to look at her, and they stared at her directly. They quickly covered their mouths, and their big smart eyes began to show the pity of a frightened deer. Eyes. But with her smile, the atmosphere was destroyed. Pei Chanshan was very helpless. When Uncle Jiang said that, senior sister, have you gone crazy? People couldn't help it, they just wanted to laugh. She also thinks that master is crazy. Pei Chanshan would understand if everyone was a Taoist companion and then went through double cultivation and handed over their charm to each other. But Shizhuan, you and Uncle Lu are like this, what kind of thing is this? And how can you really speak to Jiang Shu straight to the point? Is this kind of thing really negotiable? If it can be negotiated, is it also possible Pei Chanshan didn't dare to think any further. The holy teacher looked at Jiang Xinyan, shook his head, and said, Junior sister, how can I go into a demon? You should know that after entering the heaven and human realm, it is impossible to have a demon. Pei Chanshan held her forehead. Sigh, she did not expect Master to answer in such a serious matter. There are subtexts in what Jiang Shu said. You really didn't understand it, or you didn't understand it. Pei Chanshan, who was standing aside, began to act as a spit machine. Throughout the whole process, Jiang Xinyan held the teacup in his right hand, and saw the spirit tea in the teacup ripple slightly. Senior sister, are you hiding something from me? Jiang Xinyan only said this at the end. The sage opened his mouth, but in the end he didn't say anything. Senior sister shouldn't have told me about this. Jiang Xinyan raised his eyes and glanced at the saint. Then she got up and said, Junior sister is going to visualize spring and autumn tomorrow, so I will leave for the time being. After speaking, she flew away from the back mountain without looking back. After Jiang Xinyan left, Pei Chanshan glanced at the saint, who was still in a daze, and called out softly, Master. Respect, Uncle Jiang, are you angry? Pei Chanshan asked. Half and half. The Saint Master said. Then, Jiang Shu is refusing you, right? Half and half. Pei Chanshan. Is this the world of the elders? Pei Chanshan sat down on the stone bench, but still couldn't hold back, and asked something that seemed to go beyond her words. Master, when you are sure of Uncle Lu's seventh realm, can accommodate your Xinyun? After speaking, her face turned red again. Sitting on the chair, I couldn't help rubbing my round legs. Oops, it's really weird to talk about this with the elders. However, she couldn't help but want to ask. After all, it's about the safety of Uncle Lu, it's not. It's not that I want to know the details. Of course other people's words won't work, he can. The saint drank a mouthful of spirit tea and said lightly. She looked up at the night sky and said, perhaps, after accommodating Shen Yun, it will be an opportunity for him to step into the ninth realm in the future. Ah. Master, do you think Master Lu will be able to enter the ninth realm in the future? Pei Chanshan was even more shocked. In the past 10,000 years since the death of the first generation of Sword Master, there has been no ninth realm powerhouse in the world. Pei Chanshan could not imagine how powerful the ninth realm would be. What's more, Uncle Lu is invincible in the same realm, and his ninth realm will definitely be more terrifying. The saint looked at her and said, if even he can't reach the ninth realm in this world, then no one should be able to do it. As she spoke, she suddenly paused. Hey, I forgot someone. At this point, the Saint Master glanced in the direction of Qingzhou. At the junction of Qingzhou and Beizhou, Lu Chaoga's breath began to gradually stabilize. His two sword domains, whether it is human immortal or killing life, are already fully formed. Of course, this also cost him a full 10 million experience points. Yes, it cost 1 million to unlock Jianyu. It cost 5 million to shape human immortal. The system additionally rewarded killing, but it didn't give him a shape. And also spent $4 million fucking dollars to make killing perfect. The dog system is really boring. Lu Chaoga doesn't like to be stingy, he has a lot of money, and he will go up when he says it. This time, together with the previous upgrade, character level, and the cost of Sword Intent and Heart Sword, nearly 60 million experience points were spent, and most of them were spent at once. It's hard, Lu Chaoga said in his heart. Fortunately, after killing Yaoxiu Chonghui and his two villain Pokemon, Lu Chaoga gained a lot of experience points. And Zhao Ziqi, as a practitioner of the sixth realm, is definitely more valuable. Add up, there are almost 10 million small. The most important thing is that after killing Zhao Ziqi, he also obtained 1.4% of the mission progress of the main task of Beizhou. Well, I didn't give much from the Snow Wolf King killing Moon Eyes. People are not as good as Beast series. At this moment, the middle-aged scholar looked at Lu Chaoga and felt the aura on him and the two sword domains, which were completely different. Half fairy and half devil. In fact, even though it is called Ren Xian, it is actually a bit evil. When Lu Chaoga opened his eyes, the breath on his body instantly became introverted, like a sharp sword returning to its sheath, blocking all his edge. He got up and cupped his hands towards the middle-aged scholar. Thank you, Senior, for protecting the Dharma for me. The middle-aged scholar inserted the black bamboo leaf into the book, then closed the scroll in his hand, and waved his hand casually. It's just a small matter. On the contrary, you gave me a big surprise again. One sword repair, two sword domains, unique in the world. He glanced at Lu Chaoga and suggested, why don't we leave here first and chat as we walk? Lu Chaoga nodded and said, okay. After saying that, he took a last look at the demon cultivator on the ground. And Zhao Ziqi corpse. The middle-aged scholar looked at it, stretched out his right hand and waved. Lightly, these corpses disappeared in an instant, not even the ashes were left, as if they were wiped clean by an eraser. They disappeared from this world out of thin air. Lu Chaoga looked at him, still couldn't hold back, and asked, why did the senior help me? Is it because of Xiaolizi? He was referring to the middle-aged scholar who helped him to explain the matter to Chunqiushan and solve it. This matter. The middle-aged scholar smiled gently and said, this is part of the reason. But it's not all. He slowly got up with the scroll in his hand, and said, life is busy, but it is short and long, but there are many successes and failures. Lu Chaoga, as far as you are concerned in this world, there are still a lot of things to do. Maybe there are still a lot of things to do, and some unnecessary troubles and trivialities. I may be able to help you. Lu Chaoga, I understand. This means that I can do whatever I like. Jianzuan, I cover you. This made Lu Chaoga even more puzzled. The gentle smile on the face of the middle-aged scholar was more intense, like a gentle elder, saying, you don't need to think too much, but you have to promise me a condition, or in other words, it is my request for your future. Senior, please speak. Lu Chaoga said. I hope you can act more decisively in the future. Don't look ahead, and don't have too much burden. The middle-aged scholar said. Lu Chaoga was slightly taken aback. Seriously, he is a man. There is no word for fear in the dictionary. He is eccentric, and indeed different from others. But his actions are indeed not lawless, because there is Momin behind him, and he also has a lot of concerns. It was as if he knew that Zhao Ziqi was the villain, but if he wanted to kill him, clearly, he had to be justifiable, otherwise there would be too much trouble in the future. He is half a prophet, but he is not a demon who is well informed, has no worries or concerns, and can act happily. When he killed Chen Qi, he said, if you have a clear conscience, you will kill. But in fact, he can't do it forever. These will actually affect the progress of his work. Combining the previous words, it seems that the middle-aged scholar wants to cover himself with his own strength, so that he can do whatever he wants. In other words, worry less and spend more time and energy on what you need to do. The middle-aged scholar looked at him and said his real conditions and requests. He still had a smile on his face and his tone was still soft, but his words exploded in Lu Chaoga's ears like Hong Zhong. Lu Chaoga. It's better to look at other people's suspicious eyes like a ghost, and Boldly go your night road. Chapter 262. Still feeling unwell, ask for one more day off. Xiaomei, I'm currently playing, please wait for a while. After the content is updated, you need to refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 263. 256, The Mystery of the Origin of Demon Repair. It's better to look at the suspicion of others like a ghost, and boldly go your night road. Lu Chaoge carefully chewed the words of the middle-aged scholar, and looked up at the other party. The middle-aged scholar still feels like a gentle gentleman. Although Lu Chaoge doesn't know why the strongest in Qingzhou expects him so much, why he makes such a request to himself, but what? The head of the four great swords of Qingzhou has indicated that he wants to cover you. And to be honest, Lu Chaoge up to now, sometimes things are really limited. As his strength became stronger and stronger, the enemies he faced became stronger and stronger, and someone like Aunt Ning could no longer satisfy him. Even with the progress of the main storyline, Aunt Ning in the sixth realm will become Lu Chaoge's concern. Although Aunt Ning is a broad-minded and tolerant woman, there are some big things that she can't handle. To be precise, when Lu Chaoge rises a few more levels, he may change from Aunt Ning covering him to him covering Aunt Ning under him. He will soon be stronger than Ning Ying. As for Ji Chong Kong, because Xiaolizi is too stable, the identity of this master-apprentice relationship is hidden in the dark, and it is not easy to use it too much on the bright side. The emergence and commitment of the middle-aged scholar is indeed at a very good time. In other words, at a very suitable node. Because it was so suitable, Lu Chaoge couldn't help but think of the phrase fate, it's amazing. However, in the past, he would think that everything was a coincidence, a chance, and his own funny opportunity 3.14159226. But after seeing the two lines in spring and autumn, everything revealed an extraordinary taste. Lu Chaoge held not too late, and made a sword salute to the middle-aged scholar. The middle-aged scholar nodded slightly and accepted it calmly. He said to Lu Chaoge, I'm a little curious about your two, Jianyu, why don't you show me one or two? Smiled. Okay. The middle-aged scholar stretched out a palm, signaling Lu Chaoge to lead the way. After reaching the realm of great practitioners, Lu Chaoge no longer needs to fly. He opened his map, and then searched for the coordinates of the purple moon society altar. Then, he took the middle-aged scholar and flew towards the place where the altar was. The surrounding barriers and dense fog were instantly lifted, and the two flew out one after the other. The practitioners and players who were still watching outside couldn't help but exclaimed, Look! Look at the sky. It's really Lu Chaoge. He actually doesn't need to fly with an imperial object. He's a great sword cultivator. People were frightened, and the players were even more stunned. We can all be upgraded with one click, but we are all forced. How does it feel that he is 100 times more powerful than those of us? It is conceivable that the news of Lu Chaoge becoming a great sword repairer caused a sensation on the forum again. And Momin players can be proud of themselves, pretend to be a force on the forum and enjoy a wave of envious glances from others. Hey! The middle-aged man behind Lu Chaoge is also a great cultivator. At this time, the sword cultivator of the fourth realm great perfection, who had spoken before seemed to have encountered something extremely horrifying. The pupils of the person were enlarged in a circle, and then immediately, holding the sword in both hands, the whole person bent down and performed the most solemn sword salute. Standing beside this Pucho Jianxiu was his Pucho junior brother. The junior brother was a little puzzled when he saw that his senior brother was so solemn. Although everyone admired Lu Chaoga, it was justified to salute the elders. With such a big gift. Although Lu Chaoga is the master of a sect, he is only a young man. It's okay to salute, but it shouldn't be this kind of etiquette. Just when this Pucho junior brother was puzzled, his Pucho senior brother directly stretched out his big hand and pressed his head down. Salute. Hurry up, he said solemnly. The abnormal situation here attracted the attention of everyone around. After Lu Chaoga and the middle-aged scholar in the sky flew away, the sword cultivator of the fourth realm of great perfection slowly got up, with a red light on his face, and his expression was excited. The junior brother who was violently pressed his head rubbed his head, and asked in confusion, "Senior brother, why?" The fourth level great perfection sword cultivator looked at him and said word by word, "You stupid donkey, do you know who that person was just now?" As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at him. This made him straighten his back. He just felt that he was more knowledgeable, more visionary, and better know how to act than everyone else. He only said 2 words, but these 2 words exploded in everyone's ears like thunder. Sword sovereign. Just 2 words, but it has endless weight. The first powerhouse in Qingzhou, the pinnacle of Kendo, the head of the 4 great swords, the sword master of Jianzhong. What? The one who just followed Lu Chaoga was Jianzun. The exclamations came one after another, and some people's breathing became heavier. The sword cultivator of my generation, the person I admire the most, is the sword master. This is the idol of countless swordsmen. They understand now, no wonder the sword cultivator of the fourth realm great perfection looked so excited just now. The legendary swordsman, that is the legendary swordsman. And his junior brother, whose head was forcibly pressed by him, was already giggling at this moment. Jianzuan, hee, Jianzuan. Senior brother. I saw the living sword master, hee. As soon as he said this, his head was slapped hard by his senior brother. What nonsense. As for the rest of the people present, their expressions were complicated. There are regrets, excitement, and loss. At the same time, many people can't help but talk. Why is Lord Jianzuan and the head of the road together? What happened in the barrier and the fog? What is the relationship between the head of the road and Jianzuan? They seem to have a close relationship. This isn't it nonsense. One is the strongest contemporary, the other is recognized as the most potential young swordsman. Lord Jianzuan must have a love for talents. It may be possible. Then you say, Jianzuan and sect leader Lu, where are you going now, and what are you going to do? Everyone started to make up their minds, and were very envious in their hearts. Walking with Sword Sovereign, and possibly even being instructed by him, what an honor this is. However, when everyone thinks about the horror of Lu Chaoga, they feel that everything is so natural. After all, this head of the road has done too many unprecedented feats, and even many seniors have said that this son's future is difficult to predict. Incalculable. And the fact that Lu Chaoga and Jianzun walked together will surely shake the entire Qingzhou soon. On the other side, Lu Chaoga was taking Jianzun and quickly flew towards the coordinates position where the altar was located. The middle-aged scholar followed behind him, watching Lu Chaoga flying, and nodded slightly, because he could see at a glance that he was also flying into the air after reaching the fifth realm. But Lu Chaoga was not the same as an ordinary Daijiangxiu. He was flying in the clouds, and he was actually using the power of clouds. Therefore, his flying speed is much faster than that of ordinary Daijiangxiu. This Lu Chaoga seems to know how to use the power of water all the time. The middle-aged scholar said in his heart. In his view, knowing how to use power is a good thing. And his water power seems to be slightly different from other people's power. Of heaven and earth. This was only obvious to the middle-aged scholar after seeing Lu Chaoga himself. He and the Saint Master are at the peak of the 8th realm, and what the Saint Master can see, he can naturally see. This is a special effect produced by heaven and earth affinity. This also made him value Lu Chaoga more and more. Around the profound sky realm is the endless sea. This is water. And the eye of chaos, which everyone is afraid of, is at the bottom of the endless sea. This young man is really looking forward to it. A gentle smile appeared on the face of the middle-aged scholar. When he first entered the 5th realm, he already possessed such a cultivation base that he could control the power of water to such a level. His 6th realm, 7th realm, and even 8th realm are indeed difficult to guess. The middle-aged Confucian thought to himself. Lu Chaoga led the way in front, and his flight was really in Tingyun and riding the mist. If it weren't for the middle-aged scholar following behind him, he might even come out to play some somersaults by himself. If the bad taste comes up, you can also turn the cloud into a private jet. Of course, it is rare to have a top big man by his side now, and Lu Chaoga feels that business is the most important thing. There was a lot of confusion in his heart, and it was just at this time that he could ask the other party. Senior, the destination of my trip is actually an altar of the purple moon society. The location of this altar was discovered by accident. The middle-aged scholar was slightly surprised, but he did not expect it to be related to the Purple Moon Society. He nodded and said with a smile, "You don't need to call me senior anymore. Since you are Xializi's elder brother, why don't you just call me uncle?" Lu Chaoga nodded. Relationship. What's more, since Ji Chong Kong is his sword master, in fact, it stands to reason that when he sees Ji Chong Kong, he wants to call Ji Chong Kong. Master can't be called. It doesn't conform to the rules. It is necessary to add the other party's surname. It's like if he becomes someone else's sword master, he will be called Lu Shi. But this title of Master Ji always feels weird. It reminds him of the uniformed staff on Earth, and it reminds people of the so-called enjoyment of silky smoothness and order, so Lu Chaoga never called him this title. The middle-aged scholar looked at Lu Chaoga and said, "If you can really find the altar of the Zaiwiwi, it will be a great achievement for Qingzhou." With Lu Chaoga's understanding of the altar, the Zaiwiwi would be a great achievement. The altar seems to be a place where some kind of mysterious ritual is performed. In the previous life, some players have destroyed several altars and excavated some information, but they are not particularly detailed, they only know that it is related to ancient alien beasts. This reminded Lu Chaoga of the Qi Shao, who was resurrected with the help of a human body, which should be somewhat related. "Master, what is the use of this altar?" Lu Chaoga asked. The middle-aged scholar did not answer this question directly. He held the scroll and flew beside Lu Chaoga unhurriedly. Instead, he asked first, "How much do you know about the Zaiwiwi?" Lu Chaoga thought about it. After thinking about it, he sorted it out and said, "Actually, there are not many." He continued, "I know that it is the oldest among the many demon cultivators. And it may even be the earliest one. Then, Ziyue Club has a fanatical admiration for Ziyue, and believes that if you obtain Ziyue, you can have supreme power. As for the so-called Ziyue, there seems to be a saying that Ziyue, it is the heart of Qingdi." When Lu Chaoga said this, he immediately stopped. Because he is very curious about the heart of the Qing Emperor, and wants to get the solution of the middle-aged scholar. The middle-aged scholar listened to these words, nodded slightly, and then said, "What you said is correct. This is equivalent to admitting that Ziyue is the heart of Qingdi. What Ziwiwi wants to get is the power of Qingdi. Worship Ziyue, want to have Ziyue, and then devour Ziyue. Lu Chaoge immediately thought in his heart, then, who has so many Ziyue? Chapters of the Ziyue Club, she should have killed many members of the Ziyue Club. She is particularly interested in the Ziyue Club, will she? Could it be for this reason? He thought it was very likely. The middle-aged scholar saw that Lu Chaoge seemed to be very interested in Ziwiwi and demon cultivators. After thinking about it, he said, "How much do you know about the origin of demon cultivators?" Lu Chaoge shook his head. He shook his head and said, "Actually, I don't know much. I only know that the demon cultivator appeared after the catastrophe of the ancient times, and it is the generation that brought disaster to the world. Speaking of which, the catastrophe of the ancient times was caused by the ancient alien beasts. Ancient alien beasts emerged from the Eye of Chaos, and then devastated the 4 states. Every ancient alien beast is very terrifying, and the number is extremely large. Most of today's alien beasts are descendants of ancient alien beasts, and the ancient alien beasts have retired from the stage of history. But it was after the catastrophe of the ancient times that the demon cultivators appeared. At the beginning, the alien beasts brought almost annihilation to people. After the disaster receded, a group of people who could control alien beasts emerged. It feels a little bit wrong to connect them like this. Lu Chaoge always felt that something was wrong, and he felt that there was no way to tell. He originally planned to kill the demon cultivator by himself, then obtain the Ziyue badge, and then through the system, to understand the secrets of the Ziyue society, so as to explore the mystery of the origin of the demon cultivator. But now the emergence of middle-aged scholars seems to be able to answer some of his doubts. That's why he chose to go to the altar now. First, because he felt that he already possessed this strength, and after reaching the realm of the great sword cultivation, he also wanted to practice his skills. The second is because the bodyguards at the peak of the 8th realm have to make good use of it, and the opportunity is rare. As for the third thing, I just want to go with the flow. The middle-aged scholar listened to Lu Chaoge's words and sighed. Actually, the origin of the demon cultivator is also closely related to that person. Lu Chaoge immediately thought of a person when he heard the words. He opened his mouth and said, "Qingdi? P.S. I will be a dog if I ask for leave this month." Chapter 264. 257, the highest level of hidden information. Lu Chaoge didn't know why, but the Qing Emperor jumped out of his mind for the first time. But it is also correct to think about it, the Eternal Emperor has had a great impact on the entire cultivation world. Many major events will definitely not be able to circumvent this big man. In fact, in the late game of the previous life, most of the hidden contents that were mainly excavated were related to Tianyi and Qingdi. It is for this reason that Lu Chaoge used the precious copy coupons to copy the mysterious wooden signs. However, he recalled carefully, and his life so far seems to have many coincidences, which are closely related to this legendary big man. Therefore, whether it is for the consideration of the main plot or for personal reasons, he has a great interest in Qingdi. After he said the word Qingdi, the middle-aged scholar nodded slightly and said, "The origin of demon cultivation is indeed related to Qingdi." He looked into the distance and said, "This secret is very rare in the world. People know the benefits, you should be clear in your heart." Lu Chaoge nodded solemnly, and understood the meaning of the middle-aged scholar. This is to keep him tight-lipped. At the same time, it can also be seen from the side that the middle-aged Scholar attaches great importance to him, and he values himself very much. More than 10,000 years ago, an abnormal situation suddenly occurred in the calm endless sea. Eyes of chaos suddenly appeared everywhere, and a large number of ancient alien beasts appeared from the eyes of chaos, causing the entire Tianqian realm to fall into a catastrophe. The beast is different from the current beast. Almost every ancient beast has the strength not weaker than the great cultivator. Lu Chaoge couldn't help but secretly startled when he heard this. Kind of scary. Great practitioners in the current practice world can be regarded as the number one person, and they are also the mainstay in the four major sections. As a result, in the ancient catastrophe, any small monster has more than 50 levels. That is indeed terrible. The middle-aged scholar glanced at Lu Chaoge and seemed to see his surprise, saying, although in ancient times, under the leadership of Emperor Qing, the entire cultivation world was in an unprecedented state of prosperity, but in the terrifying beast tide in front of him, he is still at a disadvantage. After thinking about it, Lu Chaoge asked, Master, but as far as I know, later generations' guesses about Qing Emperor's strength are at the peak of the ninth realm. And several of his disciples are also the powers of the ninth realm. In that era, in addition to Tian Dao, there should also be other ninth realm practitioners. In a country with so many top-level powerhouses under the circumstances, is it still impossible to turn the tide? It is normal for Lu Chaoge to have this doubt, because he is very clear that the more a practitioner reaches the later stage, although the breakthrough will be more difficult, but the leap in overall strength will also be more terrifying. Killing the ninth realm and killing the eighth realm may be the same as cutting vegetables, not to mention the beast tide. Quantity is meaningless. Unless, a middle-aged Confucian scholar holding the book Alien Beasts said, You should have guessed in your heart, right? Your guess is correct. As he flew, he said, among the ancient alien beasts, there is no shortage of alien beasts with strength comparable to the ninth realm, and even, whether it is the eighth or ninth realm, the number is more than the Tianqian realm. It's difficult. Lu Chaoge thought in his heart road. He made up his mind and felt how much pressure the Qingdi had at the time. The most terrible thing is that with the continuation of the catastrophe in the ancient times, alien beasts and practitioners continue to die, death and ghosts, and the extremely terrifying and difficult to kill Pluto is born. As the war between practitioners and alien beasts continues, ghosts will continue to be produced, and Pluto will continue to grow. Blessings come unparalleled, and misfortunes do not come singly. Qingdi is miserable. Qingdi is really miserable. Speaking of this, the middle-aged scholar said, Chaoge, do you know why Qingdi is called Qingdi? Lu Chaoge nodded, he still knew this. Because Qingdi's single name has the character Qing, he is a half-demon, and there is a part of the blood of the demon clan flowing in his body. In the demon clan, the great power of the ninth realm is called the demon emperor, so everyone respects him as the Qing emperor. Lu Chaoge replied. There is no secret about Qingdi's origin. He is the glory of the practitioner and the glory of the demon clan. It is precisely because he is the most special half-demon that he can be recognized, whether it is on the side of the monster clan or the side of the cultivator. He is simply a natural leader of the profound sky realm. Born leaders. You know, when a human and a demon are combined, the child born is either a human or a demon. For example, like a wild hero, the last one born is either a snake or a human. The word half-demon only appeared after Qingdi was born. He is the first and only case. After him, it is impossible for Tianqian realm to not have the love of people. And demons, just like you, beast-eared mothers and the like, who doesn't love them? However, there has never been a half-demon again. But, what does this have to do with demon cultivators? Wait. Lu Chaoga thought of something. The demon cultivator has the blood of alien beasts in his body. Lu Chaoga was shocked. How similar is this to the half-monster Qing Emperor? Have you thought of it? The middle-aged scholar glanced at Lu Chaoga, whose face was a little ugly. Just a little guess. Lu Chaoga said honestly. The middle-aged scholar nodded and continued, then what if I tell you that Emperor Qing is the first demon cultivator in history? This time, Raoui Lu Chaoga's rock-solid road in my heart, I couldn't help but say in my heart. Grass. The Qing Emperor is the first demon cultivator in the history of the cultivation world. The Qing Emperor, who has been respected by the world for thousands of years, is known as the Emperor of Eternity, has changed the entire cultivation world, and is regarded as the greatest practitioner so far, is actually the first demon cultivator. This, Lu Chaoga had a rare lack of words. The middle-aged scholar sighed and said, everyone who knows this secret doesn't understand what the Qing Emperor thinks or how he did it. In short, he may have passed some. This pathway fuses a part of the blood of alien beasts. Then, through the suppression of blood, it turns to control some ancient alien beasts. Lu Chaoga only had 2 words in his heart. Absolutely. The alien beast is creatures that rely on bloodline strength. Those with high bloodline strength have great suppression to those with low bloodline strength. If it is the same race, the suppression will be even more terrifying. Just like the Moon Ice Snow Wolf King, he successfully controlled all the ice wolves on the ice field. However, the bloodlines of the alien beasts possessed by the demon cultivator may also be rather messy. However, it is very likely that they are all pure. The status is not low. Qingdi's move is equivalent to forcibly recruiting the soldiers on the opposite side, or even officers. To a certain extent, there is also a taste of teaching the barbarians to master the barbarians. But Lu Chaoga still felt that this eternal emperor was definitely a mad critic. Crazy, how dare he? If any accident occurs during this process, and he himself goes into trouble, or loses his life, what should he do? This is not playing with fire, and the word playing with fire cannot describe this behavior. Crazy, crazy. But he just did it successfully. But in fact, when you think about it, most of the people who have been able to drive progress in history seem to be crazy and neurotic. The middle-aged scholar continued, after Emperor Qing became the first demon cultivator, there were many strong men one after another, and they also accommodated the blood power of some alien beasts. This group of people is the first in ancient times. A group of demon cultivators. After accommodating the power of alien beasts, the strength of these powerhouses has been strengthened to a certain extent. In addition, it can suppress bloodlines and even control alien beasts, which leads to the war situation. There is a twist directly. The middle-aged scholar, Taoism. Lu Chaoga took a deep breath and calmed down. He never thought that in the ancient catastrophe, the Tianxian realm changed from a weak side to a dominant side, and actually took the initiative to transform into a demon cultivator. However, new problems emerged. Master, demon cultivators are different from ordinary people after all. Lu Chaoga said. The middle-aged scholar nodded and explained, but, think about it, who were those who became demon cultivators at that time? These people, regardless of their Taoism, Xinqing, or cultivation, are in the entire Tianxian realm. The pinnacle. They are capable enough to suppress the negative effects of the bloodline power of the alien beasts. Lu Chaoge could probably understand this. After all, some things, for some people, are karma demons that affect their entire lives. But for some people with a stable mind, it only affects the mood for a few days. Moreover, the tyranny of the demon cultivator is mainly due to the power of the blood of the alien beast. In the original fusion, practitioners must be dominated by the spiritual power in their bodies. So, it's not really a problem. The middle-aged scholar lowered his head and glanced at the beast records in his hand, and continued, however, the descendants of this group of people gradually have problems. It's very strange. Except for Emperor Qing, there has never been a half-demon in this world. However, these cultivators and demons who have integrated the power of the blood of alien beasts, their descendants have inherited the power of blood. Troublesome. That's how it came into being. Lu Chaoge nodded, expressing his understanding. The strong can be suppressed, but what about the newborn baby? The power of blood will directly dominate. However, Lu Chaoge still felt that it was not that simple. Master, do you think that none of the strong men back then had any problems? Lu Chaoge asked. The middle-aged scholar cast an approving look at him and said, in fact, most of the descendants like us who know this secret have the same guess as you. Although there is no definite answer, it should be some of the earliest demon cultivators had problems after the ancient catastrophe subsided, or after the destruction of Tiandao and the disappearance of Emperor Qing. People's hearts are very complicated. When they agree to the outside world, it's better to say. But what about after the disaster subsides? Especially when the eternal emperor is not around? The reason why the demon cultivator has been able to inherit and continue to this day, I am afraid there are also these reasons. Otherwise, from the standpoint of human nature and the so-called righteousness, the fate of the descendants of these demon cultivators can be imagined. In this world, there are always many people who think about sacrificing this group of people, sacrificing that group of people all day long. It's like the problem that many people have seen: the train is moving, it doesn't change the road and kills a person, the changed Tao killed 10 people. How should you choose? And sometimes, you have no choice at all, because someone will make the decision for you, choose for you. It is even possible that some of the first batch of demon cultivators have changed for the sake of their children and their descendants, and betrayed the original faction. This is all very possible. No wonder Zai Weiwei has a fanatical admiration for Qingdi's heart, and wants to devour it, thinking that he can obtain supreme power. Lu Chaoge was now enlightened. Because Qingdi himself is the demon cultivator with the strongest power. He is the ancestor of demon cultivation. This eternal emperor did solve the biggest problem, but he did not solve all the problems. And judging from the current situation, he has not actually been able to solve the problem from the root cause. Because although the batch of ancient alien beasts have been cleaned up, the demon cultivator still exists, and the descendants of alien beasts still exist. Although Pluto is dead, the soul jade still exists in the world. What's more, in the depths of the endless sea, the eyes of chaos everywhere cannot be destroyed. But at least the profound sky realm did not fall directly in the catastrophe. Now, it has been more than 10,000 years of cultivation in the new era, and at least it has continued to live for more than 10,000 years. And judging from the current situation, the Qing emperor may have left behind? Lu Chaoge thought to himself. The 2 lines in spring and autumn, he will not think too much until now. Because the more I think about it, the more headache I feel. Lu Chaoge glanced in the direction of the altar, sighed, and said, Master, you. Reading www.sonicmtl.com, that is to say, the demon cultivators who bring Disaster to the world today are actually the descendants of those who made great achievements in battle. The middle-aged scholar nodded. Their ancestors saved the profound sky realm, but their descendants have continued to bring disaster to the world for more than 10,000 years. In fact, practitioners and mortals in the new era are not only grateful to these ancestors, but also to their descendants with swords and swords. Many things in the world are always so complicated, and the truth is always so shocking. Position, in many cases, decides everything. Like Lu Chaoga and Lu Dongli, their parents died at the hands of the demon cultivator of the ZUS society, and there may be some hidden secrets behind them. I can't continue thinking about it. This fucking world. Lu Chaoga couldn't help but sighed in his heart. That's why there is that sentence, this world is neither black nor white, but a delicate ash. At this moment, Lu Chaoga and the middle-aged scholar are far away from the Zaiwiwi. The altar is getting closer. At this time, Lu Chaoga received a system prompt message. This was within his expectation. Ding. You have successfully unearthed the hidden information, the information level, orange level. The reward is being transformed. P.S. The big event will begin slowly slightly. Chapter 265. 258, Sword Domain Killing. Looking at the prompt message in front of him, Lu Chaoga said in his heart. That's true. Before he sealed the sword for 10 years, and then took revenge, he directly wiped out a stronghold of the Purple Moon Society and obtained a large number of Purple Moon seals. He was rewarded with a hidden message informing him of the coordinates of the Purple Moon Society altar. Now, he has discovered the origin of the demon cultivator, as well as some secrets of the Purple Moon Society, and the system will reward him, which does not surprise him much. After about 10 seconds, he soon received 2 more prompt messages. Ding. You have been rewarded with 10 million experience points. That's 10 million experience points, which is really refreshing. At the same time, Lu Chaoga is also very clear that since these hidden contents are judged to be the highest level of orange, then the experience value must only be a bonus, and there must be more special rewards below. Ding. You have obtained a special item, the clue to the Qing Emperor's heart. 1. Note, you can check it only after the player's level is higher than level 60. Looking at this prompt, Lu Chaoga was shocked. The heart of the Qing Emperor, a clue to the legendary heart of the Qing Emperor. As he expected, the experience value was a bonus. Compared with the heart of the Qing Emperor, 10 million experience points are nothing. Judging from the desire of the Purple Moon Society for the Qing Emperor's heart, it is a symbol of supreme power. Although Lu Chaoga is not a demon cultivator, and he is not sure whether the effect of Qingdi's heart on him can be the same as that of the demon cultivators, this thing is definitely a top treasure. Do you have the qualifications to check after you reach the 6th realm? Lu Chaoga thought to himself. From this, it can be seen that the place where Qingdi's heart is located is not so good. This is also normal. The desirable passage is inherently dangerous, and it will kill hundreds of millions of lives if you are not careful. And judging from the prompts given by the system, since it is marked as a clue 1, then there will still be a chance to obtain a clue 2, a clue 3. It's just, you fucking tell me how many clues there are in total. Lu Chaoga couldn't help but complain. If you give me a clue 10086, that's a shit. At that time, don't give up Qingdi's heart, just give me a give up. Of course, people also have to learn to reason and analyze, and to develop hidden plots. It is not necessary to obtain all the clues. At this time, Lu Chaoga couldn't help but think of the 2 lines in spring and autumn and thought of the so-called key This incident caused him to express the emotion when he fell asleep with Jiang Xinyan. It's really annoying. At the same time, Lu Chaoga also made another decision. After returning to the sect, let's train the sand sculpture players. Now, with the opening of the main storyline, and the players have become more and more familiar with the game Tiangshuanji, which makes the players' development speed continue to accelerate. Although most of them are still in the 10th level state, they are still a group of first level war scumbags, but the victory is in the crowd, and they are not afraid of death and can be resurrected. Throwing them a task, and then some considerable rewards, one by one. Screaming is the best tool to use. And from another level, the potential of players is actually greater than that of most practitioners. After all, players are all open to hanging, as long as they can complete the promotion task. Even the simplest yellow level task that everyone loves can also make great progress all the way, relying on experience points to build up the level. The level 50 promotion task will be a big hurdle, but before that, as long as you don't take overly advanced tasks, the difficulty factor is actually not big. At the time of the ancient catastrophe, if there were a group of players who had already developed, the form would be completely different. Yes, your ancient alien beasts are strong, yes, but we can be resurrected. And we are getting stronger and stronger. Fighting for war is the most terrifying thing. What's more, the alien beasts are bloodthirsty and cruel, so the players will not be cruel? As long as you dare to show your health bar, even a god would dare to kill it. For you. The fourth natural disaster, is it a false name? Reasonable use of players is the biggest reliance of Tianxian realm. It seems that they have been neglected recently. Lu Chaoga said in his heart, thinking of the sand sculpture players in the sect. It's time to give them some rain. Otherwise, it would be like being thrown into a cold palace. Every day, I can only shout 666 for myself on the forum. After Lu Chaoga made this decision, he thought of one more thing. Master, since the Eye of Chaos has not been destroyed, and all the alien beasts in the ancient times came out of the Eye of Chaos, does that mean that there may be catastrophe in the future? Lu Chaoga probably thought bottom line, but that's the only way to ask. The Eyes of Chaos everywhere are 4 active volcanoes that destroy the world. The middle-aged scholar held the record of different beasts, nodded slightly, and then took a deep look at Lu Chaoga. Recently, the fluctuation of the Eye of Chaos has reached its peak in the past 10,000 years. The middle-aged scholar said peacefully, but what he said was a new bombshell. Sure enough, the plot in the later stage of the game must be a new round of catastrophe. Lu Chaoga said in his heart. After saying these words, the middle-aged scholar observed Lu Chaoga's expression and found that the young man in front of him did not seem to be in the slightest panic. On the contrary, he also asked, Master, I have always been curious whether the alien beast was born from the Eye of Chaos, or is it just a passage through the Eye of Chaos, and the alien beast came to the profound sky realm through the Eye of Chaos? Both are possible. But that determines how to handle what comes next. A smile appeared on the face of the middle-aged scholar, and he asked, if it is the former, what should I do? If it is the latter, what should I do? The corner of Lu Chaoga's mouth rose slightly, and said, if it was born from the Eye of Chaos, then destroy it. But if it's just a passage, it's not safe to destroy it. After all, no one knows whether this passage can still be built. If conditions permit, it is naturally better to cut the grass. That's what it means to kill the past. Since you are called the Eye of Chaos, it is the Eye, how can a real man not come forward? As he said that, he and the middle-aged scholar looked at each other and said solemnly, you can go, and I can go too. Hearing the words, the middle-aged scholar was stunned for a moment, then he rubbed his palms and laughed. Good. He glanced at the alien beasts in his hand. Lu Chaoga also took a look. In the eyes of middle-aged scholars, it is a book. In the eyes of Lu Yanren, this is a cookbook. After about half a column of incense, Lu Chaoga took the middle-aged scholar and landed in a dense forest. The coordinates given by the system are not far ahead. Lu Chaoga did not know anything about the altar of the Purple Moon Club. He knew what was in it, but he didn't know what it was for. According to the hidden information explored by the sand sculpture players in the previous life, the altar of the Purple Moon Club is estimated to be sealed with the power of ancient alien beasts in the ancient times. It may be the soul, it may be the power of blood. However, the altar is not a dead thing, but has a certain spirituality. There are generally only 2 demon cultivators guarding each altar, and the strength of these 2 demon cultivators cannot exceed the 5th realm. Because once you reach the 5th realm, it will arouse the appetite of the altar. The power contained in the altar will wake up, no matter what you are, above the 5 realms. Your power is too fragrant, the altar will not be able to control itself, just take a bite. And it's the whole bite, and in the end there's not a drop left. As for why each altar can only be guarded by 2 demon cultivators from the 5th realm, that is because once the number is too large, it will be too fragrant. A large amount is enough. The altar will wake up again and eat and drink. The former takes the fine line, the latter takes the quantity. It is for this reason that the warm reminder given by the system is that players are recommended to go in a group when they reach level 50 or above. 2 5th-level demon cultivators, plus the exotic beasts they can control. And the home field advantage brought by being in the altar, it is indeed impossible for players to form a team, just start a group. Lu Chaoga didn't worry much about this. He has enough confidence in his current terrifying strength. His only concern before was, will I also be fragrant? Will this altar also crave me? Yes, once he enters the altar, there are not 3 existences above the 5th realm. Players are special, perhaps because they are equivalent to descendants, so the altar has no interest in them. No matter how many players enter, the altar will not wake up because of this. It's like a demon cultivator swallowing a player, but in fact it's swallowing loneliness. But Lu Chaoga is different. He feels that he may be a sweet pastry for the altar. And based on his being Charm 10, he seriously doubted that he would be full of color and fragrance. Therefore, when he reached the 5th realm, Lu Chaoga had his own ideas about going to the altar. If he went alone, he would just rub. Entering the altar is definitely not acceptable. The altar has an extremely terrifying power, which is equivalent to sending resurrection coins. But scratching is different. You can draw out the demon cultivator who guards the altar inside and play a trick, lead the snake out of the hole. After killing the demon cultivator, you can think about how to destroy the altar. However, after meeting the middle-aged scholar, Lu Chaoga changed his mind directly. First of all, he wanted to use this trip to get information. Second, it is more secure. It is true that he can also wait until he is stronger before coming to the altar. In this case, the reward given by the system should be higher. But time is not for me. There are many more altars, and he thinks it is more cost-effective to understand the altars earlier. And if you really get useful information from Jianzuan's mouth, then its value is higher than an altar in Lu Chaoga's view. He would not do business at a loss. In the dense forest, the middle-aged scholar and Lu Chaoga soon came to a boulder. The boulder is the passage to the altar. Here is the coordinates given by the system. Perhaps it was the middle-aged scholar who covered their breath, and the two stood in front of the boulder so brightly that the demon cultivators inside the boulder didn't know anything about it. In fact, Lu Chaoge didn't know that one of the guardians of this altar had been slaughtered by him. Chong Hui was originally one of the guardians of this altar. He temporarily found someone to change classes with him, and then took a leave of absence to intercept Lu Chaoge. Then, the interception cannot be counter-killed. This bloody story tells us, don't take a leave of absence. Master, it's here. Lu Chaoge looked at the boulder in front of him and, not too late, appeared in his hand. The middle-aged scholar holding the scroll took a few steps back, then found a stone and sat down, making a gesture of please. He had already said that he wanted to see Lu Chaoge's two sword fields. Then, unless Lu Chaoge's life is in danger, he will naturally not take action. This is exactly what Lu Chaoge wanted. Kill independently to maximize the reward. Sure enough, when he took out, not too late, he received a system prompt. Ding! You have discovered the Purple Moon Society altar, and the temporary mission has been triggered. Quest Stage 1, Kill the Guard Demon Repair. Quest reward, 10 million experience points, and a blue-level piece items. Lu Chaoge looked at the task and felt that the reward was very generous. 10 million experience points is high enough, and there are blue-level items? I don't know what it will be. But it can be seen that the strength of the two demon cultivators inside is probably not low. This, at that time, the middle-aged Confucian scholar, sitting on the stone, lightly tapped his fingertips on the Book of Alien Beasts. Lu Chaoge, who was originally covered by him, suddenly leaked his breath. At this time, Lu Chaoge unsheathed directly, not too late. A loud shout came out. Who is it? Two figures appeared, a man and a woman. The man's skin was morbidly pale, but his lips were very red, giving him a vampire-like feeling. He couldn't say how handsome he was, and he had long purple hair. Lu Chaoge looked a little uncomfortable. As for the woman beside the man, she has wheat-colored skin, a pair of thighs exposed, round and slender, and full of strength and wild beauty. The main thing is that her underwear is very tight, and outlines her peach plump buttocks. The peach gives the feeling not only full, but also juicy. Her appearance can only be regarded as upper middle. But such a figure, coupled with wild beauty, and her energy, are really bonus points. Taming her is like taming a leopard. When the two demon cultivators saw Lu Chaoge, they were all stunned. In particular, this banshee show couldn't bear to stick out his scarlet tongue and licked the corner of his mouth. What a handsome Daijiangxiu. She looked at Lu Chaoge and said. Immediately after, she glanced at the middle-aged scholar behind her. This one has nothing to look at. From the appearance point of view, Yu reading www.sonicmtl.com is completely incomparable with this black-robed sword cultivator, and his temperament is still elegant, with a strong sense of scroll. It's just, why can't he perceive his realm? This made the two demon cultivators extremely vigilant. Go back to the altar. The male demon show immediately made a decision. Bring these two people into the altar, and when the altar wakes up, they take the opportunity to leave so as not to be swallowed. If you can't see through this middle-aged scholar, let the altar solve it. No one would think that this middle-aged scholar was an ordinary person. How could ordinary people sit there so calmly? Then, since you can't see through, you can only be the strong. There are thousands of roads, and safety is the first priority. Although Yao Xiao is bloodthirsty and crazy, he will not be as mindless as you, who play games. However, I saw the middle-aged scholar's index finger tapped the alien beasts, and the next moment, a ban was born. The back road was cut off immediately. The two demon cultivators who could not retreat were horrified. What realm is this? Who is this person? They looked forward, and the big sword cultivator, who was holding a black, long sword and wearing a black robe, had already dyed a layer of dark gold in his eyes. At the same time, they are facing the most slaughtered sword field, killing life. Chapter 266. 259, Sword Domain Human Immortal. Black robe, black sword. A pair of dark golden eyes. He's Lu Chaoga. The two demon cultivators finally realized who the sword cultivator in front was. Of course, what allowed them to determine their identity was the face that had been mistaken for a lifetime when they saw Chaoga. When did Lu Chaoga enter the realm of the great sword cultivator? Damn it, if it was him, we really wouldn't necessarily be his opponent. Among them, this Banshee Xiao, who has weak-colored skin and is full of wild beauty, is the most depressed. The guardian of the altar here was originally Cheng Hui and the male demon cultivator beside her. However, Cheng Hui asked for leave, so he asked her to work on top of the shift. And she knew very well that Cheng Hui went to find Lu Chaoga to seek revenge. So, at this moment, Lu Chaoga appeared here, not Cheng Hui's return with revenge, which means Cheng Hui is probably dead. Could the location of this altar also be exposed by Cheng Hui? The Banshee Xiaobei clenched her teeth, scolding the 18th generation of Cheng Hui's ancestors in her heart. The old lady kindly came to work for you, but you still want to be buried with the old lady. If Lu Chaoga just made them jealous, this middle-aged scholar who placed a shocking ban at hand has already made them see despair. Now, it is like a battle of trapped beasts. Even if you feel hopeless, you can only give it a shot. As for the sword field that appeared in front of him, it was filled with a terrifying aura. Intense killing intent. Sword domain killing, the sword domain of the first generation of Jianzong. Jianzong, to kill and raise swords. Lu Chaoga took a step forward, and the momentum of the whole person became sharper. The dark golden eyes are mysteriously indifferent, and when combined with this sword domain, he is like a killing god in the world. 5 alien beasts emerged, 3 belonged to male demon cultivators and 2 belonged to female demon cultivators. However, one of the alien beasts only had a head out. Because when it appeared, Lu Chaoga had already made a sword. An alien beast with a level of 53, the head is separated, and the sword is instantaneous. Just now, the 2 demon cultivators only felt that the sky was dark, as if there was ink painting in front of them, and the next moment, they saw the blood light rising from the sky. How is it possible? They were horrified. The demon cultivators have become accustomed to abusing cultivators, and even if they encounter a powerful sword cultivator, there has never been a scene where such a beast is instantly killed. The Lu Chaoga in front of him was obviously just entering the 5th realm for the first time. Crossing the border and beheading with a sword, this is definitely a human. This made the 2 demon cultivators of the Purple Moon Society recall every rumor about Lu Chaoga. This sword cultivator, who claims to be invincible in the same realm, is definitely talking about the same realm, not a big realm. He is invincible in the 5th realm. At this time, Lu Chaoga didn't think too much, he was just focusing on studying his own sword domain. Sure enough, after killing this alien beast, killing has been slightly strengthened. Lu Chaoga felt it carefully. In this sword field, it is all about fighting more and more bravely. Coupled with his normal attack and slow voice, it is simply incomprehensible. These are the capital of the first generation of sword sovereign that ran rampant in the world. The middle-aged scholar observed Jianyu from behind and nodded secretly. This sword domain is almost the same as the records about the ancestors in the classics. The middle-aged scholar said in his heart. He already knew that with Lu Chaoga's comprehensive strength, these two demon cultivators would definitely not be his opponents by just relying on one kill. Lu Chaoga is now just using them to practice. The power added a bit of killing, making the two demon cultivators secretly vigilant. Lu Chaoga looked and felt the Jianyu surrounding him, and said in his heart, "Murdering book, to understand?" In his opinion, killing in the Jianyu means stacking layers of buffs and successfully killing the enemy. It will deepen a layer of buff. But if the momentum dissipates and the enemy is repelled in one go, then the superimposed buff in the front will dissipate directly. The point is still only those 4 words, only advance and never retreat. What I want is to kill decisively. Not too late, among the singers of Lu Chao, let out a cheerful sound of sword chirping. The sword of life and the master have the same mind, and it also has the murderous intention of the sky at this moment. Lu Chaoga's movements became faster and faster, and the power of each sword became more and more violent. The strange beasts fell one after another, and the hearts of the two demon cultivators of the Purple Moon Society sank to the bottom. Only at this time did they realize how terrifying this legendary Lu Chaoga was. After he entered the realm of great cultivators. Too weak. Lu Chaoga muttered to himself. But it's okay to use it as a sword-sharpening stone. His dark golden eyes became more and more hot. Jianyu human immortal. The next moment, the faces of the two demon cultivators were bloodless, and at the same time, they seemed to have seen an extremely terrifying scene. 2 sword fields, he actually has 2 sword fields. How is this possible? This is absolutely impossible. With Lu Chaoga as the center, within a radius of 1 mile, everything in the world is being stolen by him. Lu Chaoga planned to slowly practice with them, but he quickly raised his eyebrows. How could this be? Lu Chaoga was a little confused. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. It's time for a quick fight, and quickly get rid of these 2 weak and helpless demon cultivators. He said in his heart. Lu Chaoga's figure disappeared instantly. The next moment, just as the male demon cultivator was about to turn around, he felt a slight chill on the back of his neck. Immediately afterwards, his eyes widened, and his head fell forward until it fell to the ground. The female demon cultivator was quite frightened by the scene in front of her. Fortunately, Lu Chaoga's attitude towards women is still very gentle. Since you're scared to death, then die. This directly caused the banshee to lose the ability to be frightened. When people die, they don't know how to be afraid. Lu Renujian Chaoga. After the demon cultivator and the alien beast were killed one after another, Lu Chaoga looked at the boulder in front of him. He has already received the system's prompt information, obtained the experience point reward after killing the demon repair, and a blue level item. In the system's judgment, it is considered an extremely powerful demon cultivator, but in front of Lu Chaoga, it is actually not worth mentioning. It's just that at this time, he didn't have the time to check the blue items in the backpack. The middle-aged scholar also did not know when, standing beside him. He was also looking at the boulder ahead. There is a cave in the boulder, which is the altar of Zaiwiwi here. It has the power of the blood of ancient alien beasts, and it may even contain the altar of the soul of ancient alien beasts. But at this moment, the sleeping altar actually woke up without anyone entering. Yes, it stands to reason that it will wake up only when Lu Chaoga and the middle-aged scholar enter the altar. But it just woke up now. The reason is simple. After Lu Chaoga performed Sword Domain Human Immortal, the power of the altar was also sucked out. In the dense forest, the boulder began to vibrate. Its vibration frequency is very slow at first, and then becomes a high frequency vibration. The sleeping altar is completely awake, because it is keen to swallow it, and now its power has been stolen. I have always been swallowing people, why is someone swallowing me today? The altar was instantly angry. A terrifying breath came from the altar, like a sleeping giant beast. Awakening. The middle-aged scholar stood beside Lu Chaoga. Although he did nothing, the pressure on Lu Chaoga was relieved. In this altar of the Purple Moon Society, the dragon soul of a dragon beast is sealed, as well as the blood power of the three-eyed bronze tree, and part of the blood power of the swallowing whale. The middle-aged scholar said, "These alien beasts should all be in the 8th realm before they died." He continued. The alien beasts in the 8th realm in the ancient times were considered to be very few terrifying beings among the alien beasts. Although he is dead now, but it is mixed and sealed in the altar, it should also have extremely terrifying power. Don't worry, it's almost the peak of the 7th realm. The middle-aged scholar seemed to sense Lu Chaoga's curiosity and patiently explained it to him. At the peak of the 7th realm, one can basically walk sideways in the profound sky realm. But when a middle-aged Confucian scholar said such words, it really gave people a sense of security. "Chaoga, why don't you keep trying?" The middle-aged scholar smiled gently. Lu Chaoga immediately understood his intention, which was to let himself continue to use the sword domain on this altar. Saying that, the middle-aged scholar put the right hand holding the scroll behind him, then stretched out his left index finger and lightly tapped the boulder. In an instant, the boulder stopped shaking. Lu Chaoga felt that he vaguely heard the roaring voices of 3 alien beasts. Although these voices were filled with anger, threats, and murderous intent, they were more awe and fear. With a simple finger, the important altar of the Purple Moon Society was directly subdued. This is Jianzong Jianzuan. Because Lu Chaoga was casting sword domain human immortal towards the altar, and directly narrowed the range from stealing from the range to stealing from a single target. This allows Lu Chaoga to clearly perceive the state of the altar. It's struggling like crazy, but it can't move. The peak of the 7th realm, which is enough to run rampant in the profound sky realm, is like an ant in front of a middle-aged scholar, which is a dragon beast, which is an earthworm, which is a three-eyed bronze tree, but a small bean sprout. It's not a swallowing whale, it's just a small fry. The middle-aged scholar withdrew his left hand, and then smiled at Lu Chaoga, again indicating that he could continue. It felt as if the altar had been immobilized, unable to move directly. And Lu Chaoga can do whatever he wants with it. Drain it. This was Lu Chaoga's current thought. He wasn't sure if he could do it, but he wanted to try. At the same time, it is also beneficial for him to have a deep understanding of his own sword domain. Human immortal is a bit like absorbing the stars, but it's actually different. The absorbing the stars is to absorb the internal power of others into one's own body, and then use it for one's own use. According to the cultivation system of the profound sky realm, this is actually an evil way, a crooked way. The upper limit is not high, it is destined to be impossible to become a peerless powerhouse. But, Renxian is not actually stealing other people's power into my body, but after stealing them out, forming a sword domain mixed into a force that can cause effective output. Of course, the blue returning effect still exists, because the surrounding spiritual energy is also part of the stolen power, and the spiritual energy is also being sucked by me. And it seems to be quite targeted for this kind of Purple Moon Society altar. Lu Chaoga thought of this, and thought it was quite interesting. Since it is released to the altar monomer, the stealing efficiency is not low. Slowly, he felt that the altar had changed from the initial struggle to resignation. If you can't resist, then you can just come. At the back, Lu Chaoga felt that his sword domain had been completely filled. If you can't fit it, it will overflow. Lu Chaoga knew it. However, at this moment, a prompt message popped up in front of him. Ding. Based on the peculiarities of the altar, should it be stripped and manifested? Striped and manifested? What do you mean? Lu Chaoga was a little puzzled. But he still decided to give it a try. He directly chose, yes. After choosing, yes, he felt that the power in the sword field began to squeeze obviously, or it was compressing. Slowly, an air mass appeared in the air. Then, the air mass keeps shrinking inward and condensing. In the end, it turned into a 3-color bead. Under sunlight, this bead will show 3 colors, cyan, red, and blue. These 3 colors represent 3 forces. After the beads were produced, the middle-aged scholar took a deep look at Lu Chaoga, then stretched out his hand, and the beads fell into his hands. He looked at the beads and seemed to be thinking about something. Seeing that the middle-aged scholar took the beads, Lu Chaoga threw detection at the beads. The basic information given by the system is very simple. The bead of the altar contains the spirit of the ancient dragon beast, the power of the bloodline of the 3-eyed bronze tree and the swallowing whale. As for the purpose of this bead, the system did not give any information. After all, this is the pinnacle of the 7th realm. UU reading. www.sonicmtl.com has exceeded Lu Chaoga's detection authority, and there is not much information that can be obtained. But this is equivalent to giving Lu Chaoga a signal. It can be compressed when it is full, doesn't that mean it can be sucked? Again? Haha, are you afraid? This seat will squeeze you dry. He continued to cast the sword domain at the altar, and at the same time, due to the large consumption of spiritual power in the body, he also divided a part of the sword domain to use it to restore basic blue to himself. In this way, as time passed by, Lu Chaoga condensed more and more beads. After sucking to the back, the altar was sucked to despair. When the 10th bead was produced, Lu Chaoga stopped what he was doing. Master, it's over. Lu Chaoga felt a little tired. The middle-aged scholar nodded slightly, then waved his hand, and 10 altar beads with 3 colors in the sunlight were suspended in front of the 2 of them. Your sword domain is very special, the power of the altar was sealed. The middle-aged scholar said. Looking at these 10 beads, Lu Chaoga's heart suddenly trembled. Because he thought of something. For some reason, these altar beads gave him a strong sense of sight. It made him think of the 2 soul jades placed in his storage ring at once. Chapter 267. 260, in front of senior sister. 10 beads of the altar, lined up, suspended in mid-air. The altar of the Purple Moon Society has been destroyed and sealed and turned into this power. Lu Chaoga received several system prompts, presumably there was a reward for destroying the altar. However, he doesn't have time to check it right now. Because the altar bead gave him the feeling that it was too much like a weakened version of the soul jade. The middle-aged scholar seemed to have noticed this. Do you have soul jade? He glanced at Lu Chaoga. Lu Chaoga nodded and didn't hide the matter. He believed that the middle-aged Confucian scholar knew something in his heart, and he must have known that he was carrying the soul jade. Then, there was no need to hide it, it was a mindless act. Lu Chaoga took out a soul jade from his ink ring, and floated it together with the 10 altar beads. Looking at it like this, the more I look at it, the more it looks like it. It's not that they're the same thing, it just feels like they're from the same assembly line. It's just that the power of the beasts sealed by the beads of the altar, they were the 8th realm in their lifetime. And the power of the Pluto sealed in the soul jade, before being sealed, the Pluto was the ultimate existence in the 9th realm. Master, Hades was sealed by Emperor Qing, right? Lu Chaoga asked. Although according to legend, Hades was indeed beheaded by Emperor Qing. Beheading is one thing, and sealing is another. Yes. The middle-aged scholar gave a positive answer directly. After speaking, he took a deep look at Lu Chaoga again. Your sword territory seems to have the same means as when Qing Emperor sealed Hades. The middle-aged scholar said. Looking at the 11 beads, Lu Chaoga only felt a bit of a headache. Put them all away. The middle-aged scholar suggested. It is strange to say that although Lu Chaoga is already a great practitioner, whether it is the soul jade or the altar bead is of great importance, but he has no intention of interfering, but directly assigns the ownership of the altar bead. It was awarded to Lu Chaoga. Not only that, he also took out a jade box from the storage ring, and then handed the jade box to Lu Chaoga's hands. Here, there is the soul jade that I have obtained over the years, and I will give it to you together. The middle-aged scholar said. Lu Chaoga. He opened the wooden box and took a look, only to see that there were fragments of soul jade inside, and there was no complete soul jade, but there were a lot of them. There are a total of 58 fragments, large and small. Hiding, your kid is about to take off. Lu Chaoga said in his heart. Sure enough, being a teacher is your greatest blessing in the profound sky realm. He didn't even know, after absorbing the 2 almost complete soul jades, what realm could He Ting be able to absorb after absorbing these fragments? It must not be difficult to add another great sword cultivator to my Momen. Moreover, it is estimated that it is not only a breakthrough to the 5th realm. It's still your little boy who is comfortable. People sit at home and hang from the sky. I'm really a good master. Lu Chaoga was almost moved by himself. He put the jade box into the ink ring well, and then said, Master, why did you give me the soul jade fragment? Because it is useful to you. Isn't it? The middle-aged scholar smiled gently, although I don't know what it's used for. I feel like you need it. Lu Chaoga nodded without denying it. He just felt that the other party trusted him too much and treated himself too well. My uncle isn't that kind. It's obviously the first time we met. There may be some reasons for it, but since the other party didn't say it, Lu Chaoga didn't bother to guess. The middle-aged scholar looked at him and said, I have already seen your 2 sword domains. Do you need to meditate and review it now? Lu Chaoga nodded slightly and said, yes. He didn't. He needs to recollect and understand, he simply wants to receive system rewards. The middle-aged scholar sat down on a stone again, and then flipped through the alien beasts in his hand. Lu Chaoga found a place to sit cross-legged. He first checked the experience point rewards he had gained, counting the quest rewards, kill rewards, and experience reward for destroying the altar. The amount reaches an extremely terrifying 47 million. This made Lu Chaoga overjoyed. Among them, a large part of the rewards came from destroying the altar. After all, the altar is equivalent to the peak of the 7th realm. And it is of great significance to the Purple Moon Club, so the experience point reward will also have a certain degree of bonus. If I destroy the altar independently, will the reward experience be even more? Lu Chaoga thought in his heart. However, one cannot be too greedy. In fact, if there is no middle-aged scholar by his side, he has no qualifications and strength to destroy the altar, and it is even more impossible to extract the power of the altar to form the pearl of the altar. After reading the amount of experience points in the panel, Lu Chaoga went to check the blue item. It's amazing. Lu Chaoga looked at the item reward and was a little speechless for a while. This is a defensive magic weapon, and its defensive properties are quite good. It is considered a first-class item in blue-level equipment. But the embarrassing thing is that its shape is a belly pocket. I'm not Neza. Lu Chaoga was speechless. He certainly wouldn't use it himself. This thing was put in the backpack by him, and he could only take it as a gift. But who should I send it to? He took another look at the style of this piece of equipment, not to mention it should be a bit different to wear. Whether it's Xiaohe who shows sharp horns, or the kind that is tolerant and big and can't fit in one pocket, there will be different styles. After checking his backpack, Lu Chaoga began to check the prompt information. The first few prompts in the system are nothing more than the content of the experience reward. This made him a little disappointed. Destroying the altar, you only reward experience points, don't you reward other things? Lu Chaoga thought to himself. But fortunately, the amount is enough, and after thinking about it, he feels that for him, the most in short supply is the experience value. Sword Intent and Heart Sword will continue to be upgraded, but it will take 32 million experience points. Adding the two together is 64 million, which is just killing me. Lu Chaoga didn't bother to calculate the follow-up account. He continued to consult the system prompts, until the last one, he paused. Ding. Since you are destroying the altar for the first time, do you spend 2 million experience points to check the relevant information of the Zaiwiwi altar? Lu Chaoga was shocked. The dog system is really getting more and more limitless. Lu Chaoga, who was still in a state of wealth, finally spent 2 million experience points to check the information on the altar. After examining it carefully, he probably had some idea in his mind. It turns out that the original Qi Shao was the power in the altar. The altar of the Ziyue Club is to enable the demon cultivator to possess the power of ancient alien beasts. If you can suppress this power, then you can make it work for you. If you can't suppress it, it will become the nourishment for Qi Zhao's resurrection, just like the original Yao Yi. As for the Purple Moon Society, whether it is to resurrect the ancient alien beast in another form, or to increase the power of the demon cultivator, it is a good deal. After reading the information given by the system, Lu Chaoga, the most important point is, the altar is actually built using some kind of secret technique of the demon race. The altar of the Zaiwiwi is transformed and built through the secret technique of the demon race. In other words, it is very likely that there are powerful monsters in the Ziyue Club. I don't know if there is now, at least it used to be. After reading the introduction of the altar, the system also gave a message. Very thoughtfully. After reading this information, Lu Chaoga immediately felt that the 2 million experience points were worth it. The system has determined that there are members in your sect who can absorb the beads of the altar. Lu Chaoga looked at the prompt message and immediately thought of hiding. Is it hiding? Probably so, since he can absorb soul jade, then maybe the pearl of the altar, which looks like a product of an assembly line, is also fine. Damn, this kid wants to God. Shouldn't I just feed it like this, to create the weakest ninth realm in history? Lu Chaoga thought to himself. Don't forget, hiding has only improved his cultivation base and realm, but whether it is sword intent or divine power, he has not kept up. Therefore, Lu Chaoga felt that he, the master, was invincible in the same realm, and this only disciple was afraid that he would have the title of the weakest in the same realm. However, even if it is the weakest, who can't kill people by jumping the ranks, then can't we kill people by lowering the ranks? Is it not easy to kill you in the 7th realm and become the pinnacle of the 5th realm? 1 power down 10 sessions, vigorously perform miracles. Let's leave it to the teacher to act as a teacher. Lu Chaoga made a decision. In his heart. It's getting more and more homesick. He sighed. Momin, Dan Qingfeng. Lu Dongli stood aside, watching how his master Ji Chongkong taught Xiaoqiu. The round-faced chick is holding a small iron sword. Every time the sword is drawn, a round face with a chubby flesh will squeeze out the folds like meat buns, as if the whole body is relying on the face. Rely on the fleshy face to output. Compared to when he first went up the mountain, Xiaoqiu has actually grown up. A lot. She has grown a little taller, but this baby's fat face has not changed in the slightest. On the earth, it is actually just promotion from kindergarten to primary school. Xiaoqiu practiced to the back and was really tired, so he cast a begging look at Ji Chongkong. Her small mouth was deflated, and she felt aggrieved, but what she thought in her heart was, I'm so hungry, so hungry. Ji Chongkong felt a little distressed when she saw the little girl like this, and said with a doting smile, okay, today, that's it for now. Lu Dongli, who was watching from the side, walked over with his slender legs, but said lightly, I will practice another 300 swords. Ah? Continue to practice swordsmanship on the ground. Every time the sword is out, he will also dub himself. Hey! Ha! Hey! Ha! The output turned into a roar. The immature voice swirled on Danqing Peak, which made the quiet Danqing Peak a little more lively. Lu Dongli stood beside Ji Chongkong. Because Ji Chongkong was a little old man with a hunchback and a low height, and the proportion of the girl's legs was sky high. Lu Dongli's legs actually reached Ji Chongkong's waist. Master, did you say that the uncle found his brother? Lu Dongli asked. A few days ago, Master Jianzun said that he had to go down the mountain to find his brother, and then left Momin. Although senior brother is not as good as me in terms of finding people, it's not impossible to find them. Ji Chongkong replied. After getting along a few days ago, this sentence fell into Lu Dongli's ears. And it automatically transformed into, Master's means of finding people are also better than Master's. As long as Master emphasizes that Master is inferior to himself, the more emphasize that the more powerful he is. Lu Dongli has long understood this point. Ji Chongkong didn't know what to think at this time and asked, Xiaolizi, do you think senior brother would want to accept him as a disciple? No one would be tempted by such a master swordsman, right? Hearing this, Lu Dongli was slightly taken aback, and said, Master, you have been with your uncle for many years. You should know your uncle better. Right? Oh, I will understand him? Him. Ji Chongkong squinted his eyes and looked unhappy. Lu Dongli smiled and said, Master, don't worry. Since my brother said that he doesn't want to be a teacher, then he shouldn't. Ji Chongkong thought about the boy's temperament, and felt that it made some sense, so he was relieved. Come. In the competition of apprentices, he was determined to take the lead of his apprentice brother. The old urchin nodded and said, Master, I just thought about it carefully. This kid Lu Chaoga broke through the situation very fast. I am afraid that in another year, he should be able to become a great sword cultivator. I don't know what will happen to him. Jianyu? Lu Dongli looked at the small lake in the distance. The lake was sparkling. She missed the time when she was boating with her brother on the lake. Her current state is like a sentence written by Shin Kongwen. I look at the water like this, and I miss you at the same time. No home at all. She couldn't help complaining in her heart. Beizhou, Yu reading www.sonicmtl.com. Chuanqiu Mountain. Jiang Xinyan took his seat in front of the table, and on the table was the treasure of Spring and Autumn Mountain, the holy relic Spring and Autumn. This is her last visualization of Spring and Autumn. thinking that his Taoist companion had touched this book, which seemed to be unreal. Jiang Xinyan couldn't help but couldn't lift his hand, and tried it. The result was the same as before. Naturally the green jade finger went straight through the scroll. Over the past 10,000 years, he is the only one who has picked up Spring and Autumn. Jiang Xinyan thought to himself. A shallow smile appeared on his face. After visualizing Spring and Autumn, go to Chaoga. Jiang Xinyan made a decision in his heart. The previous conversation between the saint and her made her feel a little complicated. She thinks her sister is crazy. But after roughly understanding what she meant, Jiang Xinyan understood a little more, and felt that senior sister. Maybe it's just half crazy? No matter what, she couldn't have no idea in her mind. With Chaoga's breakthrough speed, it shouldn't be long before he can become a great sword cultivator. When that time comes. Jiang Xinyan's face had two blushes. In any case, I have to be in front of senior sister. Jiang Xinyan bit his lower lip and said in his heart. Chapter 268. I'm not a human, please take a day off. Xiaomei, I'm currently playing, please wait for a while. After the content is updated, you need to refresh the page to get the latest update. Chapter 269. 261, Half-Step 9 Realms. In the hut, Jiang Xinyan gathered his mind and no longer thought about the previous conversation between the saint and her. This kind of thing, no matter how good the reason is, will be difficult to accept for a while, and it will also make people upset. She calmed down, took a deep breath, and began to touch the spring and autumn in front of her with her divine sense. Divine consciousness is like a tentacle. When he touched spring and autumn, the wordless book floated by itself and then opened a page in front of Jiang Xinyan. 9th page. It doesn't really matter which page spring and autumn opens. There are only 10 pages in this book, and it would not be said that the further the number of pages goes, the more meaning it has. The main thing to look at is the practitioner's own perception. The road to body refinement is inherently difficult. Jiang Xinyan, who has finally broken through to the 6th realm, will have a chance to hit the 7th realm in the future, depending on today's visualization. She knew very well that with her talent, without the help of spring and autumn, she might not even be able to reach the 6th realm great perfection. However, with the terrifying combat power of body refinement flow, although there are many less fancy magical powers, it can basically be invincible in the 6 realms, just by relying on recklessness. If she can cultivate to the late 6th stage, it is not difficult to challenge the ordinary 7th stage. Once upon a time, Jiang Xinyan was quite satisfied with his cultivation. She is definitely incomparable with those top experts in the 8th realm, but looking at the entire profound sky realm, she can be regarded as a real expert. In the real sense. However, Lu Chaoga's cultivation speed was too fast. At the beginning, Wanyan Taoshu once said that she should not rely on her identity as a great cultivator, and maybe you will not be worthy of him in terms of cultivation in the future. She didn't feel resentful at the beginning, on the contrary, she also recognized Lu Chaoga's talent. But Jiang Xinyan never thought that in just a few years of hard work, he was about to become a great cultivator. And Chaoga seems to have a lot of things he wants to do. She could see that Lu Chaoga had a lot of things in mind. She doesn't ask much, she just thinks that she can help him when he needs it. On the 9th page of Spring and Autumn, there is still no handwriting or pattern. But Jiang Xinyan looked at it and quickly entered a mysterious realm. The back mountain. Outside the elegant courtyard where the Holy Master lived. Chuanqiu Mountain Sect Master Heng Yin appeared outside the house and found a stone bench to sit down. The wooden door of the small courtyard was pushed open, and the holy teacher walked out of the house. Today, she is wearing a luo skirt. This woman still has an extraordinary temperament, which will make people unable to bear to look at it more. Is something wrong? She looked at Hangin and asked. Hangin, who was still wearing a black robe, glanced at the saint and said, about Lu Chaoga, do you want to listen to it? A woman is made of water. Therefore, after she sat down, the flesh on the buttocks and legs spread around because of the squeezing, causing the skirt to be slightly propped up, forming a beautiful arc. After sitting down, the holy teacher took out the tea stove and spirit tea from the storage ring, obviously wanting to discuss in detail. When it comes to Lu Chaoga, she is very talkative. The corners of Hangin's mouth twitched slightly, but in the end he said, Junior brother Zhao is dead. Which junior brother Zhao? The holy master was stunned. There are several junior brothers with the surname Zhao in the sect. Obviously, she didn't take the match between Zhao Ziqi and Lu Chaoga to heart. Zhao Ziqi. Hangin said. Huh? How did you die? The holy master frowned slightly. Lu Chaoga killed it. Hangin said. This made Saint Master's jade hand holding the teapot stop in the air for half a second. Then, she continued to pour tea for Hangin. Be more specific, she said. What happened specifically? There is only one witness. According to the witness's flying sword biography, it is said that a demon cultivator in the fifth realm intercepted Lu Chaoga. After Lu Chaoga was repaired by a hand blade demon, Zhao Ziqi revealed killing intent, but was killed by Lu Chaoga. You mean, after Lu Chaoga killed the demon cultivator in the fifth realm, he also killed junior brother Zhao in the sixth realm? The saint said, how did he do it? The cultivation base of the fourth realm, killing the demon cultivator in the fifth realm was already scaring people to death, yet he actually killed Zhao Ziqi in the seventh realm in the sixth realm? This is indeed stunned. Whoever hears it will feel incredible. It stands to reason that due to the huge gap in strength, Zhao Ziqi may kill Lu Chaoga with one move when he makes a full effort. Hangin looked at the saint and said, I don't know. 1 question and 3 questions. JPG. Don't ask me, no results. However, he still frowned and glanced at the holy teacher, and said, the younger brother of the same sect was killed. What you are most concerned about is how Lu Chaoga did it. There was a strong dissatisfaction in these words. The holy master glanced at the teacup in his hand and said, with your temperament and mood, come to House Han to talk to me about this, instead of going directly to Qingzhou Xingshi to ask the guilt. I want to come. The identity of this witness is not simple. Right? You already believed what this witness said, didn't you? The saint asked. Rhetorically. Hangin put down the teacup and said only 4 words. Jianzong Jianzuan. When the saint heard the words, he only replied 4 words. So it is. Yes, since the witness is Jianzuan, then, no matter what, whether it was Hang In or her, they believed what he said. Anyone who has come into contact with Jianzun will be easily impressed by his conduct and his character. A modest gentleman, gentle as jade. Among the 4 supreme powers in the profound sky realm, Jianzun's words are the most convincing. Its level even surpasses the so-called Buddhist monks who don't lie to monks. It is strange to say that Arhat and Jianzun are the 4 supreme powers, but it is Jianzun's words that are the most convincing. Maybe it's the charisma. He said it was the truth, then it was the truth. Everyone still believes it. Hangin took out a small sword from his bosom and said, this is Jianzun's flying sword. He handed the small sword to the holy teacher, and the holy teacher poured his divine sense into it. After checking the contents, he said, Sect Master it. Seems that I have been busy recently. In the biography, it was written that Zhao Ziqi colluded with the demon cultivator Huang Quanhui. The Moon Ice Snow Wolf King, who appeared earlier, also has a certain relationship with him. This is what Lu Chaoge added to Jianzun, and Zhao Ziqi's storage ring also contains some important evidence that exposes his identity as the second or fifth son. The high-level executives of Chuanqiu Mountain, the four major sects of the dignified sect, actually colluded with the demon cultivator organization. In the near future, Chuanqiu Mountain is afraid to check it from top to bottom. Hang Yin snorted and retracted the small sword. Lu Chaoge didn't have a flying sword to pass the book, the saint asked. Yes, but I'm too lazy to show it to you. Hang Yin squinted at the saint. Oh, that's it. The saint master had an indifferent look on his face, but his right hand holding the teacup was slightly harder. Hang Yin looked at her and continued, you four supreme powers, although most of you don't ask about the world, but Jianzun is definitely the best among the four. In his life, he seems to be only drunk on sword, obsessed with books. Such a person also specially repaired a book for Lu Chaoge, and passed the book to me immediately from Feijian. I'm afraid that it will be very attractive to the head of the road. Hang Yin said. The saint nodded but said in a natural tone, as a sword cultivator, he will naturally appreciate him, which is not surprising. She added, also, in this world, maybe he is the only one, I'm most looking forward to Lu Chaoge's growth. Why? Hang Yin asked. Because there are no opponents. The Holy Master said as a matter of course. Aren't you three? Hang Yin was puzzled. The holy teacher looked down at the teacup again, and the spiritual tea in the teacup rippled. It used to be, she said. But it's not anymore. Hang Yin heard the words, as domineering as him, and couldn't help but secretly startled. You mean, he hesitated. The Holy Master nodded and said solemnly. Half-step 9 realms. In this profound sky realm, which has not seen the 9th realm for more than 10,000 years, half-step 9 realms are well-deserved, number 1 in the world. In the jungle, in front of the boulder. After the altar was destroyed, the boulder was cracked. At this moment, a large night wind blew past, and the boulders gradually turned into powder in the wind and went away with the wind. Lu Chaoge still closed his eyes and sat cross-legged. The middle-aged scholar was holding the records of different beasts and reading it leisurely. The page he was reading happened to describe a powerful dragon beast. Most of today's dragon beasts are above the 5th realm, not to mention the dragon beasts in ancient times. More than 10,000 years ago, almost every ancient dragon beast had the strength of the 7th realm or above. It stands to reason that it is somewhat dangerous for the two to stay here. After all, this is the altar of the Zaiwiwi. The altar was destroyed. It is very likely that the Zaiwiwi has already received some kind of induction. At that time, someone should come here to check. Lu Chaoge is still only in the 5th realm. If his strength is higher, he may choose to wait here. Hey, let me see who else delivers. But now that the middle-aged scholar is present, there is almost no danger in the sky and the earth. Lu Chaoge slowly opened his eyes, the dark golden eyes returned to normal, and the breath on his body gradually restrained. The middle-aged scholar closed the scroll, raised his head and gave him a gentle smile, and said, How is it? Lu Chaoge let out a turbid breath, and said nonsense, the cultivation base has been stabilized. He has learned a lot from this trip, and again a large amount of experience points, and the pearl of the altar, and now there is even a clue about the Qingdi heart, waiting to be checked. It's a pity that the 6th realm is still a long way off for him now. It is true that if he ignores it, the experience points in his panel are enough for him to rise to the 6th realm, and there will even be a balance. But that 6th realm was not what Lu Chaoga wanted. The more stable you are in the early stage, the stronger you will be in the later stage. He is still very willing to invest in himself. If you have any confusion, you can ask me directly. The middle-aged scholar looked at him, his attitude still very gentle. Lu Chaoga nodded. If you say that, then I'm excited. Master, can you show me your sword domain? Lu Chaoga immediately asked. You looked at mine, and I looked back at yours, that's fair. Moreover, if you show me the sword domain with a heart of guidance, then I may be able to get a wave of effective guidance for free. The middle-aged Confucian heard the words and said, yes. Stones from other mountains can attack jade. Chaoga, you can see it, but you don't need to comprehend too much. The middle-aged Confucian reminded. He also said the same thing when he taught you. From the point of view of middle-aged Confucian scholars, the master leads the door, and the practice is up to the individual. This sentence is correct. Master and apprentice do not have to walk the same path. Master has his own way. He has already walked this road. Every time he walks, he will light a candle. If you follow behind, you will naturally walk easily and brightly. On the way I came, I will give you lights along the way. However, this is not necessarily a good thing. You can actually walk another way. Although it is dark, you can stop when you are tired of walking and take a look at the bright road that Master has walked. Just look at it from a distance. Listening to the middle-aged scholar's words, Lu Chaoga nodded earnestly. The philosophy he always implements is, the avenue is at my feet. Just here. The middle-aged scholar inserted the scroll into his belt and buckled it on his body. He got up and walked to Lu Chaoga's side, and said, your natal supernatural powers are a bit special. Why don't you look at the sword with your eyes, but with your sword? He gave a suggestion. Lu Chaoga heard the words and began to do as he did. The dark golden color appeared between his eyes like a rising tide, and in an instant, his perception of the surroundings became clearer. He glanced at the middle-aged scholar, and then his pupils could not help but dilate slightly. Because the middle-aged scholar at this time is completely different from the previous middle-aged scholar. Lu Chaoga saw the green energy rising into the sky. When he broke through, he had indeed triggered the vision of heaven and earth. Many times, caused the resonance of heaven and earth, and produced a giant sword that penetrated the heaven and earth. However, that is a special effect. It is this world that is building momentum for him. All of this, in the final analysis, does not belong to him, it is more like a mirage. But the middle-aged scholar is different. You reading www.sonicmtl.com. This is his own strength. Immediately afterwards, Lu Chaoga felt the change in the surrounding environment. He suddenly felt that the leaves of the big tree in front of him had changed. They are no longer ordinary leaves, but swords after swords. He looked at the wildflowers under the tree again and found that the wildflowers had also changed. It is no longer an ordinary flower, it has also become a sword. The middle-aged scholar seemed to be intentionally slowing down everything around him so that Lu Chaoga could take a closer look during this slow process. With him as the center, everything in the world is a sword. The sand under your feet, the stones around you, the flowers and trees in the jungle, all of which are swords. This is the sword of heaven and earth. The middle-aged scholar's voice was still gentle, he just said 2 words. Softly. Start the sword. The next moment, Lu Chaoga felt that everything became sharper. Like countless sharp swords and scabbards, at the same time, the sword is drawn out of the scabbard. The weak flowers are no longer weak. The slender leaves can also kill. Small dust has great power. They all carry sword energy. Is this the sword domain of Jianzun? Lu Chaoge said in his heart. In one thought, the sword energy filled the world. Chapter 270. 262, The head of the road returns to the sect. Lu Chaoge was in the sword domain of the middle-aged scholar, and the not too late in his hand shook, and a high-spirited sword sound was heard. Under this kind of oppression, the sword of life can still send out a high-spirited sword cry, which is actually a microcosm of the master's character. The middle-aged scholar glanced at Lu Chaoge and nodded slightly. When Yu saw his sword domain for the first time, what he saw in Yu's eyes was anticipation that he would be able to compete with him one day. But Lu Chaoge is different. What he sees is that he wants to play a game. Wants to surpass. At this time, Lu Chaoge stood very close to the middle-aged scholar. In addition, he used the heart sword, which caused him to have a particularly keen perception of his surroundings. Because of this, the huge sense of oppression made his breathing stagnate, like a mountain pressing on his shoulders. Everything in the world is a sword, and the sword energy fills the world in an instant. This gave him the most intuitive feeling that the sand under his feet could kill him, the wild flowers in front of him could kill him, and the fallen leaves in the air could also kill him. Everything around contains the sword energy of the peak of the 8th realm. Even there is sword intent. When the middle-aged scholar casts the sword domain, unless you have the strength to match it, you will be unavoidable and there will be nowhere to escape. Old man Ji is sure that he is only one line behind senior brother? Lu Chaoge's dictionary did not contain the word fear, so at this time he even had the leisure to complain in his heart. What Ji Chongkong likes to talk about the most is that the strength of himself and his senior brother is actually only a tiny difference, only a little bit. Lu Chaoge had seen Ji Chongkong's signature stunt, Equality of All Beings. And it was really terrifying. But he is very sure that the strength of Ji Chongkong and the middle-aged scholar is definitely more than a little bit worse. Are you sure it's not a million dots? Lu Chaoge felt speechless. He shook his head, no longer thinking wildly, but calmed down and continued to feel. This kind of opportunity is very rare. The first person in the kendo to show his sword domain so grandly can't be wasted. Lu Chaoge's dark golden eyes became hotter and hotter, and heart sword was born to the extreme by him. He soon discovered that, just as he thought at the beginning, the most terrifying thing in this sword field is not that everything is a sword, and the sword energy is overflowing. It's that sword intent. A sword intent that fills the world. The azure energy that rose to the sky just now may be the sword intent. Lu Chaoge said in his heart. What level is this sword intent? Lu Chaoge was very curious. With his current detection authority, he would definitely not be able to see through it. At the same time, with his 5th layer sword intent, he can also feel that the gap is huge. The middle-aged scholar glanced at Lu Chaoge and said with a smile, Can you see clearly? Lu Chaoge nodded. It's easy to express a person's character, sometimes. Some people who are not confident will give ambiguous answers when others ask questions, or even dare not give answers. And Lu Chaoge's reply was to see clearly. At least he has achieved the limit of what he can do. The middle-aged scholar took off the book The Chronicles of Foreign Beasts that was buckled at his waist and said, Then read it carefully. After speaking, he opened the book and took off the black bamboo leaf inside the book. This bamboo leaf is so ordinary on weekdays, just like the most common bamboo leaf in the black bamboo forest. But at this moment, Lu Chaoge suddenly understood. This is Sword Sovereign's life sword. The black bamboo leaves were pinched by his 2 fingers, and in an instant, the surrounding sword field changed again. It seems that with the bamboo leaves as the center, everything in the whole world has become a sword. Black bamboo leaves are also the main, and all things are supplemented. 2 forms? Lu Chaoge said in his heart. Everything can be a sword. It can also be a sword for everything. If this sword fell, what terrifying power would it contain? Lu Chaoge didn't know. He only knew that if it was the previous altar, I am afraid that there are 10 stacked together, and it will not be able to withstand this sword. Lu Chaoge's dark golden eyes stared at the black bamboo leaves at the fingertips of the middle-aged scholar. This was the most intuitive and terrifying power he had ever felt so far. His consciousness is rapidly depleting, even if he is just watching the sword. It is also extremely depleted. Because in fact, if the middle-aged scholar did not intend to show it, Lu Chaoge would not be able to see this sword at all. Everything is a sword, but it can be silent or invisible. Lu Chaoge doesn't know what rank this sword domain is, but it must be a purple rank. Since his, human immortal, was judged as an orange rank by the system, it was already the highest rank. From a personal point of view, it is definitely not worse than the sword domain of a middle-aged scholar, and it may even be higher. However, as I said earlier, the sword domain cannot be upgraded, and its source of power is mainly the comprehensive strength of the sword cultivator. The gap between Lu Chaoge and the middle-aged scholar at this stage is still vastly different. Great practitioners are just entering the realm of the strong. After another 10 breaths, Lu Chaoge's consciousness almost dried up. The middle-aged scholar put the black bamboo leaves into the scroll at will, and then closed the book. Such a terrifying sword was gently picked up like this, and then put down again, but it didn't make any waves, and it didn't even leave the slightest mark or fold on the book. Flexible. The moment the scroll was closed, there was a small sound. At the moment when the sound was emitted, Lu Chaoge popped up a system prompt in front of him. Ding. You have obtained the effective guidance of Jianzong Jianzuan. Do you want to receive the reward? Lu Chaoge decisively chose yes. You have obtained a 50% discount upgrade coupon for Sword Intent *1. Used only at the current level. You have obtained a 50% discount upgrade coupon for Natal Supernatural Powers *1. Only used at the current level. Lu Chaoge, seeing the reward, the whole person was slightly taken aback. Too much to give. This was his first thought. If there is only one Sword Intent 50% off coupon, he can understand. But I didn't expect that there is a 50% discount coupon for the life magic power. Obviously, in the sword field just now, there are also middle-aged Confucian scholars' natal supernatural powers, but with Lu Chaoge's current strength, there is no way to tell. 50% off coupons worth 3,200 experience points. Lu Chaoge thought. In his opinion, the possibility of the dog system being rare and generous is almost zero. No, definitely zero. Then, it can be seen that the system's judgment on the personality of middle-aged scholars is extremely high. His effective guidance is extremely valuable in the eyes of the system. Lu Chaoge silently put 2 50% off coupons into the backpack. He still has enough experience points to upgrade the Sword Intent and Heart Sword for the time being, but Kendo qualification is not enough. Fortunately, when the sect level of Momin is improved, you can gain 1 point of Kendo qualification again. Lu Chaoge said in his heart. Now, Momin is only 1 condition away from being promoted. When some Momin players reach level 20, it will be completely okay. Lu Chaoge looked at the middle-aged scholar and said, "Could you please tell me, what level of sword intent are you?" Lu Chaoge's eyes were burning, although the dark golden color had faded, but there was still a bright light in the pair of black eyes. The middle-aged scholar smiled gently and said, "I am the 8th level of sword intent, and the patriarch has reached the 9th level of sword intent. Has anyone reached the 10th level?" Lu Chaoge asked. "The 10th floor?" The middle-aged scholar paused. "The realm that the ancestors have reached is already the pinnacle of swordsmanship so far in the practice world. If no one has surpassed it, then naturally there is no 10th level. But if someone can do it, then naturally there will be a 10th level in the world," the middle-aged scholar replied. Lu Chaoge took a deep breath and understood what he meant. Since the upper limit of kendo qualification is 10, there must be a 10th level realm. Lu Chaoge thought in his heart. The realm of no one before. That's interesting. The corners of his mouth rose, thinking in his heart. After finishing the altar of the Purple Moon Society, Lu Chaoge was a little disappointed. The altar was destroyed, and Zai Weiwei didn't send someone to check it out. Be a little cautious. But it's right to think about it. The combat power of the altar is almost equal to the 7th realm. Since it can destroy the altar, it must be a master. If someone is sent to check, it may be a food delivery. Therefore, after a short rest, Lu Chaoge embarked on the journey of returning to the sect again. The middle-aged scholar is still by his side. According to him, he wants to confirm one thing with Lu Chaoge. At the same time, the younger brother was still in Momin, so he could not leave without saying goodbye. Since it was said that they went down the mountain to find Lu Chaoge, after finding it, they must go back together to say hello, otherwise the younger brother will be angry. The corner of Lu Chaoge's mouth twitched slightly, and he felt that the reason why Ji Chongkong was still an old urchin because of his age was that the middle-aged scholar was to blame. The two flew very fast, and they flew back to the King Longquan area not long after. Along the way, no matter what confusion Lu Chaoge had, the middle-aged Confucian scholar knew everything and said everything. He would patiently answer Lu Chaoge's questions, which enabled Lu Chaoge to obtain a lot of useful information. Some information also triggered system rewards, allowing him to gain more than 4 million experience points in vain. However, the system did not give more hidden information. When the two flew to the front of Momin's mountain gate, Lu Chaoge was completely stunned. This sect master, did he go wrong? He thought in his heart. Is this my house? He was stunned for a while. He looked at the Momin in front of him, and it felt like the owner was on a business trip. When he returned home, the house had been redecorated, and even the facade had been changed. The current Momin has undergone earth-shaking changes. If nothing else, let's just say that this mountain protection formation has improved more than one level. Before Lu Chaoge felt that, the Momin's mountain protection formation, the ordinary 5th realm, came in, basically there was no return. Even if it is the 6th realm, it will be trapped for a long time. But now, he felt that even if Zhao Ziqi was thrown in, he might die. This formation has improved more than a little bit. Little Pear has made rapid progress during this period of time. After a few words in his heart, Lu Chaoge made a regular summary statement. It's really good to have a sister. Great. In addition, Lu Chaoge took another look at Momin Weifeng, and found that the players were in full swing, each one was full of energy, as if they were looking forward to their future life, and each one was more energetic. It's just, why do they all like to smile? Lu Chaoge was suspended in the air, looking at the smiles of the Momin sand sculpture players. He was messed up in the wind. The mysterious organization of Tiangshuanji, the Crooked Mouth Door, was born. in such a subtle and inexplicable way. This strange door style made Lu Chaoga for a while, and he didn't know who to blame. Hey, why are there still people in this mountain protection formation? Lu Chaoga fixed his eyes on him, his eyes passed through the fog formation set up by himself, and he saw a familiar figure in the thick fog. This person is not tall, he is also thin, and he looks ugly, like a thin monkey. Isn't this iconic appearance the great sage of Momin, Emo Dongfeng, who wears a wooden sword around his waist? What is Xiao Lizi doing? She just throws her apprentice into the big formation. Isn't she afraid that this kid will be seriously injured? Accidentally? Lu Chaoga was shocked. It stands to reason that it is not impossible to experiment with large arrays. It is enough to carry the array I on the body, and it can also be resolved before the real crisis. But Emo Dongfeng's opportunity is if he is unlucky, anything can happen. This kid went to bathe in the lake when he was a child, and he would be bitten by the creatures in the water. Lu Chaoga recalled, and was bitten almost every time. In the entire Momin, the most unsuitable person to do this is Emo Dongfeng. Lu Chaoga raised his eyebrows, hovered in the air to observe for a while, and then clearly felt that something was wrong. This kid is today's opportunity, the good side, he said in his heart. Once at the fork, one side is safe and the other is dangerous. Emo Dongfeng always seems to be able to choose the safe side with his intuition. Even if he enters the dangerous area, he can make a mistake, find the loophole in this area, and then retreat. He wandered around in the formation like this, which really helped Lu Dongli to check for leaks and fill in the gaps. It doesn't make sense, Lu Chaoga thought to himself. He felt it was a gamble. When you are lucky, there is no problem. When you are unlucky, you may be cold. Lu Chaoga suddenly seemed to think of something, maybe it was a flash of inspiration, and he threw a detection directly at Emo Dongfeng. Then, his whole person was almost petrified. Opportunity 10. Lu Chaoga raised his eyebrows. He couldn't help remembering that at the beginning, he thought it was Luo Bing breaking the realm, but it turned out to be Emo Dongfeng. Why did this kid suddenly become a humanoid koi, a child of luck? Lu Chaoga was speechless. Opportunity 10, this Nima is full. Seemingly seeing Lu Chaoga's confusion, the middle-aged Confucian scholar replied on the side, this young man has great luck, but because he has not yet fully integrated, he is occasionally attacked by luck. When I was in Momin, he was at the time of the fusion of luck, and now he has absorbed all the luck, and there will be no more backlash. Lu Chaoga. This head is not at home. Did such a big event happen? It's good now. This kid Emo Dongfeng has become the best tool person. Lu Chaoga immediately labeled Emo Dongfeng in his heart and positioned him child of luck or something. It's the most fun to use. If there is something difficult or unsolvable, let him do it. If there is any dangerous secret realm, let him explore it. When hunting for treasure, he is the best detector. When retreating, he is the best choice for safe passage. What kind of great sage are you still making troubles in the heavenly palace? Baby, don't make trouble. Lu Chaoga was even thinking now that when he reached the 6th realm, he obtained clues about the Qingdi's heart, and then brought him with him. Going to Emo Dongfeng may be unfavorable. He took out the pass token of the great array of protecting the mountain from the Magia and prepared to bring the middle-aged scholar to the Momin together. But when the two came to the big formation, Lu Chaoga was surprised to find that the token in his hand was invalid. The head of the sect returned to the sect and was surprised to find that the door of the sect had changed the lock. What a big surprise. This trip seems to be too long, and there is no news, and I have never passed A book to my sister Feijian. Lu Chaoga only remembered this at this time. Going down the mountain this time, I had a lot of fun. Intentionally, Xializi definitely did it on purpose. Lu Chaoga tried again. But the token was still invalid. After arriving at the realm of the great cultivator, Lu Chaoga was in a better state than ever before. Once upon a time, he couldn't beat his sister. The head of the road was blocked from his mountain gate, and there was only one thought in his heart, full of pride. This time, I want to revive my brother-in-law. Chapter 271. 263, Two Sword Domains and Two World Protagonists. Outside the gate of Momin Mountain, Lu Chaoga and the middle-aged scholar were floating in the air. After about 3 breaths, the mountain protection formation finally opened a corner for him to enter. Neither he nor the middle-aged scholar deliberately concealed their aura. It was obvious that the inner sect was often exposed to the outside world. Lu Dongli, who checked the surrounding conditions when he was idle, was keenly aware of the appearance of his brother and uncle. Welcome the head back to the sect. A slightly indifferent female voice came from the mountain, without the slightest enthusiasm. Listening to Lu Chaoga, he said in his heart, "Oh, my brother stopped calling him, he started calling him the head." Immediately afterwards, a beautiful figure appeared, and he saluted the middle-aged scholar directly and said, "Lu Dongli, I've seen my uncle." Lu Chaoga was ignored again. Why go out with a man, and then be like a resentful little daughter-in-law? He couldn't help but said in his heart. Lu Chaoga glanced forward at his sister, and saw that she was wearing a black robe that symbolized her status as an elder of the Momin. Although the robe is loose, when the wind blows, the robe is slightly close. And the straight and slender outline of the legs can be clearly seen. It's just that the wind is too small, the robe is too loose, and there are hidden waists of this small waist, as well as the small sexy waist pockets that only Lu Chaoga has seen. Lu Dongli greeted the sect head back to the sect, causing all the Momin disciples to appear at the mountain gate. Well, except for Imo Dongfang, who was trapped in the mountain protection formation. He could only salute in the great formation, and then with a wave of presence, he said respectfully, "Welcome to the master," and the master to return to the sect. He Ting and Luo Bing stood at the mountain gate with Xiaoqiu, and first they bowed and saluted together. Said loudly, "Welcome to the master," and the master to return to the sect. Then, everyone saluted the middle-aged scholar. Lu Chaoga glanced down at the Momin people, and at first glance he only saw Luo Bing, who had gathered the great achievements of pure desire, and the round-faced chick who had grown a little bit taller. Luo Bing was still wearing a white shirt, like an iceberg snow lotus. But the look she looked at Lu Chaoga was always affectionate and charming, and the corners of her eyes also had a very slight upward lift, which was not obvious, but this slight upward lift also made this pair of the fox-like eyes have their own seductive attributes. Her clothes are always made of silky material, so that when she is alone, her clothes will slip off her shoulders inadvertently, and she will display her perfect right-angled shoulders by performing a magic skill called Old Shoulder Giant Slippery. And deep-set collarbones, and that creamy white skin. To be honest, Lu Chaoga saw the miss in the eyes of all the girls. It's just that Luo Bing and Xiaoqiu's misses are undisguised, one is missing. The other is suffocated. As for my sister, she secretly looked at herself from the corner of her eye. But because she was still angry, she couldn't look straight at her. As for the only disciple of our Lu sect leader, hiding, he only noticed after a long time, there is a black and thin man here. The sense of existence is too low, and you can't notice it by yourself. Standing next to Chuan Feng, it makes people can't help but ignore it directly. The liveliness on Momin Danking Fang directly caused a sensation in many outer Peaks of Momin. The sand sculpture players stood on tiptoes and stretched their necks, as if they could pass through the foggy formation and see the scene on Danqing Peak. The head of the sect is back. Lu Chaoga is back. Yeqing is back. Fuck. He has finally returned to the sect. I worked so hard for him to break through all difficulties and joined the MO sect, but since joining, he hasn't had a day live in the sect. It's too difficult for me. One person returned to the sect, and the whole sect celebrated the new year. The Momin now is even more lively than the new year. Many Momin players have already posted on the forum. After all, Lu Chaoga's return to the sect is big news, not to mention the companion is Jian Zun. Soon, Lu Chaoga and the middle-aged scholar landed outside Momin Mountain. Everyone saw that Lu Chaoga no longer needed to fly, and naturally knew that he had entered the realm of a great practitioner. So, everyone said in unison again, "Congratulations to the sect master on entering the realm of great sword cultivation." Lu Chaoga waved his hands indifferently, indicating that it was just a trivial matter. Then, he glanced at Lu Dongli again. Now, the gap between Xiao Lizi's cultivation base and Xiao Lizi shouldn't be big, he thought to himself. The eyes of the two met in the air, and Lu Dongli quickly turned his head away, pretending not to see. "Elder Dongli, let Mo Dongfeng go," Lu Chaoga said to Lu Dongli. When Lu Dongli heard the words, her neck couldn't help stiffening. "Dongli, elder?" she said angrily in her heart. She snorted softly, waved her sleeves, and released Mo Dongfeng from the mountain protection formation, saying in her mouth, "Dongli leads the order." The head of the sect. The middle-aged scholar looked at the appearance of his brother and sister. His face could not help a smile emerged. He raised his head and glanced in the direction of Momin Mountain Gate several times, looking for his junior brother. He knew very well that his younger brother would definitely not come to greet him. How can senior brother let this junior brother stand up to greet him? Ji Chongkong. On the contrary, the middle-aged scholar should take the initiative to come to the door to please be safe. Therefore, after everyone walked into the mountain gate, they directly divided into two groups. The middle-aged scholar went to find Ji Chongkong alone. A busy night, just like that. On the first night of Huizong, Lu Chaoga did many things. Pinch the fleshy face of the round-faced chick and squeeze a stick of incense. Luo Bing's ice-muscle jade hand kneaded his shoulders and legs for half an hour. Occasionally, when it is relatively close, I can still smell the melon fragrance of this seemingly innocent girl who is actually introverted. Because Lu Dongli was still very indifferent to him, Lu Chaoga trained Mo Dongfeng for half an hour, and was surprised to find that the son of luck was really awesome, and he beat him so hard that he could always escape. It turns out that Opportunity 10 can also be used as a sandbag. In addition, he also watched the excitement. I don't know which sentence was wrong after the middle-aged scholar went to Ji Chongkong. The most powerful man in Qingzhou was chased by the hunchback and squinted little old man with his sword in pursuit of Ban's Huxiang's time. Only later did Lu Chaoga know that the culprit turned out to be himself. Ji Chongkong is his own sword master, and the middle-aged scholar is now, strictly speaking, his own sword master. This made Ji Chongkong very unhappy. While chasing him, he shouted, "Misunderstanding. Mistaken." I don't know where he got his confidence. He felt that Jianzuan was mistaking him, but he was sending people to him. Lead on the way. If the relationship between the two brothers and sisters is spread to the outside world, I am afraid it will make people's jaw drop. Where is the force of the dignified swordsman? In the end, the middle-aged scholar ran to Lu Chaoga for help, and took the initiative to say that he was guiding Lu Chaoga, but he looked at each other. In the sword domain, which was an exchange, and could not be regarded as a sword master. After hearing these words, Ji Chongkong squinted his eyes, expressing satisfaction, and said coldly, "Humph. Just don't misunderstand your children. Chaoga is extremely talented, and with my guidance, his future achievements must be." Wait a minute, how many sword fields did you just say you saw him? The middle-aged scholar did not answer this question first, but said first, "Yes. Yes, with the guidance of my junior brother, he will achieve more than me in the future, almost it is an inevitable thing." After speaking, he began to answer Ji Chongkong's question and said, "2 sword fields. What?" Ji Chongkong's squinting eyes widened a lot, from only one seams turned into small eyes. Lu Dongli, who pretended to be indifferent and was still angry, also looked back in surprise, causing endless waves in his heart. 2 sword regions? The master and apprentice were infinitely stunned, and they were too shocked to attach. Although everyone was used to Lu Chaoga's unprecedented feats, the 2 sword fields were too scary. What does this represent? It means that his combat power is directly turned up, and it is not just as simple as doubling. It is true that using 2 sword domains at a time consumes a lot of spiritual power. Simply put, it is more expensive than others. But if 2 sword domains are used at once, and they can be used in combination, then the battle power that bursts out in an instant is definitely not just twice as simple. Lu Chaoga, how did you do it, kid? Ji Chongkong breathed a little faster, as if Frankenstein was looking at a little monster. Lu Chaoga replied with only 4 words, naturally. He didn't know how to explain it. But when these 4 words fall into the ears of others, that is another mood. Show me, hurry up. Show me quickly. Ji Chongkong, the old urchin, was suddenly full of interest. The Momin disciples also looked at their own sect master expectantly. 2 sword domains, 2 sword domains. It's just that the Momin disciples and Ji Chongkong's concerns are definitely different. Except for the Black Pavilion, the disciples of Momin are still some distance away from the 5th realm. Therefore, although I have some understanding of Jianyu, it is still too far away. With their eyesight and vision, they couldn't distinguish the sword domain and couldn't see through the sword domain. Ji Chongkong is different, he can see the potential and personality of Jianyu at a glance. There are also highs and lows in the sword domain. Although it is said that Lu Chaoga has 2 sword domains for the first time in the world, the rank is also very important. Lu Chaoga took out his hands behind his back and pressed it forward lightly. In an instant, sword domain killing and sword domain human immortal appeared together. Ji Chongkong was stunned on the spot. Ancestor sword region. He was the first to recognize killing. How is it possible? How can someone in the world condense a sword domain exactly like the ancestor? Ji Chongkong was stunned. In other words, my brother and I are the heirs of the Black Bamboo Forest line, and we are the heirs of this line. Why didn't we condense the sword domain, but Lu Chaoga condensed it? And since it is the sword domain of the 1st generation of sword sovereign, and the sword domain of the dignified 9th realm, how could the rank be low? As for his other sword domain, it is even more bizarre. Ji Chongkong felt that there was a ray of power in his body, but he was pulled out uncontrollably. He frowned and said, "You sword domain, you are a bit evil. My dignified 8th realm sword cultivator, your body power has been stolen by you." Ji Chongkong was shocked by this matter, even higher than the appearance of the ancestor sword domain. It doesn't make sense. He is only the 5th realm, but I am the 8th realm who can beat him with a single sword. If this Jianyu is really so evil, waiting for this kid's cultivation base to get higher and higher. Ji Chongkong finds it unimaginable. The middle-aged scholar smiled at his junior brother and comforted him. Junior brother, senior brother, I am the same. The magic of Chaoga's sword domain lies in ignoring his cultivation. When Ji Chongkong heard this, not only was he not comforted, instead, he glared at him and said, "You are you. I am me." The middle-aged scholar hurriedly laughed, only to feel that his younger brother's temperament was becoming more and more unpredictable. "I'd better shut up." Lu Dongli opened her mouth slightly and glanced at the two older brothers who were wearing black robes, and beside Jianyu, her eyes were a little blurry. "Brother is really getting better and better," she said in her heart. And what followed was a sense of security. As for the rest of the Momin disciples, although they were a little incomprehensible, it did not affect their perception that the head was handsome. Luo Bing looked at the master and uncle, with undisguised admiration and reverence in his eyes. "When I met such an amazing person when I was young, how could the other men still like it?" At this moment, no one knew that in a lonely grave not far from here, a small body was sleeping soundly. In her deep sleep, she also seemed to have noticed something strange, and the power in her body was also pulled away a little, causing her to softly whisper a dash as if she was talking in a dream, and then turned over. As for the black bamboo flute that was tightly hugged by her small body, it also trembled slightly at this moment. Qingzhou, the periphery of Qinglongquan area. A man and a woman are walking together. The woman was wearing a red dress, bright and eye-catching. The man was dressed in a gray robe, very plain. Neither of the two were flying, but walked unhurriedly. The woman seemed to be admiring the surrounding scenery, while the man said nothing and did not know what he was thinking. In terms of appearance, this man and woman are indeed not a good match. The woman has an enchanting smell, and her body exudes a little sexy aura. Although it looks young, but on the earth, if you wear a small suspender, or hot pants with a small vest, it is definitely a very eye-catching existence in summer. If Luo Bing is pure lust, the type that looks pure but can actually arouse men's unlimited desires, then this woman is even more outgoing. In fact, standing in the mountains and rivers in a red dress will give people the feeling that a scholar meets a ghost at night. Yu reading www.sonictal.com. Coquettish, the ultimate coquettish. Put her in the martial arts story, and that's a full-fledged demon girl. It is worth mentioning that the man in gray next to her is a big bald man. He is a monk, but there is no ring scar on his head. The man looked very dull, often distracted and not very focused. The coquettish woman beside him didn't seem to be able to arouse the slightest interest in him, and he didn't know what was on his mind. The strangest thing is that there is also a gray cloth tied to his face, directly covering his mouth. "The four of us chat with you on weekdays, and you are the one who talks the most. Now that we meet, we can't let go of a fart." The woman in red glanced at the monk and said angrily. Her voice is the kind of tone that is a little bit like a royal sister's voice. When she speaks, the tail tone is slightly raised. Many voices seem to leak out of her throat, giving people a sense of numbness, but also a kind of conquered sense. This kind of sound, if you make a huh in your ear, it will be very explosive. The gray-clothed monk glanced at the red-clothed woman with an endlessly embarrassed look on his face. He didn't know how to describe this feeling. But if Lu Chaoga was present, he would give a very accurate description. The social death scene where netizens met. Chapter 272. 264, The Last Sword. The gray-clothed bald head is named Nan Wu, one of the four world protagonists. of Tiangshuanji, and he is the oldest of the four world protagonists. He is 5 years older than Yu Yu, if he has entered the realm of a great practitioner. In the pure white mysterious space, Nan Wu was the one who spoke the most, and it was numerous and dense, but the amount of information was extremely low. It's that kind of Rory's wordy, but he can't talk about the main point for a long time, and most of them are nonsense characters. In reality, his mouth was blocked by a grey cloth, and he couldn't hold back for a long time. He is not mute, but he rarely speaks. Shut up your stinky mouth, shut mouth. However, the shut mouth meditation he practiced seems to be very different from most of the closed mouth meditations. As for the woman in red next to him, this is the thing that is most disliked. The woman's name is Mu Bai Lu, and she was born on the 24th solar term, by Lu, hence her name. The voice Yujia, with a seductive appearance, is slightly more popular than the vitality girl Pei Chanqian, which profoundly verifies the sentence. Cuteness is not worth mentioning in front of sexy. Of course, if Pei Chanqian, a young girl with vitality, can wear JK, or something like Dead Reservoir Water, that's another matter. Mu Bailu is also 2 years older than Yu Yu. Just last month, he entered the realm of a great cultivator and just condensed his own domain. Her master, In Si, is also one of the 4 top powerhouses in the profound Sky realm, with strength not weaker than that of the Saint Master and Arhat. In terms of strength, Mu Bailu was slightly inferior to Nan Wu, and most likely he was not Nan Wu's opponent. But judging from the way the two of them get along, this great monk seems to be a very easy target to bully. Being banned is really sad. At this moment, a white rabbit ran through the forest. The little white rabbit is extremely cute, and it makes people fascinated at first sight, and it can be seen at once. The meat quality is excellent. Mu Bailu stomped her foot gently, and a small stone fell into her hands, and then she flicked her fingers and hit the plump rabbit. Her natal item is arrow, and it has the must-hit attribute. This woman's arrow has no emptiness. Once locked by her domain, it is impossible to escape. Her arrow, combined with the magical power of her vein, will turn into an arrow that must hit. Nan Wu glanced at the rabbit, but he didn't have the kind of dissatisfaction when monks saw the killing in person. What he cultivates is his own Buddha, and that is his own business. He may not be tainted with meat, but according to his line of Buddhism, he will not force others to follow suit. The demon-like red-clothed Mu Bailu walked over and picked up the rabbit's ears, then walked to Nan Wu's side, and said, "Have a big bald head, open your mouth, and let go of your voice." Nan Wu ignored her, still looking distracted. Mu Bailu raised his eyebrows and said again, "Then you make me a fire. If my aunt wasn't afraid that you wouldn't speak up, I wouldn't be too lazy to make you make a fire." Nan Wu glanced at her, and finally pulled off the front of his mouth gray cloth strip, and then said a word. He just had a mouth shape, but no sound. Judging from his mouth shape, what he said was, "Make a fire." The next moment, a flame was created out of thin air and burned on the ground. Mu Bailu nodded in satisfaction and began to cast a spell to deal with the rabbit. Nan Wu turned his back and started to lose his mind again. "Big bald head, you say? This way Chaoga, has he returned to Momen?" Mu Bailu glanced at the beautiful scenery of King Longquan and said, "We've all passed by King Longquan if we don't stop by the way. A visit to Momen always feels like a waste of time." As he said that, he looked at a bright head, only to see Nan Wu nodded slightly. "Do you nod your head to say that he should return to the sect, or do you think he doesn't want to go to Momen for a visit?" Mu Bailu asked again. Communication is so tiring. Auntie really wants to tear up his stinky mouth that can speak, but doesn't. Speak. Nan Wu heard the words, first spread out his hands, and then nodded. The former indicated that he didn't know, while the latter meant that he also felt a little regretful. In the group chat, they heard Yu and Pei Qianqian mention this name too. Many times. Momen Luchaoga is a high-frequency vocabulary in group chats. Fortunately, this pure white space does not have the function of searching for keywords in chat records. Otherwise, enter the 3 words, Luchaoga, and a large series of chat records will pop up. And as time passed, the two of them also heard too many legends about Lu Chaoga. Among them, some rumors make them feel that they are a bit out of line. So exaggerated? This was their instinctive thought. Many of Lu Chaoga's realities sounded in the ears of others, which were completely out of the norm and beyond imagination. If it weren't for the #1 fan brother Yu and the new fan sister Pei Qianqian, they would still be skeptical. It's just that Yu, the #1 fanboy, has a deliberate cover-up. Between the lines when chatting in the group, he tried his best to conceal that he admired Lu Chaoga. But everyone can see the essence through the phenomenon through his clumsy cover-up. Pei Qianqian, a young girl with vitality, is more free and easy, and after that, she simply swears by Master Lu in the group chat, and she is too lazy to hide it. I heard that this Lu Chaoga is still the most beautiful man in the world. Many people who have seen him say that his strength is invincible, but his appearance is unparalleled in the world. Mu Bailu said. After all, she is a woman, and opposite sex attracts each other. Hearing such an extreme vocabulary that is unparalleled in the world, he will still be somewhat curious. It's like when I was a student, when my classmates said that so-and-so was the school grass, I always wanted to see what the school grass looked like. It's just that Nan Wu's bald head, whose heart is still like water, definitely has no such thoughts. Therefore, he is in a state of distraction again, as if he hadn't heard Mu Bailu's words. At this moment, Mu Bailu had already dealt with the rabbit and started roasting the rabbit meat. The strong aroma of meat made Nan Wu couldn't help but take a few steps back. Mu Bailu looked at the back of the big bald head and said with a smile, "Hey, big bald head, your ability will be fulfilled by just talking. Do you want to try it on Lu Chaoga? You call Lu Chaoga, he will it just swoosh, it just pops out?" Nan Wu's shoulders shrugged slightly, as if she was completely speechless by this witch-like woman in red. No, he was speechless. Seeing Nan Wu's dull and helpless appearance, Mu Bailu just thought it was very interesting to play with him, and said, "Let's go, bald head, we'll pass by Momin later and visit. If Lu Chaoga is not around, we'll just leave earlier." Nan Wu nodded. Although he is not interested in Lu Chaoga's appearance, he is still very interested in him. Who wouldn't be interested in the most famous young people in the profound sky realm right now? Qingzhou, the endless sea. The young poplar still goes to the well in the village to fetch water every day as usual. This young man with red lips and white teeth, with the appearance of a man and a woman, is already used to such a life. It's just that after working so hard every day, he still has fair skin, thin arms and thin legs, without the slightest sense of sturdiness. However, the technique of drawing water has become more and more proficient. After filling a large bucket of water, Yang Shu couldn't help but think of his most revered head teacher. I heard that the spiritual enlightenment of the headmaster is the power of water that has never been seen before. Then, for the master, fetching water may only be a matter of thought? Yang Shu put another empty bucket into it. In the well, he has now changed from 1 bucket of water at a time to 2 buckets at a time. Only 2 buckets of water would bring him a great burden. When he returned to the courtyard out of breath, he saw Luo Hashan, an old man, with a broken leg, sitting quietly on a chair. As soon as Yangshu entered the door, he gave him a deep look. Young Yangshu has always been afraid of Grandpa. After all, Grandpa's temper is really bad and a bit outrageous. Therefore, after feeling Grandpa's gaze, he immediately shrank his neck, wondering if he did something wrong today. Luo Hashan looked at his small movements and felt angry again. But today, he just took a long sigh and said, "Pour the water into the water tank, then roll over, I have something to tell you." Yangshu nodded and hurriedly did as he was afraid of dawdling. Makes Grandpa unhappy again. After pouring the water, he walked quickly to the old man while wiping the water droplets from his hands on his sackcloth. "Squat down, don't let me look up at you," Luo Hashan said angrily. Poplar quickly followed suit. During the days he stayed with Luo Hashan, he had grown a little taller. Luo Hashan glanced at this handsome young man with red lips and white teeth. He only felt that the child's appearance was a little more feminine, and his body was thinner. "What can you carry on this small shoulder?" "I don't know if I'm dizzy or not, and I've looked away." "Are you homesick?" Luo Hashan suddenly asked. This question with no beginning and no end left Yangshu stunned. If it is an ordinary question, he may not dare to answer, but this question. Yangshu nodded directly. Momin, he thought. He misses his master, misses his uncle. "I miss my brothers and sisters, and I am greedy for the meals made by my uncle." Like the other Momin disciples, the young man takes the Momin as his family. It is not just as simple as the sect, but the master and the uncle are also family in the true sense. Regarding homesickness, Yangshu will not deny it, nor can he deny it. "Just think about it, I don't dare to say it on weekdays." Luo Hashan raised his arm with some age spots and patted Poplar's head hard. Yangshu timidly closed his eyes before the old man waved his hand, but he did not hide, and took the blow firmly. These days, he has long been used to being pumped. "Go back, go home and have a look," Luo Hashan said to Yangshu. The young man opened his eyes immediately and glanced at the old man. Unexpectedly. "Why, I'll give you a vacation, you're still not happy?" Luo Hashan's tone became irritable again. Yangshu quickly shook his head, not daring to speak. Luo Hashan patted his head hard again, and his sealed cultivation level immediately recovered. At the same time, he was also surprised to find that his cultivation had actually improved again. Let's go now. I still feel relieved when you're not here. I'm annoying when I look at you," Luo Hashan said, controlling the wooden wheelchair to go to the table. The old man has nothing to do, so he has been weaving straw sandals in the courtyard. Yangshu didn't know why the old man kept weaving straw sandals, just like he didn't know why the old man always told him to fetch water. Luo Hashan had told him that he did not know why he made straw sandals. This is what his master taught him. But let's make this one, it's been made up for so many years. He took out a pair of straw sandals at random, then threw them to Yangshu impatiently, and said, "Put them on, then get out." Yangshu took the straw sandals and glanced at Grandpa blankly. Grandpa knitted straw shoes every day, but he never gave him a pair. Poplar put on his shoes, and the shoes, which the old man had casually pulled out of the straw sandals, fit his feet perfectly. After changing, he took 2 steps with a smile on his face, obviously very happy. This young man's clean smile fell into Luo Hashan's eyes, and only made the old man think, "Do you have a bad temper with him on weekdays?" Let's go. The old man urged again impatiently. Yangshu hurriedly bowed at Luo Hashan and said, "Grandpa, then I'll go first. I don't do things neatly at all, and my sword will be as soft as a human." Being in the future, hurry up and look at you. Annoying. Luo Hashan couldn't help but get angry again. Yangshu hurriedly fled and ran out of the small courtyard. Just standing outside the small courtyard, the young man saluted the inside of the house again, and then turned to leave. Along the way, the villagers greeted Yangshu, and Yangshu responded one by one. After leaving the village, he began to fly. The villagers didn't even know that this young man, who was always teased by them and was teased by them on weekdays, and there was even a widow who deliberately slapped his round buttocks like a grinding disc, was actually a sword cultivator. You reading www.sonicmtl.com. It's been a long time since the Imperial object flew. Yangshu felt the wind blowing, and his heart was relieved. The young man looked at the vast and boundless blue sky, and for some reason, he felt that this day was not as tall as before. On the other side, after the poplar left, Luo Hashan, an old man with a broken leg, remained motionless, looking down at the pile of straw sandals. A disabled man without feet who has knitted shoes all his life. He snorted, not knowing what he was sighing. After about half an hour, the old man disappeared from the small courtyard with his wooden wheelchair. Through the technique of maneuvering, he came to the sky above the endless sea, and came to the place where the Eye of Chaos is located. It really doesn't stop. He glanced down in disgust. The ninth wave is here. Luo Hashan's eyes flashed fiercely. Immediately afterwards, a sword appeared in his hand. A sword that is longer than an ordinary long sword, but the blade is extremely narrow, only half the width of an ordinary long sword. The sword was quietly kept in the scabbard, being kept warm all the time. Everyone knows that Luaha Mountain, one of the 4 great swords, keeps the sword in its scabbard. His sword can be unsheathed only a limited number of times in a lifetime. Now, only the last sword is left. Oh, I've been annoying the old man. The old man with the broken leg muttered to himself. Chapter 273. 265, Qingzhou Momin, start the sword. Luo Hashan floated above the endless sea, and took another look into the depths of the sea. Then, his whole body began to falling into the endless sea. How big this sea area is, no one in the world knows, but how deep it is, there are still a small number of people who have a bottom line. In the deepest part of the endless sea here is the origin of disaster, the Eye of Chaos. The Luaha Mountain was sinking very fast, and the surrounding seawater was isolated by him, which did not wet his robes. As time passed by, his sinking speed began to slow down. In the depths of the sea, there are no creatures. There is only darkness here. At the same time, there is an evil force spreading around. This force is resisting the approach of the surrounding creatures, which leads to Luo Hashan's powerful cultivation base, and it is also very slow to approach. If the cultivation level is less than the 9th level, it is impossible to get close contact with the Eye of Chaos. Luo Hashan muttered to himself. This is recorded in the classics, and Luo Hashan himself is not the first time to try diving. It is precisely because of this that the Eye of Chaos makes practitioners in the profound sky realm feel powerless. Until the 9th realm, it cannot be approached, let alone destroyed. This supreme powerhouse of the 9th realm, who has not appeared in the cultivation world for more than 10,000 years, can only approach it, touch it, but cannot hurt it with his sword energy. As for the sword cultivator under the 9th realm, the sword chi will be directly blocked by the surrounding forces, and cannot move forward at all. Luo Hashan stopped at a long distance from the Eye of Chaos. His 8th realm is a false realm. If the sword of life is not sheathed, his personal combat power is less than the 8th realm. This position is already his limit. Luo Hashan looked at the Eye of Chaos in the distance. this most evil place still gave people a chaotic, confused and manic feeling. Although the Eye of Chaos has a word in its name, it is actually huge, like a deep gorge, but the whole shape is like a long and narrow eye. With Luo Hashan's cultivation base and Xinqing, you can't stare at it for too long. It's very similar to the movie line, it's okay to stare into the abyss, but don't look too long. This old man with a broken leg was already grumpy. At this moment, he only looked at the Eye of Chaos for about 3 breaths, and felt that there was a massive anger in his chest. Obviously it swelled again. Luo Hashan's face instantly became extremely gloomy. The 9th wave has really come. Luo Hashan clenched the sword of life in his hand, his eyes solemn. According to the revelation left by Emperor Qing, if the Eye of Chaos fluctuates 9 times within 3 years, it means catastrophe is approaching. The shortest 1 year, the longest 3 years. There's a beast tide. This made Luo Hashan's right hand holding the sword of life involuntarily exert some force. Seemingly aware of the master's emotions, the sword of life trembled slightly. The old man with the broken leg lowered his head and sighed, then left. After he rushed out of the endless sea, the old man took out a half-slap-sized jade sword from the storage ring. Then, a burst of energy appeared in his palm, and after clenching his fist, the jade sword was directly crushed and turned into powder. At the same instant, 4 identical jade swords shattered in 4 places in the profound sky realm. And these 4 jade swords are in the hands of Jianzuan, Xingshi, Luo Han, and Ainsi. All of a sudden, the expressions of these 4 top experts in the profound sky realm also turned ugly. Momin, Dan Qingfeng. The sudden change made everyone's eyes converge on the middle-aged scholar. Just now, everyone was sitting together drinking tea. The tea is brewed by the dignified Jianzuan himself, and the tea fragrance is overflowing and refreshing. For some unknown reason, the middle-aged scholar stood up suddenly, and a jade sword that was torn to pieces appeared in his hand. Everyone's eyes were focused on the jade sword. Lu Chaoga and Lu Dongli were a little confused, and Ji Chongkong seemed to know something. A middle-aged scholar who has always been a modest gentleman and a gentle and jade-like man, his face is a little uncertain at this moment. He looked down at the jade sword fragment in his hand, extremely solemn. Ji Chongkong looked up at the sky, opened his mouth to speak swear words, but didn't say anything. Lu Chaoga could probably tell by the shape of his mouth that these words were really dirty. Dirty to the point of silencing the sound, becoming the kind of beep beep. Beep. What is it that makes the 4 divine swords so complacent? Lu Chaoga thought to himself. At this time, Ji Chongkong opened his mouth and said, "Senior brother, you go first. Are you going to meet those 3 people?" The middle-aged scholar nodded, and then the whole person disappeared instantly. He walked extremely hastily and seemed to have something extremely important. This made Lu Chaoga, who had experienced the plot in his previous life, have some guesses. It's just this timeline seems a bit wrong. After the middle-aged scholar left, Lu Dongli looked at Ji Chongkong and asked, "Master, what happened?" Ji Chongkong opened his mouth, but he didn't know how to describe it for a while. After a while, he opened his mouth and said, "You should all know Luo Hashan, right?" Lu Chaoga and Lu Dongli nodded. Ji Chongkong squinted his eyes and continued, "It was the message from old man Luo just now." He squinted at the slightly gloomy sky and said, "Luo Hashan has been living in seclusion beside the endless sea in Qingzhou for all these years. This time he is sending the letter. I am afraid there is a problem with the Eye of Chaos in the depths of the endless sea. That's It. Lu Chaoga's right hand holding the water cup was slightly forced, and he said. In his heart, sure enough. Lu Dongli didn't understand a little. She was still angry with Lu Chaoga, and had ignored him for 2 days. Therefore, she just turned her head and glanced at her brother at this time. And she couldn't help being a little surprised when she saw that her brother seemed to know what the Eye of Chaos was. Lu Chaoga looked at Ji Chongkong and said, however, I went to the Eye of Chaos in Beizhou with the Holy Master a few days ago. Judging from the performance of the Holy Master, the Eye of Chaos seems to be fine. Ji Chongkong, he waved his hand and said, what does the sage know? Lu Chaoga said. As expected of Ji Chongkong, who was calling Sword Master around. Ji Chongkong added, actually, strictly speaking, the Eyes of Chaos in the other 3 states are nothing to look at. Huh? Why? Lu Chaoga asked. Ji Chongkong said, the Eye of Chaos in Qingzhou is the main body, and the other 3 places are also controlled by the Eye of Chaos in Qingzhou this time. That is to say, only the abnormal situation that happened in the Eye of Chaos in Qingzhou fluctuation is the most accurate, and the other 3 will only resonate with Qingzhou. This time, Lu Chaoga understood. Then, is the problem serious? Lu Chaoga asked. Ji Chongkong only said 6 words, the jade sword is broken, the catastrophe is coming. Lu Dongli heard it in a fog, but also immediately felt the seriousness of the problem. With a stable nature, her slender legs were instantly tense. The catastrophe, the ancient catastrophe? She couldn't help asking. Ji Chongkong nodded, then shook his head again, and said, no one knows what the specific situation will be. I only know that the Qing Emperor once left a revelation, and the old man Luo has been stationed by the Eye of Chaos all these years. I'm afraid that something happened which coincides with the revelation left by Emperor Qing. That's why he, the Sea Watcher, crushed the jade sword and informed the brothers. Lu Chaoga heard the words, frowned slightly. Ji Chongkong looked at his expression and asked, what do you want to ask? Lu Chaoga said, the catastrophe is coming, that is, it has not yet come, how much time is there? Then you ask me, who am I asking? Ji Chongkong blew his beard and stared. This question really stumped him. Who told him that although he was a descendant of the Black Bamboo Forest lineage, he was not a contemporary sword master? The middle-aged scholar probably knew it, but he didn't. This made Ji Chongkong feel a little overwhelmed with face, and said, when my senior brother comes back, I'll ask him, forgive him, and he won't say anything. Lu Chaoga tapped the table with his fingertips, his eyes drooping slightly. The brain is running fast. The timeline is getting more and more chaotic. The catastrophe is bound to come, this is the biggest plot in Tianxuanji. Whether it is the Sword of Hades, or evil soul recovery, in fact, both. It's just the prelude to the catastrophe. To be precise, it is very likely that the villains behind these early main quests also understand the catastrophe. This time is the best time to activate the Soul Jade. As more and more hidden information was obtained, Lu Chaoga probably had some ideas in his mind. Soul Jade is the power of Hades sealed, and its essence is still death and ghost. It's just that after they condense together, they become a higher level force. And people like Chen Qi borrowed Soul Jade and secret methods to come back from the dead. Soul Jade is their nourishment, and the same is true for the death energy and ghost energy between heaven and earth. They practice cultivation like us. We absorb spiritual energy, and they naturally absorb death energy and ghost energy. Then, naturally, when the catastrophe of heaven and earth comes, when corpses are scattered all over the place, is the best time for them to strengthen themselves. In the past life, a lot of information was very fragmented, so players couldn't piece together a lot of things. A large puzzle, if many pieces are far apart, then there is actually no way to make up. Lu Chaoga recalled again, he estimated that there was a similar scene of jade sword breaking in his previous life, but which day it happened, sans sculpture. Players are naturally not qualified to know such secrets. In Lu Chaoga's memory, according to the normal timeline, the first batch of beast tides should appear soon. But in fact, the real catastrophe of heaven and earth, that is, a large-scale beast tide, still has some time. Let's see how it unfolds next. Lu Chaoga said in his heart. At this moment, Ji Chongkong glanced at his disciple, and then at Lu Chaoga, who bowed his head in contemplation, and said, "If you come, you will come. If you can't stop it, then the battle will be over." The old man squinted his eyes and said, "My sword cultivator, have you ever been afraid of war?" This is indeed the case. From ancient times to the present, the spirit of Qingzhou sword cultivator has been handed down forever. The sword can be folded, but not bent. War is war. An hour passed quietly like this. Ji Chongkong gave Lu Dongli an introduction to what is the endless sea, and what is the eye of chaos. This made Lu Dongli, with a stable nature, glance at Momin's mountain protection formation from time to time. I don't have much time left. Lu Dongli. In her eyes, this great formation, which can only kill the sixth realm for the time being, is like a thin piece of paper. It's totally unreliable. This wave, 10 dead and no life. The huge sense of crisis made Lu Dongli fall into deep thought. Lu Chaoga looked at his sister and felt a little funny and a little funny. And at this moment, a very charming voice came from outside the gate of Momin Mountain. Insi disciple Mu Bai Lu, along with Arhat disciple Nan Wu, came to Momin to worship the mountain. Lu Chaoga raised his head and glanced outside the mountain gate. Why are these two world protagonists here? On the other side, the 4 top experts from the profound sky realm met at the Sea of Clouds and held a small meeting. Specifically what they discussed and what happened in the process, only the 4 of them know. It's just the ordinary people under the Sea of Clouds who only feel that. Today's weather is a bit strange. It was clearly a sunny day, but there were always bursts of thunder over the 9 days, and a strong wind would blow from time to time. The Sea of Clouds will suddenly turn into a burning cloud, a bright red. After the meeting, the 4 turned into streamers and flew in 4 directions. The middle-aged scholar's robes are still spotlessly clean, and his hair is still meticulously combed, except that the cover of the book Extraordinary Animals attached to his waist has been torn to a corner. He took out a small copper bell from the storage ring. On the bell is engraved the word Wanmin. As mentioned earlier, the first generation of sword master refining, Wanmin bell, whether it is Jianzong or Jianzong's 300 subordinate sects. There is a huge Wanmin bell in front of the mountain gate. If something happens in the mortal world, just light Wanmin incense, and the Wanmin bells in these sects will rumble. I saw the middle-aged scholar shake the bronze bell gently, and the next moment, all the bells of the people in the entire Qingzhou border made a roaring sound, like a thunder on the ground. Outside Danqing Peak, Mu Bailu and Nan Wu, who had just finished worshipping the mountain, were suspended in the air. They watched the Momin's mountain protection formation open a corner, and then they heard a thunderous bell. Boom thump, the bell rang 9 times in total. Mu Bailu and Nan Wu looked at each other, and they had also heard about Wan Minzhong. After the bell ended, a low voice came from the Wanmin bell, resounding throughout the entire Danqing Peak. The same thing happened in Jianzong, within the 300 subordinate Sects of Jianzhong, Yu reading www.sonicmtl.com. The voice from the Wanman bell was. May the calamity be peaceful, please. Raise your sword. Fa, what happened? Mu Bailu was stunned. Mu Bailu felt that something major happened suddenly. She turned her head and glanced at Nan Wu, only to see that Nan Wu's eyes were wide open. He was no longer distracted but Wan Minzhong who was staring at Mo Min. She looked in the direction of Nan Wu, and saw a figure wearing a black robe. Appeared in front of Wan Minzhong. Mu Bailu just glanced at him, and couldn't help but look away. In the world, there are still such men in the world. Is he Mo Men Luchaoga? I saw the black-robed man facing Wan Minzhong, without the slightest hesitation, just flicked his finger. A fingertip sword energy hit the man-min bell. This is his response, and this is Qingzhou Momin's response. In an instant, the bells rang out. A stream of green energy rushed out from the Wanmin bell, straight into the sky, visible for hundreds of miles. It was a weather-rushing sword formed by the gathering of green energy. This was also the first Qi sword to appear in the entire Qingzhou. Qingzhou Momin, start the sword. Chapter 274. 266, one state starts the sword. Outside the gate of Momin Mountain, the scene in front of him made the seductive Mu Bailu widen his plump red lips. Nan Wu, who has always been in a daze, with a sluggish expression, now has a burning gaze, folded his hands, bowed in the direction of the Wanmin bell, and said in his heart, Ba. The Wanmin bell in Qingzhou is a well-known magic weapon. These hundreds of instruments are the most representative of the attitude and philosophy of these kendo sections. If there is injustice in the world, it will be flattened with a sword. The loudness of the bell, and the number of times, indicates whether the problem is serious. Such a thunderous bell echoed 9 times in one breath. This is the highest level of warning. Moreover, such warnings can only be issued by Jianzhong Jianzuan. The heads of all sects and sects are aware of this, and practitioners in other states have also heard about it. It has been more than 10,000 years since the first generation of sword sovereign refined the Wanmin bell, and in these more than 10,000 years, 9 thunderous bells have sounded, which is the first time. This represents that Qingzhou has encountered an unprecedented catastrophe. Mu Bailu recalled the sound of peace just now, and then revealed a serious low voice, guessing that it was the sound transmission of Jianzhong Jianzuan. May the calamity be pacified, please use your sword. Mu Bailu and Nan Wu repeatedly chewed on these words. Catastrophe? What kind of catastrophe did Qingzhou encounter that made Lord Jianzuan take it so seriously? What really shocked people was the attitude of this black-robed man. At the Momin Mountain Gate, this man appeared and started the sword in one go. Without any hesitation. Decisive. Chic. As the head of the Momin, how could he not know the meaning of these 9 thunders? But it was just a flick of the finger, and the green energy rushed into the sky. Qingzhou Momin, start the sword. This is the attitude of the head of the Momin when faced with catastrophe and catastrophe. Or is the spirit? Mu Bailu looked at this figure, and suddenly remembered the widely circulated phrase, when you see the song, you miss your life. She felt that at least the scene just now, she would always remember. Qingzhou, Rongjian Mountain. Rongjianshan is also a subordinate sect of Jianzhong, but its temporary ranking is much higher than that of Momin. At this moment, a figure wearing a blue robe appeared in front of Manmin Bell. This person is Sun Qijing, the head of Rongjian Mountain, known as Jing Shinran. Soon, 6 figures appeared behind him, male and female. These people were the elders of Rongjian Mountain. Sect Master, 9 Thunders. Sword Sovereign's voice transmission. A female elder stepped forward and couldn't help speaking. Sun Qi nodded with a solemn expression. May the calamity be pacified, please use your sword. With a slightly hoarse voice, he repeated the sound transmission from the Wanmin bell just now. It's been more than 10,000 years. This is the first case. Sun Qijing looked up at the gray sky and said, it seems that something big is going to happen. He could hear Jianzuan's voice. Sound transmission, what does it represent? Although I don't know what's going on in detail, Jianzong's attitude is already obvious. This bell and sound transmission must have been conveyed to all subordinate sections. It is impossible to have such a specification unless it is a catastrophe that affects a state. And since the disaster affects one state, it is natural to use the power of the whole state. Sun Qijing closed his eyes tightly, made a sword mark on his hands, and then lightly tapped between his eyebrows, and his consciousness began to shroud all around. Soon, he opened his eyes. In the Qinglongquan area, there are already sects who have raised swords. Sun Qijing said solemnly. Huh? What sect? Asked a male elder. Momin. Sun Qijing said of a sect that no one had any impression of a few years ago, but in recent years it has become famous because of one person. This Road Chaoga is a wonderful person. For a while, several elders didn't know how to evaluate. Sun Qijing smiled slightly, as if he had thought of something interesting, and said, Junior brothers and sisters, do you still remember when I was young? When the bell rang and went down the mountain to eliminate demons and cultivate? Can you remember? Look at my injury, isn't it left over from that year, eh? Male elder replied. Another male elder said, Humph. If it wasn't for that demon cultivating evil and causing my spiritual sense to be severely damaged, I don't think my limit should just be like this. The bottleneck is 10 years. Oh, Brother Chen, you didn't say that back then. You said that you broke down and stood up, and you will soar to the sky in the future. The depression and dignified atmosphere just now have been diluted a lot. When they heard the senior sect master take the initiative to mention that the big guys went down the mountain to eliminate demons together, they probably understood what senior sect master meant. Starting the sword, in fact, is to vote for the name. Next, it is necessary to use the power of the whole sect. Even if the inheritance is cut off and the incense is extinguished, it will not be a pity to die. In the past, although everyone was a subordinate sect of Jianzong sent orders to do things, and there was no need to do this. Sun Qijing took out his life sword from the storage ring and made a sword salute to the elders, the same as before. However, what he said back then was, Junior brothers and sisters, would you like to follow your brother down the mountain to slay demons and slay demons? Today he said, Junior brothers and sisters, would you like to be united and not worry about life and death? Everyone took them out one by one. The Sword of Life responded with a sword ceremony. Please instruct the sect master. Sun Qijing laughed heartily, and the laughter spread throughout the entire Rongjian mountain. Just as he was in high spirits back then, he led a group of junior brothers and sisters down the mountain. This white-haired man has a hint of youthful spirit on his body. Like a young man. I saw him raise his right hand, flick his fingers, and a sword chi from his fingertips hit the Wanmin bell at the gate of Rongjian mountain. In an instant, the sound of the bell echoed among the peaks. The disciples of Rongjian mountain clenched the natal sword in their hands, watching the azure air fill their eyes, and then rushed straight into the sky, turning into a giant azure sword. Sun Qijing's slightly hoarse voice spread around. Qingzhou Rongjian mountain, start the sword. Qingzhou, Yin and Yang sword pond. The Yin-Yang Sword Pond is the #1 existence among the 300 subordinate sects of the Sword Sect in the past 50 years. In the entire Qingzhou, apart from the Sword Sect, the most powerful is the Yin-Yang Sword Pond. Since the establishment of this sect, it is actually shorter than most of the hundreds of sects. But in this not-so-long history of sects, it has suddenly emerged and become more and more powerful, until now it has become an existence under one sect and above 100 sections. The bell of the Wanmin bell echoes in the peaks of the Yin-Yang Sword Pond. The head of the Yin-Yang Sword Pond is a woman named Mu Qing. Her heroic spirit is very heavy. She is obviously a woman, but she has sword eyebrows. She has slightly high cheekbones and a tall figure, exuding an air of superiority all over her body. In fact, she is also resolute in her actions on weekdays. Many people in Qingzhou say she is Qingzhou's Hingyin. Mu Qing raised his head and looked at Wanmin Zhong, his hands behind his back. And the index finger of his right hand tapped the back of his left hand lightly. The high-level officials of Yin-Yang Jianqi stood behind her and looked at Wanmin Zhong with solemn expressions on their faces. "May the catastrophe be pacified, please use your sword," Mu Qing repeated this sentence. She snorted, turned her head and said, "Is there something you don't want?" No one said a word. The Yin-Yang Sword Pond has its own pride. The second largest sect in Qingzhou has its own majesty. In the catastrophe of heaven and earth among the 300 subordinate sects, my Yin-Yang Sword Pool will naturally bear the brunt. My sword cultivator, why have you ever been afraid of battle? Seeing that no one made a sound, Mu Qing showed a rare smile on his face. She also took out the natal sword from the storage ring, but instead of doing a sword salute like Sun Qijing, she placed the sword in front of her in a heroic manner. Everyone has his own style and his own way of life, she said loudly. Yin-Yang Sword Pond, the ancestors' legacy. As soon as the words fell, a group of high-level officials followed her. The demons are ruining the world, kill. The same family is ruining the world, killing. The evil cultivators are ruining the world, killing. The alien beasts are ruining the world, killing. A series of killings filled with murderous intent. The patriarch of Yin-Yang Sword Pond left the last sentence. Swords are used to draw out their sheaths. Mu Qing's slightly narrow eyes glanced around at everyone. In the Yin-Yang Sword Pond, the entire sect practiced killing swords. How could such a sect be afraid of war? This valiant woman, with her back to Wanmin Bell, raised her right hand and flicked her fingers backwards. A fingertip sword energy directly hit the Wanmin Bell, and a loud bell sounded. The azure chi filled the air, shot straight into the sky, and turned into a Cyan-Chi sword. Qingzhou Yin-Yang Sword Pond, raise your sword. Above the 9 heavens, a middle-aged scholar holds a copper bell. His spiritual consciousness is spread out, and his eyes are overlooking the earth. One after another, blue air rose into the sky. It starts from Momin and spreads all around. 1 green chi, 2 green chi, 3 green chi. 100 green chi. At this moment, no matter which area of Qingzhou it is, as long as you look up at the sky, you can see at least one sword against the sky. If in some areas, there are dense sects of sword sect subordinates, then, if you look up, you can even see several blue chi in one breath. This day is destined to be a day that everyone in Qingzhou will never forget. The voice of Wanmin Bell was already resounding for hundreds of miles, plus Jianzuan's voice transmission, and that sword after another. It can be said that this matter has spread throughout the entire Qingzhou land in a very short period of time. Qingzhou is a big state of Kendo, where there are many sects of Kendo, and the 300 subordinate sects of Sword Sect are actually only a part. At this moment, not only these 300 subordinate sects, but in fact, All sects and factions have probably already made up their minds. Although I don't know what happened, but from the perspective of the situation, at least it is a major event that affects one state. Be alone, can you? Actually it can. As long as you run fast enough, even if you die in the end, you can die a little later. The sky is falling, and the tall one is on it. Jianzhong and these subordinate sects are naturally at the forefront. However, how to choose is a personal choice. This place is the great state of Kendo. More than 10,000 years ago, an eternal emperor appeared here. In the name of one person, crown the name of a state, forever romantic. For more than 10,000 years, the entire dojo has focused on the way of swordsmanship, and practitioners are proud of their swords and their identity as swordsmen. Even the children at the foot of the mountain, their favorite toy is the wooden sword. This, too, is eternal. On this land, there are legends about swordsmen circulating one after another. On this land, people at the foot of the mountain encounter hardships, and when they see a practitioner with a long sword on their waist, they will feel at ease and feel that they are saved. How many people have died, how many swords have been buried, and how many famous names have been left on this land? On a mountain peak, a hearty laugh suddenly came. Shishan is willing to listen to Swordmaster's orders and make peace with the catastrophe. In another deep valley, there were bursts of sounds. Ghost Sword Valley is willing to listen to Swordmaster's order and make peace with the catastrophe. One voice after another resounded through the world. More than 10,000 years of Kendo state, more than 10,000 years of sword cultivation romance. Shinjo spirit. 9 days above, the middle-aged scholar put away the copper bell in his hand. And then bowed downwards. He didn't know how many people would die next. Nobody will know. But he knew that there would be people who would keep fighting. Huang Qingzhou, the sky is full of blue air. In front of the Momin mountain gate, Lu Chaoge looked around. In the Qinglong River area, there are already a large number of Cyan Qi swords. In his previous life, he was not a Qingzhou player, nor was he a sword cultivator. He has always been puzzled why among so many players, the sword cultivators have the strongest sense of substitution, and the sword cultivators have their eyes above the bottom, and they are very proud? Those who practice swords look down on anyone. This time, he understood. Jian Xiao has his own pride in his bones. At the same time, it has its own style and spirit. After he raised the sword, figures appeared behind him. The first to come here were Ji Chongkong and Lu Dongli. The appearance of Ji Chongkong made Mu Bailu and Nan Wu secretly startled. Outside the mountain gate. Yu reading www.sonicmtl. Although they have never seen Ji Chongkong, they have heard of the four great swords and know the appearance of Ji Chongkong, one of the four great swords. Now, feeling the terrifying aura emanating from his body again, the number is right at once. Now, due to a major accident, the two of Baishan didn't know whether to advance or retreat for a while, so they were still in a daze in the air. But because the mountain protection formation has opened a corner, which makes what happened in the mountain, both of them have a panoramic view and can feel it. Ji Chongkong came to Lu Chaoge's side, raised his head and glanced at the blue air sword rising into the sky, with a satisfied look in his eyes. But with this old urchin's temperament and Lu Chaoge's decisive attitude, Ji Chongkong couldn't help but mutter, "Humph, do you know what the sword means? I think you are very free and easy, even a breath of time. You didn't hesitate. Right?" Lu Chaoge raised the corner of his mouth and said, "No." This "no" made Ji Chongkong choked. He didn't mean to reprimand him, but just laughed and scolded, "Young people don't know how high the sky is." He wanted to say that if the sky fell, he would climb up first. Unexpectedly, when Lu Chaoga heard the words, he raised his eyebrows and immediately said a word. These words fell into the ears of Mu Bailu and Nan Wu, which directly shocked their hearts. Why should young people know that the sky is high? Chapter 275. 267, have invited the world protagonists to come on stage and be beaten. In front of the Wanmin bell, Ji Chongkong was stunned for a moment, then laughed loudly. It's a good sentence. Why should young people know that the sky is high and the earth is thick? This sentence was very appetizing to Ji Chongkong. Lu Chaoga looked at the hunchbacked little old man and remembered something. The middle-aged scholar told him. It is well known to the world that in the early years of the contemporary sword sovereign, the cultivation base progressed slowly. The previous generation of Jianzuan once said that he is an unparalleled swordsman prodigy who is rare in 10,000 years. But in fact, among the two disciples of the Black Bamboo Forest lineage, Ji Chongkong was known to everyone in the early years. At that time, the middle-aged Confucian scholars were far away from their apprentices and younger brothers in terms of cultivation. It sounds good to say that he was stabilized by the younger brother, but in fact, in the eyes of many people, he is out of reach. In the third realm, the middle-aged Confucian scholar at that time was even more direct for several years, and he couldn't make any progress. Ji Chongkong's stinking problem was developed when he was young. It's just that he is the only one who can scold him in front of his senior brother, but if any outsider says that his senior brother is not even just showing the slightest disdain on his face, the sword in Ji Chongkong's hand is the first to refuse. This situation continued until the two brothers and sisters went down the mountain to slash monsters, and then suddenly encountered a tyrannical alien beast. What happened specifically, the middle-aged scholar did not tell Lu Chaoga. But Lu Chaoga had thought about why the middle-aged Confucian scholar and Ji Chongkong had such an obvious difference in appearance, because the two brothers were both in the 8th realm. Ji Chongkong's back is too hunched, his face has too many wrinkles, and his hair has long been gray. Although the whole person still looks very energetic, this appearance still reveals a lot of information. The middle-aged Confucian scholar just told Lu Chaoga that the younger brother became a little old man with a hunchback at a young age. The tyrannical alien beast died, and Ji Chongkong also paid a great price. Even so, every time he talked about this matter, Ji Chongkong would only say one sentence. Can I be afraid of it? I want to kill it. After this battle, the bottleneck of the middle-aged scholar was broken, and within a day, he broke through several realms. In this world, there are gradually legends of a new generation of swordsmen. He loves to read and asks for nothing, just because he likes to read. Just like he loves to practice swords and wants nothing, just because he likes to practice swords. It was only afterward that I asked for something. As long as you have what you want, it is like a broken bamboo. He didn't care about his own realm, nor his own strength. He only knew that if he cared a little bit, the younger brother would not be like this. This has become the first in the world. This is the contemporary swordsman. But in this story, Lu Chaoga also remembered what Ji Chongkong said, I want to kill it. At this moment, Lu Dongli was helpless. Brother's temper, She felt that she also needed to practice harder. Lu Chaoga turned around and looked at Nan Wu and Mu Bailu in the air. Then, with a wave of his sleeves, he signaled that they could come in. After a brief moment of surprise, the two landed in front of Mo Min's door, and then said hello. When dealing with Ji Chongkong, the two of them had to do the junior salute. Ji Chongkong glanced at the two of them, and those squinting eyes became a seam. It's a little worse than my disciple and this stinky boy. He made a judgment in his heart. This made him a little proud. Oh, what a Luohan, what a sinister. In terms of teaching disciples, no one in the world can compare to me, Ji Chongkong. I am better than you. This old urchin Ji Chongkong is not tall and has a hunchback, so even if he looks at the charming Mu Bailu, he still has to look up. It's just that this little old man is very arrogant now, so he has a feeling of looking at people through his nostrils. He snorted lightly, and said, Arhat and the disciples of the underworld, it's not bad. Senior is wrong. Mu Bailu hastily bowed again. Nan Wu, who could not speak, also saluted. Ji Chongkong glanced at Nan Wu, and said, Your shut mouth is somewhat meaningful. Young monk, why don't you talk to the old man? The old urchin was a little excited and wanted to experience it. Nan Wu quickly waved his hand, expressing that he did not dare. Right now, he doesn't have the qualifications. Lu Chaoge looked at the two world protagonists who came together and asked, Why are you two coming to my Momin? This made Mu Bailu not knowing how to answer for a while. Originally, she was thinking of coming to visit, if conditions permit, she can also ask for a lesson or two. Just judging from the current situation, what major event seems to be happening in Qingzhou? So, are we not disturbing at this time? After thinking about it, Mu Bailu opened his mouth and said, Sect leader Lu. It's more important to think about it. Something big has happened recently in Qingzhou. I wonder if the big bald head and I can help. Lu Chaoge glanced at this looks or temperament. There is quite a woman who has the feeling of a witch at the level of beauty and calamity. I just think that her voice is really royal and lustful, and it is the kind of voice control that can't stand it at all. Listening to Mu Bailu's words, he just said indifferently, this matter does not only involve Qingzhou. In his opinion, Luohan and Insi should also do something. Judging from the current situation, the catastrophe of heaven and earth is imminent, and the result of the discussion among the four big men is that they will not hide anything. Since Jian Zun has sent out the sound transmission and also activated the Wanmin bell, it is presumable that Jianzong will carry out the flying sword transmission, and inform the Qingzhou people about this, so that the swordsmen can prepare early. This is earlier than the plot line in Lu Chaoge's memory, but it should not be too early. And Lu Chaoge's words made Mu Bailu and Nan Wu couldn't help but look at each other. The two heard an unusual taste from these words. From this point of view, I am afraid that it is not the difficulty of Qingzhou, but what kind of catastrophe? As the protagonists of the world, as the disciples of the four powerhouses, the two of them know more information than most. Therefore, they also have some guesses in their hearts. For a while, the two of them didn't plan to stop at Memenduo. It's time to come back. Ji Chongkong looked at the uncertain expressions of the two, and said, You two don't need to look like this, the catastrophe is coming, but it's not. These days, there is still time to prepare. In fact, it is true, now it's just Xiong, the entire profound sky realm has issued the highest level warning, the real disaster. Actually, no one knows when it will happen. Including Lu Chaoge, the half-prophet, is now in an uncertain state. This feeling is actually the most uncomfortable, as if you knew the volcano was going to erupt, but you didn't know when it was going to erupt. And this spray, it is definitely a fierce spray. Ji Chongkong's words made Mu Bailu and Nan Wu heave a sigh of relief. Lu Chaoge glanced at the old urchin. He always felt that the old urchin had his own mind. Sure enough, the little old man squinted his eyes, took on the attitude of an elder, and said, The two of you came to Momin, presumably, just like you. And Pei Chanshan, you are here to learn from this kid. Right? Mu Bailu and Nan Wu felt a little embarrassed for a while. Although they did have such a purpose and idea, they would make a big fight. As soon as they entered the door. Always have a few polite greetings first, and then find an opportunity to ask for advice, right? Lu Chaoge probably understood Ji Chongkong's thoughts. This old man didn't see enough of my sword domain. He probably wanted to see what the scene would look like when I started. Lu Chaoge guessed right, Ji Chongkong did have such an idea. As for Lu Chaoge, he naturally would not refuse. One is that it can increase the reputation value, and the other is that the two world protagonists can apply, stay, and add, down, pressure, force, shadow. In his opinion, since the catastrophe is coming, it is necessary to bring the rhythm up. Regarding the overall strength of the players, Lu Chaoge, as a veteran player, knows how to lead the way. But the protagonist of the world is very important to the main storyline, and these four are also the top fighting forces in the future. They urgently need to grow rapidly. Needless to say, like Yu, as long as Lu Chaoge keeps breaking through, in order to follow in the footsteps of senior brother Lu, he will definitely pursue it at all costs. Pei Chanshan, a young girl with vitality, after watching the battle at Chuanqiu Terrace, already understood how amazing the gap between her and Lu Shirshu was. And she probably took a sigh of relief in her heart. The two world protagonists who met for the first time had not beaten each other yet. Lu Chaoge glanced at the big bald head, and then at the charming witch level face, only to feel that it should feel good to beat, right? What's more, in his opinion, after convincing the two, it is also convenient for some follow-up guidance. Seeing that the two of them didn't know how to answer, Ji Chongkong showed an impatient look on his face, and said, "You're young, so you're not so direct? Don't waste your time, hurry up if you want to learn from each other. I'll give you Dharma protectors and witnesses, if you don't learn from each other, let's go separately." Mu Bailu and Nan Wu looked at each other, and both really felt that it was a pity to leave like this. She bit her red lips lightly with her own teeth, and this little gesture seemed very charming. "Please enlighten me, sect leader Lu." She cupped her hands. Although Nan Wu didn't say a word, he also saluted. Lu Chaoge glanced at the air sword rising from the Wanmin bell, and smiled crookedly. The next moment, the sword of life, not too late, appeared in his hand. The cold light suddenly appeared, not too late, came out of the sheath. "Then let's go together." Lu Chaoge didn't mean to be too long-winded with the two, otherwise, with the pride of the two world protagonists, he would definitely not want to fight one another. His sword energy went straight forward, causing the two of them to retreat and fly backwards. With this retreat, he retreated into the air and came to the outside of the Momin Mountain Protection Array. Great practitioners can vacate themselves, and many discussions are conducted in the air, which is more convenient. Last time, when Lu Chaoge beat Yu and Pei Chanshan, the two world protagonists suppressed their cultivation. Now, it is not necessary. He lost detection, and immediately knew the character levels of Nan Wu and Mu Bailu. Nan Wu has been in the 5th realm for a while, and is already at the 3rd level of the 5th realm, level 53. Mu Bailu entered the 5th realm for the first time. Like Lu Chaoge, he was level 51. If he was fighting alone, Lu Chaoge felt that he couldn't let go. Now he is too strong. After the gap in realm has narrowed, his combat power has become extremely terrifying. After the three of them floated in the air, they immediately alerted the peaks in the outer door of Momin. Originally, the azure air sword that soared into the sky caused the Momin players to look up at the sky one after another. And Mu Bailu and Nan Wu, who came to worship the mountain, also made the players very curious. But no one thought that how long did it take to enter, and they would fight if they didn't agree? This time it's 1-on-2. They are all in the air, that is, they are all above the 5th realm, and there is no suppression of cultivation. Damn, without suppressing cultivation, the head of our family will one-hit. And 2. Now, in the player's circle, there is no such thing as the so-called protagonist of the 4 worlds. At present, there is the only world protagonist, Lu Chaoga. I don't know how players will feel when the 4 world protagonists get protagonist halo, when the catastrophe begins, and the system automatically puts the protagonist tag on their heads. After being forced into the air, Nan Wu and Mu Bailu took out their natal objects one after another. Mu Bailu was an arrow repairer, and a jade bow like a white jade appeared in his hand. However, there are no feather arrows. When she bends the bow, a white light arrow will be produced. As I said before, her arrows are not in vain. Her arrows, paired with her domain, as well as her natal supernatural powers, cannot be avoided, and they have the must-hit attribute. In Nan Wu's hand, there was a broken knife. Who would have thought that such a big bald head is actually a knife repairer? After the 2 exchanged glances, Nan Wu originally planned to take a step back and let Mu Bailu start first. 2 against 1, they are not very acceptable. However, the next scene made the expressions of the 2 suddenly become serious. At the same time, I felt a great shock. 2 sword regions. He actually has 2 sword regions in one person. The most terrifying thing is that Lu Chaoga's aura and his momentum have brought extremely strong oppression to the 2 of them. Is this the legendary peerless invincibility? Be careful, Lu Chaoga said lightly. Sword domain killing. Sword domain human immortal. The 2 sword regions faced Mu Bailu and Nan Wu respectively. This made Ji Chongkong narrow his eyes, and learned more about Lu Chaoga's Jianyu. Little Lizzie, do you think you are his opponent now? Ji Chongkong asked his beloved disciple. That's no match for my brother. Lu Dongli replied without thinking. It doesn't matter if he can beat him or not, he can't beat him anyway. However, if the cultivation base is similar, Lu Chaoga is indeed invincible in the same realm. No one can possess his current comprehensive strength in his realm. As for the sand sculpture players in the outer door, in fact, they don't have any eyesight yet. However, they can still see clearly the 2 completely different sword domains. Damn, why does the head have 2 sword domains? Isn't it normal for 2? The protagonist is standard. It's so handsome, this is too handsome. As for the 2 world protagonists who are the parties, only feel the pressure. What kind of sword domain is this? Mu Bailu was stunned. Each of her arrows has certain attributes. And this feature is in line with Lu Chaoga's intention. Because his killing, relying on every sword, stacking buffs. Every time a sword hits, the next sword will be strengthened. Mu Bailu's must-hit feature, as long as Lu Chaoga picks up his sword and can catch it, then, isn't this buff stacking up? Mu Bailu clearly felt that the opponent's sword was stronger than the other. As for Nan Wu of Buddhism, it is even more puzzled by the second monk. The realm of the evil sect. Nan Wu said in his heart. Human immortal, it's so peculiar, so special that it's unheard of. He felt that the power in his body was being continuously stolen and then filled into the opponent's domain. He is getting stronger and he is getting weaker. Yu reading www.sonicmtl.com. Nan Xiamu Bailu realized first that the further back in this competition, the more unfavorable it was for the 2 of them. There must be a quick decision in order to be able to win. Therefore, after cutting out another sword, Nan Wu then tore off the gray cloth strip in front of his mouth. This Buddhist disciple, since practicing Buddhism, has used this special closed-mouth meditation very few times. Because the burden it brings is huge, and it even brings backlash in many cases. However, Lu Chaoga obviously has such qualifications. Invincible in the same environment, is it a vain name? What Nanwu wanted to do was to control in an instant, so that the time between the two sword regions stagnated for a while. What he wants to say is, domain broken. The words that come out of his mouth bring their own strength. However, Nanwu saw the black-robed man holding a sword in one hand and raised his left hand. He lightly tapped Nanwu's mouth in the air, and the power of water began to operate. In addition, there is also a part of the power of shut mouth that was stolen from Nanwu through Ren Xian. Using the way of the other side, I will also give to the other side. Immediately afterwards, Nanwu felt that his lips and tongue were out of control. Shut up, Lu Chaoga said indifferently. The voice just fell, and the words follow the law.